Gao Feng, a restaurant entrepreneur who went bankrupt amid the devastating impact of the pandemic, finds himself trapped in a desperate situation. His landlord is demanding rent, and his girlfriend has betrayed him. But a turning point in his fate quietly arrives when he accidentally binds himself to the anti-simp system. As long as he refuses unreasonable emotional manipulation, material demands, and other simp behavior from women, he can earn wealth, skills, and opportunities. From boldly rejecting a gold digger's advances and receiving a luxury car as a reward, to decisively countering a manipulative woman's schemes and gaining a massive fortune, Gao Feng uses the power of the system to rise from the ashes. When his ex-girlfriend, who once abandoned him, regrets her decision and begs him to take her back, Gao Feng has already transformed himself into a legendary tycoon, the richest man on the internet. Celebrities, industry heavyweights, and powerful elites all respectfully acknowledge him as the toughest man alive. Chapter 1. A man has to stand his ground. The anti-simp system activates. Seriously, how did a resume like this even make it past the initial screening? HR manager Wang Manny tapped her fingers, painted with crimson nail polish, against the desk. The corner of her eyes swept over Gao Feng's wrinkled shirt, while a faint sneer curled at the corners of her lips. The woman's chest was fuller than his bank account, but her words were colder than winter water. Her disdain was painfully obvious. Gao Feng wasn't angry. He had already become numb to it. It was as if he had known the outcome before he even came here. Nothing about it surprised him anymore. This was already the 20th rejection he had received this month. Standing inside the apartment elevator, Gao Feng stared blankly at his reflection in the gleaming metal doors. His once powerful inverted triangle shoulders, broad enough to look like they could crush a mosquito between them, had become soft and sagging, like an old suit hanging crookedly from a frame. The light in his eyes had long since gone out. All that remained was numbness and dullness. Where was the slightest trace of the once successful restaurant entrepreneur who had earned over £1,000,000 a year? In a daze, he remembered his girlfriend, Zhang Li, once affectionately leaning against him, when he had been so full of confidence and ambition. He was unwilling to accept this. If only he had some startup capital, there was no reason he couldn't make a comeback. Then he wouldn't have to endure the humiliation from people like that. Once he became rich again, he wouldn't even spare a woman who looked down on others for a second glance. Gao Feng stepped out of the elevator, and a beautiful face immediately entered his field of vision. The fair, slender calves exposed beneath Landlady Chen's white dress made him feel a chill. "Xiao Gao, you came back at just the right time. This year's rent is due." Landlady Chen was the classic, elegant older sister type, with a soft and melodious voice. But at this moment, her words sounded like a death sentence to him. Gao Feng lowered his eyes, avoiding Chen's cool gaze. "Sis Chen, things are a little tight for me right now. Could you give me a few more days?" The hallway suddenly fell silent. The cicadas chirping outside only made the atmosphere more irritating. Gao Feng seemed to hear something crack. It was his pitiful self-respect. "You've been renting my place for 3 years now." A full 10 seconds passed before Chen finally spoke softly. Her eyes swept over Gao Feng's slightly reddened ears, and her voice dropped another notch. "I'm not trying to pressure you. You know I have a mortgage to pay too. If you want to keep renting, I can give you another week. And I'll lower the rent by 500 yuan. Gao Feng was silent for a moment before saying gratefully, "Thank you, Sis Chen." Seeing his embarrassment, Chen seemed to understand his situation. She sighed and walked past him. Gao Feng watched her leave before opening the door and entering the living room. He collapsed helplessly onto the sofa. A man can't live without money. A man without money isn't even a man. Asterisk asterisk. Right now, he felt like a stray dog. No, he would be one very soon. Ask his family for money? A man's pride wouldn't allow him to do that. Even if he ended up sleeping on the streets, he would grit his teeth and endure it. He had no job, and there was barely any money left in his pocket. He had to find a solution. Gao Feng opened WeChat and saw a flood of messages in his class group chat. Many of his former classmates were asking about the upcoming reunion. Gao Feng gave a bitter smile. It had been 4 years since graduation, and this was the first time someone had organized a class reunion. The group chat had never been this lively. If this had happened 3 months ago, he definitely would have gone. But now? His biggest creditor at the moment was Li Yanran, who also happened to be the woman he secretly admired. He didn't want to see the disappointment in her eyes. That was the last bit of stubbornness he had left. In just 3 short months, he had experienced the collapse of his career, crushing debt, a broken relationship, and the possibility of ending up homeless. Could things possibly get any worse? Suddenly, a WeChat Moments notification popped up. A new 9-photo post from his ex-girlfriend Zhongli appeared. A Cartier just unclue bracelet gleamed coldly under the candlelight, accompanied by the caption, "A little surprise." The location was a high-end Western restaurant in Taikoo. In the final photo, a young man's hand was resting around her waist. The luxury watch on his wrist from the Ballon Bleu de Cartier collection glimmered so brightly that it hurt Gao Feng's eyes. The comments were filled with blessings from her girlfriends. One comment from Mosey was particularly glaring. "Congratulations, Li Jia. You've finally escaped your misery and are enjoying the good life." Gao Feng recalled Zhang Li's strange behavior before their breakup. So she had already found someone new. The waist he had once held was now wrapped in another man's arms. And even a surge of anger made his eyes redden. Before he realized it, his fingernails had dug into his palms. What did she mean by escaped her misery? Hadn't he treated Zhongli well during those 3 years? Just because he had failed and run out of money, did that mean he deserved to be abandoned? Block. Delete. Everything. It was time to say goodbye to the past. Ding. Simp value detection complete. Due to prolonged emotional investment and repeated devaluation of your own worth. Current value, 45 out of 100. Critical danger threshold, 50. The anti-simp tycoon system has activated. It will assist the host in becoming the toughest man alive. The voice that suddenly echoed inside his head made Gao Feng's eyes widen. Ding. Congratulations, host. Male instincts have awakened. Simp value -5. Ding. The beginner gift pack has been randomly distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 rewards. 1. 100 million Douyin coins. Cannot be withdrawn. 2. 1 Maybach GLS. Standard equipment for a tycoon. 3. All physical attributes immediately doubled. Constitution can ultimately be enhanced up to 10 times. Current progress, 10%. How can the toughest man alive not have the strongest body? Host, please take note. Once your simp value reaches or exceeds 50, this system will disappear permanently. The voice inside Gao Feng's head continued to ring out like notification sounds in a video game. A system? Something that only existed in novels had actually appeared in real life. And it had chosen him. Was he, Gao Feng, really a simp with a simp value as high as 45? He counted the string of zeros in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. 100 million Douyin coins. If he remembered correctly, that represented 10 million yuan. Unfortunately, it couldn't be withdrawn. A Maybach? That was a genuine luxury vehicle. But what excited Gao Feng the most was the final reward. His physical foundation had always been pretty good. If all his attributes were doubled and his constitution strengthened tenfold, what would that even mean? Wouldn't he basically become Superman? It was a miracle that no amount of money could buy. A wave of heat swept through his entire body, and the bones throughout his body began crackling. Gao Feng stood in front of the full-length mirror, staring blankly at the man reflected in it. His previously well-fitting white shirt was now stretched tightly across his body, distorted by his solid pectoral and abdominal muscles. His formerly loose casual pants were pulled taut by his powerful, rounded hips. His streamlined physique resembled a cheetah ready to spring into action. Gao Feng moved closer to the mirror in disbelief, staring at the deep-set eyes of the man reflected there. He was somewhat dazed. Ring, ring. His phone suddenly rang, snapping him out of his trance. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Gao? A sweet female voice came through the phone. Yes, it is. Hello, Mr. Gao? I'm by Bing Bing, a sales consultant at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership on Chaoyang Road. Your Maybach GLS has arrived at our dealership. When would be convenient for you to come and pick it up? Was this the system's efficiency? That fast. This afternoon, Gao Feng had sold his old car long ago. Now that he had a luxury car waiting for him, naturally he wanted to get his hands on it as soon as possible. Bai Bingbing paused for 3 seconds, apparently not expecting Gao Feng to be in such a hurry. Mr. Gao, considering that we have quite a few customers today, I would recommend tomorrow morning. Gao Feng stared at his tense biceps in the mirror, his eyes growing deep and resolute. If they were asking him to wait 1 day, then tomorrow it was. It didn't matter. But now, he didn't need any excuses. He only wanted results. Today, he was going to drive his very own luxury car. 3 o'clock this afternoon. I want to see the car. ####Chapter 2. Cash rewards. Making money seems surprisingly easy. Taking off the shirt that had already been stretched beyond repair, Gao Feng revealed a solid set of 8-pack abs. He couldn't help reaching out and pressing them. Hard as steel. This was the powerful physique he had dreamed of. Ding. The host remained true to himself and rejected a woman's suggestion. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Physical constitution increased to 20%. Huh. Gao Feng couldn't help laughing. This tycoon system was really thoughtful. Just moments ago, he had been disappointed that the reward was Douyin coins instead of actual cash. Now, real money had arrived. So as long as he stayed true to himself, he could receive rewards. A wave of heat swept through his entire body, accompanied by an intense feeling of hunger. He felt like he could swallow an entire cow. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the hot pot restaurant near his apartment complex. The owner was a charming, mature woman who had clearly retained her youthful beauty. Handsome, are you eating alone today? Gao Feng nodded. He used to come to this restaurant with Zhang Li all the time. The two of them were already quite familiar with each other. Sisyang, just bring out whatever can be served quickly. I'm starving. Sisyang nodded and smiled. Sit next to the air conditioner. It's cooler there. An hour later, Gao Feng stared blankly at the dozen or so empty plates on the table. He had already eaten 5 large bowls of rice. The rich aroma of beef fat from the copper hot pot still lingered on his tongue, yet his stomach was still demanding more food. Was this the price of having a stronger body? The stronger his physique became, the more energy his body consumed. But if eating more could give him an even stronger body, he figured most people would be willing to pay that price. Yesterday, he had been panting after climbing 5 flights of stairs. Now, he felt as if he could lift an entire cow. This physique was simply monstrous. Gao Feng. A shrill female voice pierced through the billowing steam. Mosey came strutting over in 10-centimeter high heels, the scent of her perfume mixing with the smell of hot pot and making Gao Feng's temples ache. Beside her stood Yang Wei, whose sideways glance was filled with disdain. The thick gold chain around his neck was especially conspicuous. Like he's starving to death. Mosey glanced at the empty plates covering the table, contempt flashing in her eyes. Didn't you already go bankrupt? How can you still afford to eat here? Don't tell me you're planning to dine and dash. She deliberately emphasized the words, went bankrupt, while the whites of her eyes beneath her makeup gleamed with malice. Yang Wei followed with a sneer, deliberately exposing the Rolex on his wrist. He got dumped, so he's turning his grief into an appetite. Gao Feng raised his eyes and glanced at Mosey. Waiter, check please. He pulled out a wet tissue and wiped his hands, completely ignoring her. The smile on Mosey's face froze. She had once tried to seduce Gao Feng. A year ago, his business had been stable, and he had even been preparing to invest several million yuan in a flagship restaurant. At that time, Gao Feng had been a rising star. She had felt absolutely no hesitation about trying to seduce him. Unfortunately, Gao Feng had rejected her, and she had held a grudge ever since. What are you pretending to be so noble for? Her voice suddenly rose. If you're broke, just beg me. For the sake of you being Zhang Li's ex-boyfriend. Crash. The deafening sound of the copper hot pot overturning drowned out her words. The warm red broth splashed across both their trouser legs. Beef fat and chili peppers spread across their pants in disgusting patterns. Mosey's scream pierced the air, but the moment she saw the faintly amused look in Gao Feng's eyes, her voice abruptly stopped. Sorry, my hand slipped. Slipped. He took out a handkerchief and calmly wiped his fingertips, as though he had merely knocked over a glass of water. Holy sh. Yang Wei's eyes instantly turned red. He charged toward Gao Feng, but halfway through his string of curses, he suddenly let out a howl. It hurts. Let go. It hurts. Gao Feng's grip around his wrist was astonishingly powerful. Yang Wei could even feel his bones making faint cracking sounds under the pressure. I'll give you 1,000 yuan for this outfit. Enough. Gao Feng's voice was as gentle as if he were soothing a child, but his thumb pressed firmly against the most vulnerable part of Yang Wei's wrist. Enough, enough. Cold sweat mixed with the steam from the hot pot, forming beads of sweat beneath Yang Wei's chin. What about mine? Mosey rolled her eyes at Yang Wei. He usually acted so tough, but the moment something happened, he immediately wilted, just like his performance in bed. She stiffened her neck and spoke up, convinced that Gao Feng wouldn't hit a woman. Let's say 10,000. Gao Feng glanced at her and took out his phone. I'll compensate you for that entire outfit too, including the knockoff brands. That generous? Mosey couldn't believe this was the stingy man Zhang Li had always complained about. Sisyang. Gao Feng turned toward the stunned restaurant owner and smiled. I ruined your place. Consider this 10,000 yuan as compensation. Sisyang looked at the phone screen after he transferred the money. She remembered how, when Gao Feng had first come to her restaurant, He had spent 10 minutes studying the menu. But now, the pleading light that had once lingered in his eyes was gone. All that remained was cold, sharp resolve. Xiao Gao. Before she could finish, Gao Feng waved his hand and interrupted her. When he walked out of the hot pot restaurant, the summer night breeze carried a wave of heat toward him. Ding! The host has begun to embody the demeanor of a tycoon. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Please keep up the good work. A smile appeared on Gao Feng's face. Haha, another 100,000 yuan. He seemed to have figured out some of the rules behind the anti-simp tycoon system. It seemed he really needed to completely change the way he approached the world. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the 4S dealership. Gao Feng took out his phone and transferred 72,000 yuan to Sis Chun. That was a full year's rent. He didn't like owing people money, and even less did he like owing anyone a favor. Less than a minute later, his phone rang. Xiao Gao, where did you get the money? You didn't do anything foolish, did you? I can let you stay another 2 months. There's no need to rush. Sis Chin's cool voice carried a hint of concern. It warmed Gao Feng's heart. Previously, the only interaction between them had been when he paid his rent. Now that he thought about it, Sis Chun was actually a pretty good woman. She had a great figure, and although she appeared cold on the outside, she was warm-hearted underneath. Yeah, someone owed me some money, and they just paid me back. He didn't ask Chun to reduce his rent. Now, he finally had something even more valuable than money. Asterisk, asterisk, confidence. Asterisk, asterisk. Inside the spacious and brightly lit Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, several beautifully dressed saleswomen stood near the glass entrance. It was 3 in the afternoon. Although it wasn't a weekend, there weren't many customers in the showroom. But as sales representatives for a high-end brand, professionalism came first. They could never afford to slack off, no matter the time. Bing bing. I heard your customer is coming to pick up his car this afternoon. A short-haired saleswoman nudged the long-haired girl beside her and whispered, Sis Wang, he originally wanted to come tomorrow, but he's in a hurry. The girl had long, fair, delicate legs and was full of youthful energy. She was in the prime of her youth. I heard the owner is picking up that Maybach Night series. Bai Bing Bing nodded. Not bad. You quietly landed such a huge deal. Looks like you've finally figured things out. Sis Wang's eyes looked somewhat strange as she teased her. Bai Bing Bing was a college student who had graduated this year. She had worked at the 4S dealership for 3 months without closing a single deal. If it weren't for her pretty appearance, which allowed her to serve as part of the dealership's front desk image, she would have been fired long ago. Who would have thought she would quietly sell such an expensive car? Maybe she had finally figured out how the business worked. Besides, Sis Wang herself wasn't bad-looking either. So why did she always run into stingy customers instead of landing a deal this big? Jealousy and envy were inevitable. On the surface, Sis Wang was smiling brightly, but inwardly she was cursing. Although Bai Bing Bing was inexperienced, she could still sense the unnatural expression on Sis Wang's face. Actually, she was confused too. This deal had been assigned to her by the manager. Chapter 3. Has Gao Feng really made a comeback? If it weren't for the fact that the manager was also a woman, she would have suspected that she had encountered some kind of unspoken workplace rule. Regardless, this was her first deal. She had made up her mind to handle it perfectly. Originally, she had wanted Gao Feng to come in tomorrow morning so that the manager could be there to give her some pointers. But Gao Feng had refused, leaving her with no choice but to bite the bullet and handle it herself. Sis Wang, I don't have any experience. I don't know what I should pay attention to when receiving customers. Could you teach me? Bai Bing Bing asked softly. Hee, just watch Humair and learn from her. Humair was the top saleswoman at this 4S dealership. A woman whose name suited her perfectly. Seductive and charming. Bai Bing Bing looked up and saw Humair smiling as she approached a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Mr. Wang, you're right on time. Please, come over here and have a seat. Mr. Wang looked up. When he saw Humair approaching in a form-fitting professional outfit, his eyes immediately lit up. How could I possibly make a beautiful woman wait for me? I'm a man who knows how to cherish women. Mr. Wang wore a beaming smile, and his words were almost unbearably greasy. But Humair only giggled coquettishly. Oh, I'm just a service representative. Providing you with good service is simply my job. Would you like some coffee again? I'll have someone bring you a cup. About the car you looked at last time, is there anything else you'd like to adjust in the configuration? She smoothly led Mr. Wang over to a nearby sofa and sat down with him. Then she naturally steered the conversation back toward the actual purpose of his visit, ordering the car. Bai Bing Bing had been observing the two of them the entire time, especially Humair's manner of speaking and her behavior. She realized that if she put aside her prejudices, Meyer really was an excellent sales consultant. She looked extremely flirtatious, yet always maintained a certain boundary. She never actively threw herself at the men. That subtle sense of attraction, neither too close nor too distant, was handled with remarkable precision. There was a rumor that Meyer had become the dealership's top salesperson simply because she was willing to go all out. That every car she sold was accompanied by her sweat. But that might not necessarily have been true. See that? As long as you stop acting so reserved, these men are actually very easy to handle. Sis Wang spoke in a meaningful whisper. I'm not very good at that. Bai Bingbing blushed slightly. Hee, you're too innocent. In our line of work, that won't do. Sis Wang chuckled softly. Remember this. As long as your customer is a man, whether he's young or old, handsome or ugly, you have to treat him like an emperor. With your looks, surpassing Meyer is only a matter of time. Sis Wang's gaze traveled from Bai Bingbing's long, fair legs to her rounded, perky figure before climbing over the mountain to her naturally beautiful face without a trace of makeup. Youth was the greatest asset. Her skin was as smooth as a freshly peeled egg, delicate and flawless. Her lips were naturally bright red, requiring no lipstick at all and tempting people to taste them. With looks like these, she had an even greater advantage than Meyer. As long as she loosened up a little, who knew how many men would be willing to spend a fortune just to make her smile? Over the past 3 months, she had encountered plenty of customers like that. Unfortunately, Bai Bingbing had never managed to seize the opportunities. Take Mr. Wang, for example. When he first came to the dealership, he had actually been interested in Bai Bingbing. But in the end, Meyer had swooped in and taken the deal. That couldn't really be blamed on Meyer. It could only be blamed on Bai Bingbing for not understanding how things worked. Meyer seemed to notice the two women watching her. She raised her head with a charming smile. Her eyes met Bai Bingbing's across the room. Bai Bingbing instinctively lowered her gaze, avoiding Meyer's seductive eyes. Hee. Meyer chuckled before turning toward Mr. Wang and speaking softly. Then, Brother Wang, I'll go place the order now. Come with me, and we'll take care of the down payment. Mr. Wang was already completely captivated by her, so dazzled that he had no idea which way was north. He immediately stood up and followed Meyer toward the finance office to make the payment. See? He's gone to pay. Learn something from that. Sis Wang nudged Bai Bingbing, her tone filled with exasperation. My customer has already paid. Is there really any need to do all that? Bai Bingbing blushed slightly and asked quietly. Someone who can afford this kind of car, do you really think his friends won't buy cars in the future? And what makes you think he won't have the opportunity to buy another one himself? After hearing Sis Wang's analysis, Bai Bingbing nodded repeatedly. Wasn't making money precisely why she had chosen to work at a forest dealership? 3 months had passed, and apart from the deal assigned to her by the manager, she hadn't earned a single commission. Things clearly couldn't continue like this. Even if the dealership wouldn't fire her because she was pretty, she wouldn't be able to stay forever. She wanted a better life. She wanted to be like Meyer and earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a month. Drive a nice car, carry designer handbags, and buy a home of her own. Since Meyer was her role model, then she had to learn from her. Bai Bingbing secretly made up her mind. She would start with today's customer. She wanted to make money. In this era, society mocked poverty more than it mocked shamelessness. Just then, the main doors opened, and a customer walked in. All the salespeople turned toward the entrance. So young. That was everyone's first thought. And so handsome. Stars practically appeared in the women's eyes. One of the saleswomen standing closest to the entrance immediately walked over. Hello? Are you here to look at cars? Gao Feng looked over all their faces, then nodded. I'm here to pick up my car. Pick up your car? A trace of disappointment appeared on the saleswoman's face, but she still smiled professionally. May I ask which salesperson was handling your purchase? Bai Bingbing. The saleswoman's face showed a flicker of surprise. She hadn't expected this to be Bai Bingbing's customer. She turned and looked at Bai Bingbing, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and gave her a meaningful look. Hurry up and go. Sis Wang secretly gave her a push and whispered. Bai Bingbing snapped back to reality and quickly jogged over to Gao Feng. Are you Mr. Gao? I'm Bai Bingbing. As she spoke, she extended her hand. Damn, high-end brands really were on another level. The quality of the saleswomen was this high? Gao Feng was slightly surprised. He lightly shook Bai Bingbing's delicate hand before immediately letting go. I don't have anything else to do. I just arrived a little early. Is the car ready? Bai Bingbing's pretty face flushed slightly, and she seemed a little nervous. She hadn't expected the car owner to be so handsome either. Everything is ready. Please, follow me. She turned and walked toward the reception area. She could feel Gao Feng's gaze behind her, almost as though it carried warmth as it swept across her back. Her entire body became tense, as if she were walking on clouds, and even her steps became slightly unsteady. Gao Feng could tell at a glance that she was a newcomer, probably a student who hadn't even graduated yet. But he didn't have any experience buying luxury cars either, so he remained silent and followed her to a nearby sofa. "Mr. Gao, what would you like to drink?" Bai Bingbing was somewhat flustered as she asked softly. "Coffee, thank you." Gao Feng sat down on the sofa and looked around. High-end brands really were different. All the employees were attractive, but Bai Bingbing stood out even among them. "Mr. Gao, here's your coffee. Be careful, it's hot." Bai Bingbing moved quickly and soon returned carrying a cup of coffee. Chapter 4, Bai Bingbing's Awakening. If it weren't for the fact that the manager was also a woman, she would have suspected that she had fallen victim to some kind of unspoken workplace rule. Regardless, this was her first deal. She had made up her mind to handle it perfectly. Originally, she had wanted Gao Feng to come in tomorrow morning so that the manager could be there to give her some pointers. But Gao Feng had refused, leaving her with no choice but to bite the bullet and handle it herself. "Sis Wang, I don't have any experience. I don't know what I should pay attention to when receiving customers. Could you teach me?" Bai Bingbing asked softly. Just watch Humair and learn from her." Humair was the top salesperson at this 4S dealership, a woman whose name suited her perfectly, seductive and charming. Bai Bingbing looked up and saw Humair smiling as she approached a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Mr. Wang, you're right on time. Please, come over here and have a seat." Mr. Wang looked up. When he saw Humair approaching in a form-fitting professional outfit, his eyes immediately lit up. How could I possibly make a beautiful woman wait for me? I'm a man who knows how to cherish women." Mr. Wang wore a beaming smile, and his words were almost unbearably greasy. But Humair only giggled coquettishly. "Oh, I'm just a service representative. Providing you with good service is simply my job. Would you like some coffee again? I'll have someone bring you a cup. About the car you looked at last time, is there anything else you'd like to adjust in the configuration?" She smoothly led Mr. Wang over to a nearby sofa and sat down with him. Then she naturally steered the conversation back toward the actual purpose of his visit, ordering the car. Bai Bingbing had been observing the two of them the entire time, especially Humair's manner of speaking and her behavior. She realized that if she put aside her prejudices, Humair really was an excellent sales consultant. She looked extremely flirtatious, yet always maintained a certain boundary. She never actively threw herself at the men. That subtle sense of attraction, neither too close nor too distant, was handled with remarkable precision. There was a rumor that Humair had become the dealership's top salesperson simply because she was willing to go all out, that every car she sold was accompanied by her sweat. But that might not necessarily have been true. See that? As long as you stop acting so reserved, these men are actually very easy to handle. Sis Wang spoke in a meaningful whisper. "I'm not very good at that." Bai Bingbing blushed slightly. You're too innocent. In our line of work, that won't do." Sis Wang chuckled softly. "Remember this. As long as your customer is a man, whether he's young or old, handsome or ugly, you have to treat him like an emperor. With your looks, surpassing Humair is only a matter of time." Sis Wang's gaze traveled from Bai Bingbing's long, fair legs to her rounded, perky figure before climbing over the mountain to her naturally beautiful face without a trace of makeup. Youth was the greatest asset. Her skin was as smooth as a freshly peeled egg, delicate and flawless. Her lips were naturally bright red, requiring no lipstick at all and tempting people to taste them. With looks like these, she had an even greater advantage than Humair. As long as she loosened up a little, who knew how many men would be willing to spend a fortune just to make her smile? Over the past 3 months, she had encountered plenty of customers like that. Unfortunately, Bai Bingbing had never managed to seize the opportunities. Take Mr. Wang, for example. When he first came to the dealership, he had actually been interested in Bai Bingbing. But in the end, Humair had swooped in and taken the deal. That couldn't really be blamed on Humair. It could only be blamed on Bai Bingbing for not understanding how things worked. Humair seemed to notice the two women watching her. She raised her head with a charming smile. Her eyes met Bai Bingbing's across the room. Bai Bingbing instinctively lowered her gaze, avoiding Humair's seductive eyes. Humair chuckled before turning toward Mr. Wang and speaking softly. "Then, Brother Wang, I'll go place the order now. Come with me, and we'll take care of the down payment." Mr. Wang was already completely captivated by her, so dazzled that he had no idea which way was north. He immediately stood up and followed Hu Meyer toward the finance office to make the payment. See? He's gone to pay. Learn something from that. Sis Wang nudged Bai Bingbing, her tone filled with exasperation. My customer has already paid. Is there really any need to do all that? Bai Bingbing blushed slightly and asked quietly. Someone who can afford this kind of car, do you really think his friends won't buy cars in the future? And what makes you think he won't have the opportunity to buy another one himself? After hearing Sis Wang's analysis, Bai Bingbing nodded repeatedly. Wasn't making money precisely why she had chosen to work at a forest dealership? 3 months had passed, and apart from the deal assigned to her by the manager, she hadn't earned a single commission. Things clearly couldn't continue like this. Even if the dealership wouldn't fire her because she was pretty, she wouldn't be able to stay forever. She wanted a better life. She wanted to be like Hu Meyer and earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a month. Drive a nice car, carry designer handbags, and buy a home of her own. Since Hu Meyer was her role model, then she had to learn from her. Bai Bingbing secretly made up her mind. She would start with today's customer. She wanted to make money. In this era, society mocked poverty more than it mocked shamelessness. Just then, the main doors opened, and a customer walked in. All the salespeople turned toward the entrance. So young. That was everyone's first thought. And so handsome. Stars practically appeared in the women's eyes. One of the saleswomen standing closest to the entrance immediately walked over. Hello? Are you here to look at cars? Gao Feng looked over all their faces, then nodded. I'm here to pick up my car. Pick up your car? A trace of disappointment appeared on the saleswoman's face, but she still smiled professionally. May I ask which salesperson was handling your purchase? Bai Bingbing. The saleswoman's face showed a flicker of surprise. She hadn't expected this to be Bai Bingbing's customer. She turned and looked at Bai Bingbing, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and gave her a meaningful look. Hurry up and go. Sis Wang secretly gave her a push and whispered. Bai Bingbing snapped back to reality and quickly jogged over to Gao Feng. Are you Mr. Gao? I'm Bai Bingbing. As she spoke, she extended her hand. Damn, high-end brands really were on another level. The quality of the saleswomen was this high? Gao Feng was slightly surprised. He lightly shook Bai Bingbing's delicate hand before immediately letting go. I don't have anything else to do. I just arrived a little early. Is the car ready? Bai Bingbing's pretty face flushed slightly, and she seemed a little nervous. She hadn't expected the car owner to be so handsome either. Everything is ready. Please, follow me. She turned and walked toward the reception area. She could feel Gao Feng's gaze behind her, almost as though it carried warmth as it swept across her back. Her entire body became tense, as if she were walking on clouds, and even her steps became slightly unsteady. Gao Feng could tell at a glance that she was a newcomer, probably a student who hadn't even graduated yet. But he didn't have any experience buying luxury cars either, so he remained silent and followed her to a nearby sofa. Mr. Gao, what would you like to drink? Bai Bingbing was somewhat flustered as she asked softly. Coffee, thank you. Gao Feng sat down on the sofa and looked around. High-end brands really were different. All the employees were attractive, but Bai Bingbing stood out even among them. Mr. Gao, here's your coffee. Be careful, it's hot. Bai Bingbing moved quickly and soon returned carrying a cup of coffee. ####Chapter 5. Meeting his ex-girlfriend Zhongli again. Please don't misunderstand. I've been working here for 3 months, and this is my first sale, so I'm really grateful to you. Afraid that Gao Feng might misunderstand her intentions, Bai Bingbing hurriedly explained. It was the first time she had ever been this proactive, and her little heart couldn't handle too much stimulation. Her pretty face flushed bright red. Gao Feng stared at the stunning Bai Bingbing, and a surge of desire immediately rose within him. He hadn't been intimate with a woman for 3 months, and he was desperately craving it. He wasn't normally an impulsive man, but for some reason, he didn't want to think too much right now. Then let's do it now. Now. Bai Bingbing looked up in astonishment. It was 4 in the afternoon. Wasn't it a little early for dinner? I happen to need to buy some clothes. You can help me pick them out. Gao Feng didn't expose her ulterior motive and instead changed the subject. Originally, he hadn't planned to attend the class reunion, but things were different now. He absolutely had to go, and he intended to repay Li Yinren the money in person. Since he was going, he naturally had to dress up properly. Bai Bingbing's nervousness gradually subsided. The two of them arrived at the famous Tycoon Li, where high-end shopping malls stood everywhere, and fashionable men and women filled the streets. As they walked through the mall, Bai Bingbing tugged at her professional skirt suit, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What she was wearing looked almost identical to what the sales assistants were wearing. Looking at the glamorous women around her, her expression became complicated. For some reason, She felt inferior. Gao Feng walked straight into a famous international sportswear store. He didn't like feeling restricted, so the sporty style suited him better. He casually picked out 2 sports outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. After paying, Gao Feng noticed the nearby Louis Vuitton boutique. He seemed to be missing some casual clothes as well. Bai Bingbing looked at the brightly lit luxury store with envy. Gao Feng hadn't even blinked when he spent more than 20,000 yuan just now. That alone had left her stunned. And she had heard that even the cheapest Louis Vuitton products cost tens of thousands of yuan. Gao Feng really was a rich man. The sales assistant at Louis Vuitton was also highly professional and didn't become cold toward Gao Feng simply because he was wearing inexpensive street market clothes. She could tell at a glance that Gao Feng was the main customer today. But she didn't ignore Bai Bingbing either. She introduced the latest styles to both of them. Help me put together 2 casual outfits. Unlike sportswear, casual luxury clothing was giving Gao Feng a headache. There were simply too many styles. So he directly put Bai Bingbing in charge. As a beautiful woman, she should have a better sense of fashion than he did. After carefully selecting the pieces, she put together 2 outfits for Gao Feng. Gao Feng tried on one of them, a white t-shirt paired with black trousers. With his physique, as long as the clothes fit properly, he was naturally a perfect clothes hanger. The exquisite craftsmanship and unmistakable designer branding only enhanced his appearance. The outfit looked absolutely perfect on him. The sales assistant and the female customers in the store began looking at him with obvious admiration. The sales assistant showered him with compliments, praising him endlessly. Gao Feng was quite pleased with the attention and decided to keep the outfit on. Since both outfits were from the summer collection, the prices were naturally steep. The 2 outfits cost a staggering 80,000 yuan. Ding! The host has made his first luxury purchase, increasing his masculine charm. Special reward, 100,000 yuan. Simp value -1. Here it comes. The system had appeared again. Gao Feng glanced at Bai Bingbing, who was looking at the clothes with obvious envy, and smiled. Miss Bai, you've been accompanying me for so long. Why don't you pick something out too? No, I can't. It's too expensive. Bai Bingbing really wanted something, but she was overwhelmed by the offer and hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. Gao Feng looked around, then pointed at a dress. Try this one. His tone left no room for argument. In Gao Feng's eyes, Bai Bingbing wasn't just a beautiful woman. She was also a walking treasure chest. He wanted to see if he could trigger even more rewards. Getting a woman to follow his instructions should count as anti-simp behavior too, right? Besides, if he wanted to satisfy his desires, he couldn't afford to be stingy with the necessary investment. Bai Bingbing's face flushed slightly. She bit her lip and took the dress, worth more than 20,000 yuan, into the fitting room. She had never owned clothes that expensive. I'll just try it on. I can always say it doesn't suit me later. Bai Bingbing found an excuse for herself and began taking off her work uniform, revealing her graceful figure. With her curvy figure and fair, delicate skin, she looked like a woman carved from jade. Such a figure became even more striking when paired with high-end, form-fitting clothing. Even she couldn't take her eyes off herself. Gao Feng walked over to a nearby sofa and sat down to rest. When he looked up, he suddenly met 2 intense gazes. Zhang Li and her best friend Mozi were standing at the entrance of the Louis Vuitton store, staring straight at him. What a coincidence. This had to be the system's twisted sense of humor. It was his first reunion with Zhang Li in 3 months. And he hadn't expected it to happen in a place like this. Zhang Li couldn't believe her eyes. She had just left the restaurant and arranged to go shopping with her best friend, Mozi. If she could successfully get together with Chen Xiao, the wealthy young man she had recently met, she would be able to wear the latest designer clothes from this store. After all, this was a world-famous luxury brand. The prices were outrageously high. If she hadn't broken up with Gao Feng and were still single, how could she possibly have this opportunity? Even if Gao Feng hadn't gone bankrupt, he would never have bought her clothes from here. He had always been so stingy. At noon, Mozi had called her and told her everything that had happened at the hot pot restaurant. The Gao Feng she had heard about on the phone seemed like a completely different person. If Zhang Li hadn't seen the payment records on Mozi's phone with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. While they were discussing Gao Feng's current situation, Mozi suddenly tugged strangely at her arm. Zhang Li turned her head. Then she saw Gao Feng sitting inside the Louis Vuitton boutique. She stared at him in disbelief. His physique looked even more perfect, and although his hair was slightly messy, it gave him a distinctive, carefree charm. Most importantly, his entire aura had changed. It was as though he had returned to the peak of his confidence. No, He was even more confident and masculine than he had been 3 years ago. How was that possible? The man standing before her was completely different from the impoverished and desperate Gao Feng she had seen 3 months ago. Only 3 months had passed, yet there was no way he looked like someone who had no money. If he had become rich, how dare he not contact her? An inexplicable fury surged through Zhongli. She angrily walked up to Gao Feng and demanded, "Why are you here?" Gao Feng looked at the woman he had loved for 3 years, and complicated emotions filled his heart. Where did she get that attitude? She acted as though he were the one who had done something wrong. "Where I am has anything to do with you." Gao Feng shook his head, too lazy to argue. Looking at Zhang Li's aggressive appearance, the final trace of attachment he had toward her completely disappeared. Seeing how calm Gao Feng was, Zhang Li became even angrier. How could he? How dare he speak to her like that? Back then, even before he went bankrupt, Gao Feng had never been this cold toward her. After his bankruptcy, he had become even more gentle and cautious, always careful not to make her angry. Zhang Li pointed toward the fitting room Bai Bingbing had entered and shouted, "Tell me, who is that woman?" Gao Feng was almost amused by her question. Speechless, he said, "Did you lose your memory? We already broke up. Who she is has nothing to do with you." Only then did Zhang Li remember. The two of them had already been broken up for 3 months. Chapter 6. The ex-girlfriend who lost it, and the fresh new love. Mosey tugged at Zhang Li's sleeve, signaling for her to look at the clothes Gao Feng was wearing. Only then did Zhang Li notice the style of his outfit. Wasn't this one of Louis Vuitton's latest summer collections? Clothes costing tens of thousands of yuan. And Gao Feng could afford them? Even when he had money before, he would never have been willing to spend so much. She looked him up and down in disbelief. "Where did you get the money?" 3 months ago, Gao Feng had not only lost all his savings, he had also been buried in debt. He had even sold his old car. A man like that had already fallen into the abyss. How could he have climbed back out so quickly? Everyone loved watching a dramatic confrontation between a man and a woman. Quite a few customers in the store began looking over curiously. Gao Feng, however, was already getting impatient. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "My business has nothing to do with you. Who are you to question me? You lied to me. You never actually went bankrupt, did you?" Zhang Li demanded angrily. That was the only explanation she could think of. Had Gao Feng simply grown tired of her and deliberately pretended to go bankrupt so he could dump her? No, that was impossible. She knew Gao Feng inside and out. He couldn't possibly have acted that well in front of her. Then, he must have been kept by some rich woman. With Gao Feng's handsome appearance and impressive physical attributes, he would have no trouble becoming someone's kept boy. You found yourself a rich woman. Someone is keeping you." Zhang Li pointed at Gao Feng's face in disbelief. She hadn't even found a rich man to support her yet. How could Gao Feng possibly have gotten there before her? If there was one person in the world who least wanted to see Gao Feng become successful, it was Zhang Li. Yes, she had been the one who abandoned him. But wasn't that because Gao Feng was useless? She had spent 3 years with him, yet she hadn't gotten many valuable things out of him. Even when they ate at restaurants costing over 1,000 yuan per meal, he looked heartbroken about the money. As for luxury goods, forget about it. The most expensive thing he had ever bought her was a phone worth just over 10,000 yuan. He was so stingy, and then he even went bankrupt. How could a man like that possibly deserve a beautiful woman like her? Breaking up with him was perfectly reasonable. She felt absolutely no guilt. If anything, she thought she had wasted 3 years of her youth. As long as Gao Feng continued to struggle, she could sleep peacefully at night, convinced that she had made the right decision. But if Gao Feng became rich, she would feel like a complete fool. And now, that was exactly how she felt. No, she wasn't a fool. She had simply been deceived by Gao Feng. Just then, Bai Bingbing finished changing and shyly walked out of the fitting room. Seeing the scene before her, she was momentarily at a loss. She simply stood there awkwardly. Gao Feng stood up, boldly wrapped an arm around her waist, and raised an eyebrow. "Here she is, the rich woman who's keeping me. What do you think?" Zhang Li was fairly attractive, maybe an 80 out of 100, with another 5 points after makeup. But Bai Bingbing was easily above 90 even without makeup. With the addition of the floral Louis Vuitton dress, her beauty easily reached 95. More importantly, it was obvious that she was still inexperienced with the world. Her youthful, innocent charm was completely different from Zhang Li, who had spent 3 years with Gao Feng. The two women were simply incomparable. Standing side by side, the difference was immediately obvious. Bai Bingbing was suddenly pulled into Gao Feng's arms, leaving her dizzy. The warmth of his body surrounded her, making her feel as though her entire body was burning. If Gao Feng hadn't been holding her, she might have collapsed onto the floor. Anyone with a little experience could tell from her shy expression that she was definitely not some rich woman capable of keeping Gao Feng. If anything, the opposite was much more believable. Zhang Li wasn't stupid. Naturally, she could see it too. She pointed at Gao Feng, but for a moment, she couldn't utter a word. Disbelief, regret, anger, countless complicated emotions overwhelmed her. How could Gao Feng become even richer after leaving her? Impossible. It couldn't happen. Mosey suddenly shouted, Gao Feng, you've only been broken up with Zhang Li for 3 months, and you've already fallen for someone else. How can you do this to Zhang Li, who has been waiting for you? Oh, Gao Feng raised an eyebrow and said mockingly, she dumped me because I had no money, and now you're telling me she was waiting for me? Of course. Zhang Li saw how depressed you were and deliberately tried to provoke you. These past few months, she's been so worried about you that she could barely eat or sleep. Mosey pointed at Zhang Li's face. Look at her. She's even lost weight. Gao Feng glanced at her and smiled. She looks pretty healthy to me. I'd say she's gained at least half a kilo. And that post she made this afternoon wasn't hidden from me either. That bracelet was a gift from her new boyfriend, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Gao Feng's gaze fell on the bracelet around Zhang Li's wrist. Zhang Li immediately pulled her arm back, covering the new bracelet with her other hand. Don't make things up. Anyway, how can you treat her like this? Mosey continued shouting without backing down. Enough. You just found out I have money and regret dumping me, don't you? Do you really think I still need a woman like you? Isn't she 100 times better than you? Gao Feng tightened his arm. Bai Bingbing let out a soft cry as he pulled her closer. Gao Feng was tired of this meaningless back and forth. He turned toward the sales assistant and frowned. Is this how Louis Vuitton treats its customers? The sales assistant immediately understood. One was a customer who had already spent over 100,000 yuan. The other two were obviously just women looking for a rich man to exploit. There was no difficult choice here. She turned coldly toward Zhang Li and Mosey. Please do not harass our valued customer. Otherwise, we will contact the police. Mosey was furious. She pointed at Gao Feng and shouted, Fine, we're not done with you. With that, she dragged the silent Zhang Li out of the boutique in embarrassment. Gao Feng watched them leave, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. All the humiliation and resentment he had endured in the past had transformed into an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Ding! The host has resolved a lingering emotional burden and regained his pride. Reward. Attraction to the opposite sex increased by 50%. Simp value -3. Gao Feng frowned. All he wanted now was money. If he had money, would he really have to worry about women? He wasn't planning to become some pretty boy living off women. Still, the further reduction in his simp value gave him some comfort. Ring it up. He looked at the sales assistant and spoke calmly. It wasn't until the two of them reached the car that he finally released his arm from around Bai Bingbing. Let's go get something to eat. After all that commotion, it was already 6 in the evening, and he was hungry too. This body was incredibly powerful, but it also consumed far more energy. He got hungry quickly. Bai Bingbing had remained silent the entire time. Only after hearing Gao Feng's instruction did she softly respond. Even now, her heart was still pounding violently. Being held by a man hadn't felt disgusting at all, contrary to what she had imagined. Instead, it had felt like being sheltered in a warm harbor. She had felt incredibly safe. What do you want to eat? Gao Feng glanced at her. Her delicate, translucent earlobes were slightly red. Anything is fine. Bai Bingbing's voice was so soft it was almost like the buzz of a mosquito. Gao Feng leaned over, grabbed the passenger side seat belt, and thoughtfully fastened it for her. Bai Bingbing's body trembled. The man's scent, so close to her, immediately filled her nose. There was none of the unpleasant smell of sweat she had imagined. Instead, he smelled surprisingly good. Most importantly, his body was like a blazing furnace, radiating intense warmth that made her almost breathless. She raised her eyes and looked at the man fastening her seat belt. His face seemed to possess some kind of inexplicable magic, drawing her closer before she could stop herself. Gao Feng suddenly felt something cool brush against his cheek and froze. He turned his head. The woman beside him was as red as an apple, her beauty almost unbearably captivating. How was he supposed to resist that? ## Chapter 7. He still loves me. I have to win him back. Mosey and Zhang Li walked out of the shopping mall. After fleeing the Louis Vuitton store in such an embarrassing manner, neither of them was in the mood to shop anymore. They forced themselves to browse around for a while before finally leaving. The mall was filled with international luxury brands. It was nice to look at the products, but neither of them could bear to actually buy anything. Zhongli remained distracted while Mosey kept talking. Zhongli, Gao Feng is definitely a rich second-generation heir who's been hiding his identity extremely well. Didn't you ask about his family background back then? Mosey had thought about it for a long time before reaching this conclusion. What happened at noon could only be described as Gao Feng being young and impulsive, but it was only a little over 20,000 yuan. That wasn't much. What happened just now, however, proved that Gao Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. She didn't believe Gao Feng could have started from nothing and rebuilt his fortune so quickly. That wasn't something an ordinary family could accomplish. Zhongli shook her head blankly. During the 3 years she had been with Gao Feng, all she cared about was his income. She never paid attention to his family. He earned more than 1,000,000 yuan a year and was fairly reliable. Although he was a little stingy, he really treated her well. It wasn't that she had never thought about spending her whole life with Gao Feng, sharing both honor and hardship. But after Gao Feng's business collapsed, she realized that she had overestimated herself. She couldn't afford the clothes she liked, and she didn't even dare to buy too much makeup. Whenever they went out for a nice meal, she had to weigh the cost over and over again. She even had to check whether there were any group buying discounts. She couldn't live such a penny-pinching life. Although her best friend had encouraged her to break up with Gao Feng, most of the reason had actually been her own decision. Once Gao Feng lost his career, he also lost his attraction to her. They had gone from loving each other to becoming sick of the sight of one another. During the 3 months since their breakup, she had never regretted it. But now, hey, Lear, stop thinking about it. There are plenty of men out there. You can find someone even better. The Chun guy you met today supposedly has family assets worth over 100 million yuan. Could Gao Feng possibly be richer than him? It was only a few pieces of clothing. At most, he spent 100,000 or so. That's nothing. Seeing that her best friend was in a bad mood, Mosey tried to comfort her. She looked around and pointed at a black luxury vehicle parked by the roadside. Look, that's the latest Maybach GLS 600. It costs more than 4 million yuan on the road. And the license plate is Zing A168888. That plate alone is worth as much as a luxury car. Even if you have money, you might not be able to get a plate like that. Zhongli looked up. She didn't know much about cars. She only thought the vehicle wasn't as flashy as a sports car. It actually cost more than 4 million yuan? What kind of person would buy a car like that? You just don't understand. Mosey cleared her throat and began explaining. This kind of car looks low-key. It isn't as flashy as a sports car. People who can afford cars like this are the truly powerful ones. On the contrary, whenever you see someone driving a sports car, you should be extra careful. Careful. Lots of men rent sports cars specifically to trick girls into sleeping with them. Then she concluded, Lear, if the owner of a car like this is under 50, you have to seize the opportunity if you meet him. He's definitely on another level compared with that Chin guy. Let's go introduce ourselves. Seeing the car's taillights glowing, Mosey knew someone was inside and immediately became excited. Zhongli looked at her enthusiastic friend hesitantly. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Mosey rolled her eyes at her in exasperation. This is an opportunity. Do you understand? What if it works? Then what does Gao Feng matter? When the time comes, you can drive this car right in front of him and let him know that leaving him was the best decision you ever made. With that, she grabbed Zhongli and hurried toward the luxury car. Zhongli had no choice but to follow her. The two women walked around from the rear of the vehicle to the passenger side, but the dark window tint blocked their view. Mosey took a few more steps and reached the front of the car. Then she froze. Mosey, what's wrong? Confused, Zhongli stepped forward and tugged at her. Gao Feng. Mosey pointed inside the car, her face filled with disbelief. Zhongli felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her entire body trembled slightly. She turned toward the car and saw Gao Feng kissing the young beauty from earlier while holding her in his arms. In that instant, she was completely stunned. Was the car that young woman's? But judging from its size and style, it clearly didn't suit her. Then there was only one possibility. The car belonged to Gao Feng, a luxury car worth several million yuan. Zhang Li's eyes instantly turned red. She hurried over and reached for the door handle. It wouldn't open. She began pounding desperately on the window, frightening Mosey into quickly stopping her. This was a joke. The car was so expensive. If she damaged it, the repair bill could be astronomical. Besides, Zhongli had only dared to act so aggressively toward Gao Feng before because she didn't believe he had any powerful background. But that license plate, How could an ordinary person possibly obtain it? This was Beijing, where powerful and influential people were everywhere. Yet a number like this was unique. Only someone at the very top of the wealth pyramid could probably possess it. Regardless of whether the car actually belonged to Gao Feng, she didn't dare provoke him anymore. Despite the car's excellent sound insulation, Gao Feng had already noticed the commotion outside. He reluctantly released Bai Bingbing and licked his lips. Just as he had expected, she was indeed delicious. From inside the car, he could clearly see everything happening outside. When he realized it was Zhongli, he couldn't help frowning. Why was this woman still haunting him? She was completely ruining his mood. He sat upright and stepped on the accelerator. Roar! The engine let out a deep growl, like a beast awakening from its slumber. Uh. Mosey hurriedly pulled Zhongli backward as the two women stumbled away from the car in fright. The black night god drove away without the slightest hesitation, leaving only its rear view behind. In an instant, it disappeared into the stream of traffic. Ding! The host has once again decisively struck a blow against his ex-girlfriend. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Zhongli stared blankly at the disappearing taillights, her body trembling slightly. Mosey didn't know what to say either. She could only secretly speculate about Gao Feng's identity. She and Zhongli were best friends and practically told each other everything. She even knew all the intimate details of Gao Feng and Zhongli's relationship. Zhongli had told her before that Gao Feng came from an ordinary family. Aside from his parents, he only had a younger sister. Apparently, she was studying at a university in Beijing. Suddenly, Mosey's eyes lit up. She pulled Zhongli over to a roadside bench and sat down with her. In a low voice, she asked, "I remember you saying that Gao Feng has a younger sister studying in Beijing, right?" Zhongli's eyes were dull as she nodded blankly. "His sister came to Beijing last year. I think she's studying at the Communication University. Do you have her phone number?" "No." Zhongli shook her head. "We only met once. At that time, Gao Feng's business was already on the verge of collapse, and he and I were arguing. When Gao Feng's younger sister came to visit, Zhongli hadn't treated her very well. Gao Feng had taken his sister out for dinner. When he came back, he lost his temper, and the two of them had their biggest argument ever. Not long after that, they officially broke up and never contacted each other again. She had just tried contacting Gao Feng herself. Not only had he blocked every way she could reach him, he had even blocked all of her girlfriends without exception. Now, even if she wanted to find Gao Feng, she had no way to do it. Mosey's heart sank. She had originally planned to use his younger sister to learn more about Gao Feng's family background. If he really had some powerful background, perhaps she could find another way to reunite the two of them. But now that path was blocked too. This Gao Feng must be a rich second-generation heir. He might even be richer than the big spenders in her livestream. Her eyes darted around as an idea suddenly occurred to her. Gao Feng still lives in Jiyuan community. Why don't you go find him? After all, a couple who spend a day together is still bound by 100 days of affection. You two must still have feelings for each other. Wasn't he soft-hearted before? Lower your pride, beg him a little, and you might still have a chance to get back together. Hashtag Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with a food streamer. Zhongli raised her head, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes as she murmured, "He still lives in Jiyuan community. He loves me. He must be reluctant to let me go." Zhongli had forgotten how ruthless she had been back then. She had forgotten how hurtful her words had been. At the time, all she wanted was to dump the useless Gao Feng. Everything about him annoyed her. Gao Feng cooked and did the housework every day, yet she constantly found fault with him. The floor wasn't clean enough. He left things lying around. He went to bed without washing his feet. In short, whatever he did was wrong. She had even told Gao Feng that he was completely useless, nothing but a loser, and that he might as well go work as a male escort. Combined with what happened involving his younger sister, this finally made Gao Feng lose all hope and agree to the breakup. "Let's go. I'm going to Jiyuan community right now and wait for him." Zhongli stood up to leave, but Mosey stopped her. "Lear, looking like this, how are you supposed to compete with that little vixen? Let's get a beauty treatment first, fix your hair, and change into something sexy before we go." Zhongli's eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. "That's right. I need to look beautiful. I'm the only one who can satisfy him. That little bitch looks like she couldn't handle much. Gao Feng is mine. He'll always be mine." Mosey smiled. "Exactly. Now you're talking. Say some nice things to him when you get there. If that doesn't work, kneel down and apologize. As long as he still has feelings for you, you can definitely win him back. And you have me too. The two of us together. How could we possibly lose to one little bitch? You? Zhongli suddenly turned her head and stared at Mosey suspiciously. A flash of panic crossed Mosey's eyes before she awkwardly explained. I'm just afraid he'll get tired of you. If I join you, we'll have a better chance, right? What man could possibly turn down 2 women? I absolutely won't steal your man. Right now, we need to stand together against the enemy. Zhongli was stunned. She lowered her head and thought about it. She had to admit that Bai Bingbing was more beautiful than she was. She was also a pure and youthful beauty. Zhongli really had no guarantee of winning. After all, men always tended to favor the new and tire of the old. But if Mosey joined them, things would be different. Mosey was only slightly less attractive than Zhongli. Couldn't 2 women together beat one? If necessary, there was also their other best friend, Lingzi, who had a particularly impressive figure. Gao Feng's eyes had often lingered on her before. At worst, the 3 of them could go after him together. When sisters worked with one heart, their combined strength could cut through metal. At this moment, Zhongli was willing to do anything to get Gao Feng back. Even if it meant sharing one man with her friends, she was willing to accept it. In short, she absolutely could not let that little bitch have him. The 2 women were full of fighting spirit as they headed to a beauty salon to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Gao Feng's car was unusually quiet as it moved through the traffic. Gao Feng drove with his eyes fixed on the road, seemingly completely focused. Beside him, Bai Bingbing had her fair legs crossed and curled slightly, her pretty face bright red. She still seemed unable to recover from their intimate moment earlier. Even now, her lips were still slightly swollen. The car turned into a parking lot and came to a stop. Gao Feng turned toward Bai Bingbing and smiled. We're having Cantonese food today. Cantonese cuisine emphasized the natural flavors of the ingredients, with light, fresh tastes, and an enormous variety of dishes. It was practically impossible to go wrong with it when taking a girl out to dinner. This wasn't being a simp. It was simply a man's manners. The fact that the system gave no warning and did not increase his simp value was the best proof. Gao Feng got out and stood at the entrance of the restaurant. Bai Bingbing carefully stepped out of the car in her Louis Vuitton dress. It was so expensive that she was terrified of getting even a speck of dirt on it. Gao Feng reached out and took her delicate hand as they walked into Chifu Restaurant. The restaurant was known for its authentic Cantonese cuisine and had several branches throughout Beijing. Gao Feng had eaten here once with Zhang Li and never returned. It wasn't because the food was bad. It was because he couldn't bear the expense. The last time, they had ordered 3 relatively ordinary dishes, yet the bill had come to nearly 2,000 yuan. Coming from an ordinary family, Gao Feng had genuinely felt the pain of spending that much. But this time, he ordered 8 dishes and a soup before finally stopping. So this was what financial freedom felt like. He could freely choose whatever he wanted without worrying about anything else. Bai Bingbing took out her phone and checked her bank balance, secretly panicking. She had said she would treat him to this meal, but she never expected Gao Feng to bring her to such an upscale restaurant and order so many dishes. Seafood meant expensive. Gao Feng hadn't ordered king crab, but just the names of the dishes he chose sounded costly. For example, crane's needle, steamed peepa bird's nest with crab meat and egg white, and steamed crab claws with huadiao wine and egg white. The crispy Chifu chicken and crispy suckling pig were relatively inexpensive. She hadn't even looked at the menu beforehand, so she had no idea whether 3,000 yuan would be enough. Still, there was no denying that the food was delicious. Even though she normally had a small appetite, she finished an entire bowl of rice. Afterward, she simply sat there quietly watching Gao Feng eat with gusto. She had never imagined that one person could eat so much food. She used to watch those food streamers and assumed that their performances were exaggerated. Now, it seemed that some of them might actually be telling the truth. The amount Gao Feng ate by himself was more than she could finish in 10 meals. His enormous appetite attracted more than just her attention. Customers at several nearby tables were also whispering among themselves. In the past, even if Gao Feng wasn't full, he would have stopped eating to avoid attracting attention. But now, he didn't care what other people thought. With the system on his side, if he still acted timidly and held himself back, wouldn't that be wasting such an incredible opportunity? From now on, he would live only for himself. He would live freely and without restraint. Cantonese restaurants were known for excellent service. The staff also cleared the dishes quickly. Even though Gao Feng had eaten an astonishing amount, the table remained clean throughout. Unless someone had been watching him from the beginning, they wouldn't have realized just how much he had eaten. Just as Gao Feng finished his meal and began drinking tea to aid digestion, A petite beauty holding a selfie stick walked over to his table. Hello, I'm Duo, a food streamer. It's nice to meet you. Gao Feng looked up at the fair-skinned, beautiful streamer in front of him and nodded. Here's the thing. I'm a food streamer. I just saw how quickly and how much you were eating, and you were even more impressive than me. Are you in the same line of work? Duo considered herself exceptionally talented when it came to eating and had never encountered a worthy opponent. But the amount of food Gao Feng had just consumed had already surpassed her own capacity. That was why she couldn't resist coming over to introduce herself. Gao Feng pointed at the live streaming stick in her hand. You're live streaming right now? Duo stuck out her tongue awkwardly. This isn't a live stream. I'm just filming some footage. But I won't edit you into the video without your permission. She looked at Gao Feng pleadingly. Big brother, that scene of you eating just now was incredible. Would you mind letting me use it as food-related footage? Duo was a typical Sichuan beauty, petite with fair skin. She had a delicate oval face, exquisite features, and an incredibly youthful appearance. Dressed in a traditional qipao, she looked sweet and adorable, like the girl next door. Her request was difficult to refuse. Gao Feng nodded, and Duo immediately beamed with delight. Big brother, do you have a Douyin account? Let's follow each other. Gao Feng pulled out his phone and opened Douyin. To be honest, he rarely watched short videos. His favorite thing was reading novels. It was only during the pandemic, when he was stuck at home in isolation, that he started watching short videos. But even then, he only browsed casually. He hadn't opened the app at all over the past few months, so his user level was still only level 1. Hashtag chapter 9. Can he cash in on the beautiful streamer? Duo followed Gao Feng back, then glanced at his account level. Level 1. Looks like he really doesn't use Douyin much. Brother, would you be interested in filming a collaboration video with me? Gao Feng's heart stirred slightly. His digestive ability was practically that of a human beast. With his physique, if he became a food streamer, he would probably be unmatched. If he didn't have the system, this could indeed be a career path. Brother, I'm about to take on a challenge to eat an entire 68-kilogram red-spotted grouper. Could you help me? The moment Duo said this, Bai Bingbing couldn't help but stare in astonishment. A 68-kilogram red-spotted grouper? Never mind how much it cost. Even the fish itself was almost heavier than the petite girl standing before them. Could she really finish it? Following Duo's gesture, Gao Feng turned his head. In the center of a 2-meter-wide dining table sat a gigantic golden-red red-spotted grouper displayed on a mountain of ice, its fish eyes wide open as if staring down at all living things. After thinking for a moment, Gao Feng still shook his head. Duo couldn't help looking disappointed. Brother, all right then. I hope you'll support me when I start my live stream later. Gao Feng watched Duo return to her table and start the live stream, and he fell into deep thought. With the system at his disposal, he would never lack money in the future. Why would he become a food streamer? That would be ridiculous. However, the system had given him 100 million Douyin coins. Naturally, he had to find a way to turn them into cash. The system had clearly stated that the 100 million Douyin coins couldn't be withdrawn. In other words, they could only be spent. If he found a female streamer to collaborate with, tipped all the Douyin coins to her, and had her return the money to him afterward. Even if she wasn't greedy and returned everything, he'd still lose more than half in the process. It simply wasn't worth it. He thought of 2 ways. The first was to milk beautiful female streamers for rewards. He could use his Douyin coins to choose attractive female streamers and interact with them. As long as he could make them flatter him, wouldn't that count as an anti-simp behavior? Then the system would surely reward him. Whether this method actually worked or not, he'd have to try it. The other method was to establish an MCN agency. That would allow him to make the best possible use of the Douyin coins in his possession. By the time everything was set up, he might be able to turn them into several million yuan in cash. Not necessarily 10 million, but at least 6 or 7 million should be achievable. However, that approach would take too much time. It wasn't something he could accomplish in the short term. Gao Feng's gaze fell on Duo, who was currently live streaming. Let's start with her. He would test whether the first method actually worked. Duo returned to the dining table and started her live stream. On Douyin, she was a moderately popular streamer with more than 3 million followers. The moment she went live, more than 100 viewers flooded into her live stream. It was 7 p.m., prime dinner time. Most people were either on their way home or had already arrived home and had time to watch live streams. Duo wore an ink-patterned qipao and faced the camera, making a heart gesture. Babies, today Duo is taking on a challenge, an entire red-spotted grouper feast. She pointed the camera at the gigantic red-spotted grouper, whose eyes seemed unwilling to close even in death. The viewers immediately went crazy in the comments. Holy crap, I just came in and got stared down by a fish that huge. Scared the hell out of me. This fish is bigger than Duo, right? Is it wild caught? So huge. Does it weigh 100 pounds? Duo was getting cocky. She actually dares to challenge a 100-pound fish. The number of viewers in Duo's livestream rapidly climbed, surpassing 1,000 in the blink of an eye. Everyone, take a look at today's star, the red-spotted grouper. This fish weighs 64 kilograms and is completely wild-caught. Chifu Restaurant specially prepared it for today's challenge. Here, I'd like to thank Chifu. Otherwise, I couldn't afford such an expensive wild red-spotted grouper. And these two chefs from the restaurant. Whether I can finish this fish depends on their skills. A fish worth tens of thousands of yuan naturally couldn't be eaten for free. Thanking the sponsor and giving Chifu Restaurant some publicity, that was the real purpose. Babies, today I'm bringing you an unprecedented food live stream. Next, we're going to unlock in different ways to enjoy this fish. It's guaranteed to feast your eyes. Enough talk. Let's get the food served. First dish, assorted sashimi. The servers carefully carried over a gigantic ice sculpture shaped like a boat. It was filled with crushed ice, with fresh slices of red-spotted grouper neatly arranged on top. The fish slices were as thin as cicada wings. Under the lights, their delicate texture was clearly visible, with slightly pink edges that made them look like works of art. Duo picked up a slice, dipped it lightly into wasabi and soy sauce, then slowly chewed. Wow, the fish practically melts in your mouth. It's incredibly fresh, with a wonderfully smooth texture and a hint of sweetness. It's seriously delicious. I've never had red-spotted grouper sashimi this fresh and high quality before. Babies, look at the texture of this fish. You can tell how amazing it is. As she spoke, she picked up another slice and held it up to the camera. The snow-white flesh of the fish instantly made countless viewers envious. A single meal featuring a wild red-spotted grouper feast worth tens of thousands of yuan. How could anyone not envy such a luxurious lifestyle? Being a streamer is great. She gets to eat tens of thousands of yuan worth of food in one meal. Hee, didn't you hear Duo? The restaurant gave it to her for free. True. If I had as many followers as Duo, I could do the same. A 64-kilogram fish? Can she really eat all of it? Exactly. Not everyone can make a living like this. Look at Duo. She's so petite and cute, yet she's a human garbage disposal. That's what you call natural talent. This is only the first dish. There's still a long way to go. The person who makes it to the end is the real winner. Duo was a food streamer, so she was quite skilled with words. She could eat and praise the food at the same time without missing a beat. Gifts kept appearing in the live stream, but they were mostly flowers, sunglasses, and similar small gifts. She hadn't even received a hot air balloon. Duo was used to it. Every time she live streamed, she was satisfied if she received 1,000 or 2,000 yuan worth of gifts. If she wanted more, she'd have to put on a show and make the big spenders happy. Then they'd naturally be more generous. At this moment, several servers carried over a gigantic steamer. This is the second dish, steamed red-spotted grouper. The lid of the steamer was lifted, releasing a massive cloud of steam. Even through the screen, viewers could practically sense the freshness of the fish. Half of the giant fish lay on an enormous serving platter. Its body was covered with emerald green shredded scallions and golden yellow strips of ginger. The fish skin was slightly puffed, reflecting an enticing sheen. Everyone, steaming is the best way to bring out the fish's natural flavor. Let's give it a try. Duo picked up a tender, springy piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth, eating heartily. This time, she didn't even bother commenting. She simply buried her head and kept eating while the servers continuously brought out dish after dish, until the entire table was packed with food. By this point in the live stream, the number of viewers online had surpassed 5,000. For a mid-sized streamer with 3 million followers that had already broken her personal record, a 64-kilogram fish would yield roughly 50 kilograms of edible meat. At this point, Duo decided it was time to put on a show. Babies, I've eaten half the fish already. I really can't eat anymore. Looking at the table covered with food, Duo put on a miserable expression, as if she were forcing herself to continue. Her fans naturally understood what she meant and began sending encouragement. Really love you, and helicopter gifs started appearing across the screen. Duo's eyes immediately lit up. Money can make the devil turn a millstone, and gifts can make Duo hungry again. For all my beloved babies, I'm going all out. She grabbed a huge piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth. Gao Feng has sent 10 carnival gifts. The carnival gifts suddenly exploded across the screen, nearly making her choke on the fish. Hashtag chapter 10, get me the presidential suite. Duo stared at the screen in disbelief, completely stunned. It was the first time she had ever received a carnival gift, and she had just received 10 of them. Gao Feng, wasn't that the handsome guy she'd just met? She instinctively turned around and looked toward Gao Feng. Let's go. Gao Feng didn't want to appear on camera. When he saw Duo looking over, he immediately took by Bing and left the restaurant. Even after they got into the car, the system gave him no notification. This left Gao Feng, who had been hoping to milk the streamer for rewards, somewhat disappointed. Apparently, the system's rewards couldn't be triggered by just anyone, or perhaps what he'd done simply didn't meet the system's requirements. So far, he had received rewards from 3 people. The first was his ex-girlfriend, Zhongli. Her social media post had made Gao Feng realize what was truly in his heart, activating the system and giving him the chance to change his fate. His bond with Zhongli had been the deepest, and all of his previous simp value had come from her. It made perfect sense that he could obtain rewards from her. The second was Mozi and Yangwei. When they provoked him, the system had rewarded him. The third was by Bing. Because of her, he had already received several 100,000 yuan. She was practically a walking money-making machine. So what did these rewards have in common? It seemed they were all related to emotions and choices. Did he need to become the toughest man possible? Gao Feng pondered this. His attitude toward women had to be firm. He had to make women come after him and flatter him. Earlier, he'd voluntarily showered Duo with gifts, yet received no response from the system. Next time, he had to make the streamer take the initiative to flatter him and beg him before he made a move. He had to figure out the pattern behind the system's rewards. That was his short-term goal. As for his long-term goal, naturally, it was to transcend social classes and become a man who could sleep with beautiful women in his arms and command the world when he woke up. By now, it was already past 8 in the evening. Gao Feng drove with the windows down at about 60 miles per hour. The cool night breeze brushed against his face, carrying away the frustration in his heart. In its place was a surge of ambition. Bai Bing had remained silent the entire time, her head lowered as she sat quietly beside him. Gao Feng didn't initiate a conversation either. He simply drove straight to the nearest Hilton hotel. Outside the hotel entrance stood 2 young doormen, each about 185 centimeters tall, beside the tall, transparent glass doors. They spotted Gao Feng's license plate from a distance. Xinghao Jing A168888. Their backs immediately straightened. A plate like that wasn't something you could obtain simply by having money. When dealing with a guest like this, they had to be extraordinarily careful. Gao Feng drove up to the entrance. Before he had even fully stopped, the 2 doormen were already waiting beside the car. One of them bent down respectfully. "Sir, are you checking in?" Gao Feng nodded and handed him the keys. The other doorman opened the passenger door and carefully placed his hand above the frame to prevent Bai Bing from hitting her head. Bai Bing's pretty face flushed as she lowered her head and stepped out. She didn't dare look at anyone else. She felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, as though everyone knew why she had come here and was looking at her with ridicule and contempt. She didn't even understand what was happening to herself. On the way here, she had countless opportunities to ask Gao Feng to drop her off at the subway station, but she simply couldn't bring herself to say it. Not until they had arrived here. Originally, her plan for today had been simple: treat Gao Feng to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. But Gao Feng had ended up paying the bill. She had wanted to fight him for it, but the price had exceeded the balance in her bank account. Then there was the dress Gao Feng had given her, worth more than 20,000 yuan. Instead of thanking him, she had somehow ended up taking both a free meal and an expensive dress. She had indeed decided to stop being so reserved and loosen up a little. She wanted to become a better salesperson and earn more money. But she had never imagined she'd take things this far. It was their first meeting, and she had followed him all the way to a hotel. As an adult, she naturally understood what could happen when a young woman went to a hotel with a strong man. Yet she had never been able to bring herself to say no. If the man beside her had been an oily, pot-bellied middle-aged man like Mr. Wang, she would have left without hesitation. But thinking about her family's situation and looking at the handsome, wealthy Gao Feng, she had been struggling internally the entire journey. Now that they had arrived, she surprisingly let go of all her worries. She was already here. If she stopped things now, she would probably completely offend Gao Feng, a young, wealthy man. And so, blushing shyly, she allowed Gao Feng to take her hand and lead her into the hotel. As a normal man, Gao Feng naturally wasn't going to volunteer to take her home. A beautiful woman delivered right to his doorstep, and he was supposed to refuse? What kind of joke was that? He walked straight to the front desk. What suites do you have available right now? After checking the system, the receptionist respectfully replied, we currently have deluxe suites and duplex suites available. Gao Feng frowned slightly. Don't you have a presidential suite? He had heard that presidential suites were extraordinarily luxurious, but he had never experienced one himself. With a goddess-level beauty like Bai Bingbing beside him, he would never have had the chance to bring her to a hotel in his entire life without the system. Now that he had the system, he would never be short of money again. Naturally, he wanted to give her the best of everything. The receptionist froze slightly. She really hadn't expected the man in front of her to ask for a presidential suite. Normally, such rooms were booked well in advance. Very few guests simply walked in and requested one on the spot. She glanced at Bai Bingbing, who was following quietly behind Gao Feng with her head lowered. She immediately understood. He was probably trying to show off in front of the girl. Bai Bingbing was beautiful and innocent-looking, with the appearance of a college student. And Gao Feng? He was probably just another rich second-generation playboy who enjoyed playing with women. The receptionist glanced at the screen and put on a professional smile. We still have one presidential suite available. Would you like to book it? She expected to see hesitation or embarrassment on Gao Feng's face. Instead, he answered without the slightest hesitation. Book it. How many days would you like? The receptionist's hand trembled slightly as she asked cautiously. 3 days for now. Gao Feng's answer left her completely stunned. On the computer screen, the only remaining presidential suite was clearly marked in the reservation section. 4th, 13th, fully reserved by a VIP guest. And today was only the 3rd. That meant the guest in front of her could only stay for one night. According to Hilton's policies, a room with only one night available before a long-term VIP reservation normally wouldn't be offered to walk-in guests. If the guest had to change rooms after checking in, it would inevitably lead to complaints. That could damage the hotel's reputation among its high-end clientele. If she hadn't deliberately wanted to see Gao Feng embarrass himself, this situation would never have happened. A hint of panic flashed through the receptionist's eyes, but she still made one last attempt. Sir, the presidential suite we have left is our largest one. The room rate is 28,888 yuan per night. Are you sure you'd like to book it? Gao Feng frowned in displeasure. Chapter 11 Only Real Beauties Can Trigger System Rewards. Even a 5-star hotel like Hilton can be prejudiced against people. Are his clothes not expensive enough? Or is it because I think I'm too young? What? Afraid I can't afford to stay here. Gao Feng's tone turned cold, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. The younger sister was in a state of confusion and stammered. Excuse me, sir. This presidential suite has already been booked, and we can only stay for one night. Is that all right with you? Gao Feng frowned deeply. He wanted to stay a few more days to experience the life of a tycoon. Why am I so unlucky? Gao Feng had never stayed in a 5-star hotel before, so he really didn't know that such an operation was against the rules. As I was pondering, a capable-looking figure strode over from not far away. She walked behind the receptionist and gently patted her on the shoulder. The younger sister turned around, her face instantly turning deathly pale. You can go down now. The visitor spoke briefly, yet with an undeniable air of authority. The younger sister lowered her head, her expression gloomy, and silently retreated to the side. The person who arrived faced the peak and smiled apologetically. Sir, I am very sorry. This was a serious oversight on our part. According to hotel regulations, this type of room should not have been recommended to you. As a token of our apology, we would like to offer you a complimentary 3-day stay in our ultra-luxury executive suite. If the presidential suite becomes available later, we will give you priority in arranging it for you. What do you think? Gao Feng was quite surprised. He wasn't short of money, but being able to stay for free sounds pretty good. Bite. The host faces a new choice. Option 1. Don't make things difficult for the hotel. 3 free nights are already a huge win. You might even win the favor of a beautiful woman, adding 5 points to your simp value. Option 2. A strong and confident man. He's definitely going to stay in the presidential suite. It's that familiar interface again, with those 2 familiar choices. Gao Feng looked up and carefully examined the woman in front of him. She was tall, about 170 centimeters, and wore a navy blue silk suit that perfectly showcased her slender figure. Her long black hair was piled high and secured with a white jade hairpin. A stunning face, with clear and bright almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes slant upwards at the corners, giving her a bright and sparkling gaze. She exudes a confident and composed charm. If Bai Bingbing is the pure and innocent school beauty type, so the woman in front of you is the career woman type. The two are equally good-looking, both scoring 95 points. A flash of inspiration struck Gao Feng. He found a necessary condition to trigger the system reward. That's a beauty, a true beauty. His eyes fell on the other person's name tag. Senior Account Manager Lin Jixia. Both she and Bai Bingbing are beauties who score over 90 points. Gao Feng was inwardly pleased, but his tone became even more forceful. That's your problem, not mine. I'm staying in this presidential suite. Lin Jixiao's heart skipped a beat. I've encountered similar situations before, and at most I'd just apologize and offer a different room type. She offered such a large discount simply because she saw Gao Feng's license plate. Guests with this type of license plate should not be messed with. Therefore, she has been keeping a close eye on the situation here. What you fear most is what comes to pass. The receptionist's mistake prompted her to step in and try to appease Gao Feng. But she didn't expect Gao Feng to be even more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. The right to stay in a luxurious executive suite for 3 days, second only to the presidential suite, is enough to satisfy anyone. After all, it was just a small mistake. But now that she's faced with this situation, she has to come up with a solution that satisfies both sides. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to speak with the other guests. Lin Jixia quickly retrieved the contact information of other guests who had booked suites and dialed them. After paying a certain price, the matter was resolved. Sir, you are welcome to check into the presidential suite. Please show your ID. Lin Jixia smiled and personally helped Gao Feng check in. After registration, Lin Jixia handed Gao Feng a business card, a room key, and her ID card, and smiled. I'm a senior account manager. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. As a token of our apology, we are pleased to offer you diamond status. We hope you will consider our Hilton hotels again next time. Gao Feng glanced at her unexpectedly, although he didn't understand whether the diamond card was valuable or not. But this woman is indeed meticulous in her work. Do senior account managers really have that much authority? They can freely give away 3 nights worth of rooms, worth several thousand yuan, and even give away diamond memberships. And is this any requirement really true? Bite. The host stood firm and rejected the woman's temptation. He is rewarded with a new Patek Philippe watch. His licking dog value is reduced by 2. The reward arrived as scheduled. Gao Feng was very satisfied. He would definitely not miss the opportunity to take advantage of a beautiful woman again next time he encountered one. Of course, there is another prerequisite. You must be firm in your attitude and not fawn over others. If the other person licks him, it will definitely trigger a reward. He nodded, put away the room key, and led Bai Bingbing toward the elevator. It was Gao Feng's first time staying in a presidential suite, but he appeared much more composed than Bai Bingbing, who was both nervous and excited. Staying in the presidential suite will just be his daily routine from now on. He has that confidence. The presidential suite is on the top floor of the hotel. The elevator went straight up to the top floor. At this moment, Bai Bingbing was so nervous that her whole body went limp, and she nestled in Gao Feng's arms. With things having come to this point, she completely gave up resisting. Just now, Gao Feng was negotiating with the hotel. That domineering and confident side completely won her over. My first time with a man like this was worth it. As Gao Feng inserted the room key, a luxurious and opulent atmosphere immediately enveloped him. The living room is huge, probably around 80 square meters. The thick Persian carpet feels like walking on clouds. The magnificent crystal chandelier illuminates the entire space, making it look like a dream. At the entrance, Gao Feng changed into brand new slippers and sat down on the sofa. I don't know what international brand this sofa is from, but it's spacious, elegant, and comfortable. It is strong enough to withstand a fierce battle. A set of exquisite bone china tea set is placed on a huge coffee table made of pure marble, exuding nobility and elegance. Gao Feng only needed to glance around to get a grasp of the entire layout. It's not much different from a large single-level apartment. It's just that the decoration is more luxurious, with international brand furniture and appliances. He looked at Bai Bingbing, who was standing shyly to the side, and waved. Bai Bingbing trembled slightly, hesitated for a second, and then walked up to Gao Feng. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. When I was in the car, I wanted to savor this delicious food. Unfortunately, They were disturbed by Zhang Li and her companion. Now, no one comes to destroy it anymore. Her lips were white and icy, bright and delicate, like the finest strawberries, radiating a fresh glow. Gao Feng's gaze froze slightly. Then he slowly leaned closer and gently touched it. Chapter 12: Ultimate Pleasure, Generous Rewards. In that instant, it was as if the tip of the tongue lightly touched a freshly ripened berry, and a faint, sweet taste quietly spread across the corner of the lips. It tasted just as Gao Feng had imagined. She was very inexperienced and no match for Gao Feng, who was a seasoned veteran. In the verbal battle, he was always at a disadvantage. But she has one advantage. She never backs down despite repeated defeats. Gao Feng greatly admires this kind of opponent. The TV in the living room is playing a video about the Three Kingdoms period. Zhao Zilong of Changshan, with his spear, charged into and out of the enemy camp 7 times. Beside the log bridge, Zhang Fei, with his leopard-like head and piercing eyes, held an 18-foot spear. With a loud shout, the enemy collapsed in disarray, and he laughed as he left. Bite. By Bingbing's favorability towards you has reached 80 points, triggering the godly rich critical strike reward. A reward of 10 million renminbi. The reward is a hot spring villa in Xiatangshan. The suite had a large balcony, where Gao Feng sat on a recliner, pondering the newly acquired favorability. The literal meaning is the depth of Bai Bingbing's feelings for herself. Gao Feng's feelings for her were purely lustful. He had some affection, but not much. He had assumed that Bai Bingbing's offer of herself was simply a reward for buying him a car. He had heard before that all the women who sold luxury cars were like that. But he just discovered that the other party was still a novice. With her looks, there are plenty of wealthy people willing to spend money on her. This small commission and an LV dress are not enough to make them do this. Could it be that she's attracted to good-looking people? Are you captivated by your own appearance? Reaching a favorability rating of 80 is not something that can be achieved easily. It's not surprising to get a critical hit reward. If a reward of 80 is so generous, what about 90 or 100? The rewards must be even more generous? The system's reward is very appealing, 10 million RMB, which will give him even more confidence. The villas in Xiatangshan can be used as vacation spots. It's also nice to occasionally take your girlfriend there for a soak in the hot springs. He also knew he would feel great about the system's reward of doubling his physical stats and enhancing his constitution. But now, he truly understands how terrifying it is. You won't get tired at all. We can party for 3 days and 3 nights straight. With just a small test, he made Bai Bingbing fall into a deep sleep. But he felt no sleepiness at all. In fact, the fire in his heart burned even brighter. The reason I'm sitting on this balcony is simply to calm down and cool off. Gao Feng took out his phone and checked the information. His social circle is very small. He had very few friends back in college. Although I am classmates with Li Yanran, we are not actually very familiar with each other. He had once secretly loved her. After all, she was the school beauty back then. What man wouldn't be attracted to her? However, he was self-aware. I won't create trouble for myself. After graduating, he worked for a year but couldn't stand the blessing of the 996 work schedule. There are many fast food options in his office building, but they are extremely unpalatable. So he decided to open a restaurant. Create a restaurant that working people will love. He succeeded. His first small shop, with an investment of less than 100,000 yuan, brought him a net income of 1 million yuan a year. From then on, he stayed in the shop every day and had no social life. It was around that time that Zhang Li entered his life. Initially, she was just one of his customers. I don't know when it started, but I became his girlfriend. He forgot his desire to pursue Li Yanran and became immersed in love. I've even started going to restaurants less often, until his career collapsed and his love disappeared. When he was at his poorest and most destitute, Li Yanran appeared like a goddess and lent him a sum of money. That's how he finally paid off his debts to the suppliers. Otherwise, he would become a deadbeat. He only realized this after deleting Zhang Li and her friends. Besides family, there are hardly any people left in my phone's contact list. I'm holding my phone now, and there aren't a single unread message on WeChat. After thinking for a moment, he opened Douyin, TikTok. Perhaps because he follows Duo, the live streams he sees are all food-related. He also saw a video of Duo's live stream. This is an edited version of tonight's live broadcast. Gao Feng found the comments quite interesting. If I hadn't relied on the system to have my current physical condition, I might really have become a mukbang streamer. For him, there is no faster way to make money than becoming an internet celebrity. Mukbang, eating broadcast, is not so easy, The price of overreading is future health problems. With a system at his disposal, Gao Feng naturally wouldn't choose this path. His following list only has one person named Duo. Duo is not online. She's probably logged off. After watching several mukbang videos, Gao Feng found them uninteresting. In comparison, he still prefers looking at beautiful women. Gao Feng pondered how to monetize these 100 million Douyin coins. According to the rules that have been figured out so far, only truly beautiful women can trigger a system response. What he needs to do now is to find real female live streamers. I've heard that half of the beautiful female anchors are from Wuyo Media. He typed in worry-free media, and Ms. Chung was the first person who popped up. Gao Feng was taken aback when he clicked into her live stream. It's already past midnight, and there are a whopping 5,000 people watching her live stream. Ms. Chung wore a light blue off-shoulder dress. Her hair was slightly curled, and her makeup was exquisite, making her look radiant and beautiful. By Gao Feng's scoring standards, it would be about 85 points. He wasn't sure if his looks would trigger the system, so he didn't rush to make a move. He has summarized 3 rules for the anti-sycophantic rich man system. First, the object that can trigger the system reward must be a beautiful woman, probably scoring above 90 points, with Zhongli being an exception. Second, maintain a firm stance and refuse unreasonable demands from beautiful women. Third, he displays his lavish charm, making beautiful women willingly obey his commands and become the objects of his adoration. This live streaming room resembles a study, with bookshelves and some greenery behind it, creating a warm and intellectual atmosphere. My darlings, it's very late today. Thank you all for staying with me for so long. Ms. Chung seemed to be about to end the broadcast and began to lay the groundwork. Her voice was sweet, with a tingling sensation. That actually earned her a lot of points. Sister, don't go, I haven't come out yet. The car wheel ran over my face. Is this any good, Greyhound? Goddess, you're so beautiful. This dress suits you perfectly, but the neckline is a bit too high. Is this high? If it's any lower, we'll have to shut down the live stream. Sister, don't go yet. Let's go have a PK battle. Exactly, we've been selling goods all night. It's time to relax. Invincible God of War level 53. Go PK, I'll defend the tower for you. Chapter 13. I don't have this condition. I'm bound to lose. Ms. Chung had been introducing the products all night and was very tired. She planned to say a few more words and then end the broadcast. But this invincible war god is the top 10 brother in her fan ranking. His request should never be refused lightly. Moreover, regardless of winning or losing the PK, you can earn a small amount of money, so why not? Brother War God, it's too late now. I won't challenge any beauty streamers to a PK battle. How about we go random? Invincible War God level 53. Okay. Beep. Ms. Chung, the host, is currently conducting a random PK. Match successful. Ms. Chung, the anchor, versus the anchor who wants some peace and quiet. The screen automatically split into 2 sides, and a cool, aloof face appeared on the right. I just want some peace and quiet. I'm just a small-time streamer. There are only a few dozen people in my live stream. When she saw the number of viewers in Ms. Cheng's live stream, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, her eyes showing surprise. Ms. Chung was also somewhat helpless. With 5,000 against dozens, there was simply no need for a competition. I don't know how the system matched them, or how they ended up with such a small streamer. Little sister, wanna play PvP? PK. I just want some peace and quiet. A troubled expression appeared on my face. Gao Feng's eyes flickered slightly. This person just wants some peace and quiet. They're quite good looking, probably a 90 out of 100. Without a second thought, he left Ms. Cheng's live stream. The next moment, climbing high, entered the live stream room of Wanna Be Quiet. Beat. As soon as he entered, he sent a message. I need some peace and quiet. I've never had a live broadcast with a big-name anchor like Ms. Chung before. She looked at her live stream room, where the viewers were all low-level Karami, level 10 or below. No one spoke when they saw the PK request from the other side. Only a newly arrived level 1 blank account was urging her to go into battle. She was reluctant to give up this opportunity, but her family's circumstances weren't good enough. The other side doesn't even need to send out their big brother. Just one little red flower each is enough to drown her. Sister, I don't have that right. I'm bound to lose. She was about to cry, looking pitiful. Ms. Chung herself rose through the ranks of live streamers, so she naturally understood what the other streamer was thinking. Her smile was very gentle. It's okay, let's just have some fun. Let's discuss a punishment first. I need some peace and quiet. I nodded gratefully. She was destined to lose, but being able to connect with Ms. Chung would give her the opportunity to gain exposure. In just 1 minute, the number of viewers in her live stream has exceeded 100. If the PK is over, and then they perform another act, maybe the number of viewers for the live stream will exceed 1,000. She clearly underestimated the influence of top streamers and her own good looks. Many people followed her because they thought she was pretty. Others, like Gao Feng, moved away from Ms. Cheng's live stream. Ms. Chung watched as the number of viewers in her own live stream decreased while the number of viewers in the opposite live stream increased, and she was both amused and exasperated. However, she didn't care about the number of people, which was only a few hundred. I want some peace and quiet. After thinking for a moment, I said, if Sister Chung loses, can you confess to my #1 fan? Although Ms. Chung cannot possibly lose, she still needs to set conditions. This is also a rule of PK, player versus player, competition. Ms. Chung nodded indifferently. She wasn't worried about any punishment conditions proposed by the other party. If she loses, how will she face doing a live stream? If you lose, you'll have to perform one of your best talents. Ms. Chung deliberately gave the other party a chance. This punishment is hardly a punishment. It's practically a reward. I just want some peace and quiet. He understood this perfectly and nodded gratefully. Then let's compete on the overall leaderboard, with a 3-minute time limit. The rule for ranking on the overall leaderboard is to see who receives the most gifts. 3 minutes is the shortest possible time. Ms. Chung didn't want to waste too much time and wanted to finish early so she could rest. With both sides muting their microphones, the battle officially began. Newcomer, light up your light board to support the streamer. Let's give double points for the first time and aim for 10 or 100 points as a token gesture. She had played PK before, but her highest score was only 2,000 points. But it's not bad for a small-time streamer like her. She would be satisfied if she could score over 2,000 points this time. But reality disappointed her. It took a full minute for her health bar to reach a little over 300. On the other side, there were already more than 5,000. Hey everyone, this is my first time PKing with a big streamer, so please don't let me lose too badly. Even a score of over 1,000 would be fine. Brother, if anyone can give me 10,000, I'll count out to you on the spot. She became somewhat anxious, abandoned her reserve, and sincerely began to campaign for votes. At the same time, she was also somewhat frustrated. I've been in the live streaming industry for about a month now. However, it never really took off. At its peak, the number of viewers in the live stream was only a little over 300. She doesn't sell goods. She relies on tips, and she doesn't make much money at the end of the month. You might as well do a part-time job. With her looks, she would be considered a school beauty. How come you're doing so badly online? Looking at the sparse little gifts, the most valuable ones were things like soda or kisses worth less than 10 yuan. She was already in despair. On Ms. Cheng's side, the invincible war god was somewhat dissatisfied. Invincible god of war level 53. This streamer is too weak. I'll find someone to PK with later. I can't even use up all my ammo. Invincible god of wealth level 55. God of war, do you have plenty of ammo today? Invincible god of war level 53. The god of wealth has arrived? I still have 100,000 left, that'll do. Happy little potato, 888 level 5. The conversation between the two big shots is terrifying. Brother Xiangzi, level 48. There's no need for you two to take action on such a small matter. We'll ask you to step in when someone with stronger abilities comes along. The atmosphere in Ms. Cheng's live stream was very relaxed. Everyone was chatting and joking around, completely ignoring each other. Ms. Chung is in the same boat. She's considering that in order to please her older brother, the next round shouldn't involve random PK. Should we challenge the girls in our guild to a duel? She looked at the online list and found a few nice sisters online. For example, Zhao Miao, Yu Meng, and Apple Flavor are all available. Zhao Miao and Apple Flavor have fewer fans than I do, so choosing them would be more suitable. Just as she was preparing to choose one person to send a message to communicate in advance, the live stream chat suddenly exploded with messages. Holy crap, I'm blind. Is there a powerful guy on the other side? He's so strong. Hey guys, stop chatting. We're about to get our tower stolen. Ms. Chung looked up at the top health bar and was surprised to find that the health bar opposite her had exceeded 10,000, keeping pace with hers. At this point, there was still 1 minute left in the PK session. She was stunned. Logically speaking, the other party shouldn't have such a powerful backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Could it be a setup? At that moment, her mind was racing, and she didn't know where her thoughts were going. I need some peace and quiet. Even more shocking than her. Her live stream room only had a handful of viewers to begin with. Normally you can get tens of yuan, but it's rare to get hundreds. There were many people tonight, barely exceeding 100 in total. Just when she was in despair and had given up struggling, Gao Feng made a decisive move. Chapter 14, Overwhelming Domination. Climbing to the peak, level 1, sends one golden dragon. The cool special effects burst forth in the live stream, instantly boosting the health bar and suppressing the opponent. The entire live stream suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. A level 1 newbie is actually a pro. Who would have thought? Could this be a smurf account belonging to some rich person? The same thought crossed the minds of viewers in both live streams. Thank you for your support, brother climbing high and reaching the peak. I need some peace and quiet. Then it dawned on me. Her usually cool face flushed red, and she excitedly expressed her gratitude. Who would have thought that a level 1 blank slate would be so extravagant? That's 10,000 Douyin coins, worth 1,000 renminbi. She had never received such a large donation before. Is this what it feels like to have an older brother protecting you? They gave her strong support during her most desperate moment. Quietly, she recalled her initial promise, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. At this moment, the live chat began to flood with comments. Jingjing, give me a kowtow. I've never seen such a beautiful woman kowtow before. I can't wait. Thanks to brother climbing high in peaks, we can also enjoy the experience of being emperors. Thanks to Douyin, even poor losers like me can see a beauty of this caliber kneeling down. Gao Feng watched the scene unfold with a smile. The internet is truly a wonderful place. It was just a gift worth 1,000 yuan. Given the streamer's good looks, if you gave her a gift of equal value in real life, you probably wouldn't get anything in return. But in the live stream, the light in her eyes could blind you. That heartfelt gratitude was palpable, overflowing from the screen. They even had to kowtow to themselves with utmost respect. But thinking about it, it makes sense. 2 years ago, when I was earning 1 million, I couldn't bear to spend 1,000 yuan on a gift. This feeling is quite wonderful. Quietly watching, I saw that the number of people in the live stream had exceeded 500. This is already the peak of her career in live streaming. I wouldn't dare to cheat. Quietly biting her lower lip, she retreated to the back, slowly laid down on the ground, and kowtowed towards the camera. Seeing that things were not going well, the live streamers on the other side also started to exert their efforts. It seems that some powerful players have made their move, as the enemy's health bar has started to rapidly suppress our side. In just 10 seconds, it surpassed 50,000 sound waves. I need some peace and quiet. I wasn't planning to win anyway. I just wanted to avoid a crushing defeat. I currently have 10,000 music coins in income, which is enough for me. But which woman doesn't have a competitive spirit? In real life, she's an ice queen and the most beautiful girl in school. At school, she was always the object of pursuit and fawning. If she were at school, even if you gave her 10,000 yuan, she wouldn't do such a thing. But this is the internet, and nobody knows her. Even if you do something outrageous, it's okay. Of course, she was also worried about being seen by acquaintances at school. In that case, she would really be dead. Therefore, her live streams have always focused on her talents, and her clothing is conservative, never crossing the line. However, as a result, her live stream never attracted any viewers. There are usually only a few dozen people. It's very difficult to get over 100. In terms of appearance, temperament, age, and figure, Ms. Cheng is inferior to her in every way except for her fame. She glanced at Ms. Cheng's chest. No, this might be slightly inferior. But because she's young, her skin is fairer and better. Why is it inevitable that we will lose? She doesn't want to lose, whether at school or here. At that moment, ambition arose spontaneously. With the support of a powerful figure, she could certainly become a top streamer. Surpassing Ms. Cheng is not a dream. Having just narrowly escaped falling into the abyss, she didn't want to experience that feeling again. She stared intently at the ID. If, climbing to the peak, is a true master, he wouldn't only make a move once. Time passed second by second. After an agonizing 10 seconds, he still hadn't made a move. Jingjing finally couldn't hold back any longer and pleaded. Brother climbing high, if you still have the means, please help your sister out. I want to win too. If we win, brother can choose a performance for sister to watch. At this moment, she completely abandoned her reserve and moral principles. He began the groveling and fawning that she had once despised. Although she had never done it before, she seemed to have a natural affinity for green tea, and it was incredibly smooth and natural. This is what Gao Feng was waiting for. If you don't lick it, why should he brush it? Although these Douyin coins are not cash, but every effort must be rewarded. If he wants to get rid of sycophants, what behavior would be more appropriate than making the other party kneel and fawn? Climbing to the peak level 1, send out gift carnival *3. That's what it means to be decisive when you strike. Our team's health bar instantly overwhelmed the opponents, making us the undisputed champions. 100,000 sound waves, equivalent to 10,000 renminbi. Bite. The host has accepted the streamer's fawning and embarked on the path to becoming a super-rich internet celebrity. As a reward, 1 million Douyin coins are awarded. It's here, the system is here. Gao Feng's spirits lifted, and he suddenly sat up straight. It really comes down to looks. Only a woman with high looks can impress the system. This system was definitely developed by a high-standard pervert. However, it wasn't given in RMB, which is a bit of a letdown. I wonder if these Douyin coins can be redeemed. I want some peace and quiet. Her face was flushed with excitement. She is an individual streamer, and she can earn nearly 5,000 renminbi from this one donation. This amount of money is not small, even for her. The key point is that the tipping is not over yet. Across from me is a live stream room with 5,000 viewers, including many big spenders. They initially viewed the competition with a mocking attitude. Only now are they starting to take it a little more seriously. With 20 seconds left, the opposing team began to exert their strength. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. The number of listeners quickly exceeded 500,000. She, who was usually aloof, was now rambling incoherently. In front of the camera, she was clearly caught up in the atmosphere and became quite engrossed. To keep the peak going, she made promises that seemed to be given away for free, each one more excessive than the last. She completely let loose and was about to climax. Climb to the peak giveaway carnival *10. Climb to the peak giveaway carnival *10. Climb to the peak giveaway carnival *10. Holy crap, my internet connection is slow. I'm stuck too. It got stuck, @ 1. What am I seeing? Is this the power of our eldest brother? 30 carnivals. Including the previous amount, it totals 1 million sound waves, worth 100,000 renminbi. Climbing to the peak, brother. I'm looking for a sugar daddy. I am a young lady, 18 years old, delicate and graceful, and I deliver goods to your door. Is this what a battle between the older brothers looks like? I'm inexplicably getting a little carried away. Let me also give a gift. I fought alongside my brother. Damn, that's a great idea, but unfortunately I have zero balance, so I'll pass. Ms. Chung glanced at the PK timer. There were 10 seconds left. However, she was running out of steam and her speed slowed down. She's going to lose. Lose. My own live stream with 5,000 viewers lost to a live stream with only 100 viewers. If word gets out, I'll be so embarrassed. Pity. It's too late now. None of the top 5 brothers are here. Those are the truly powerful tycoons, far stronger than the god of war. If you lose, you have to accept the punishment. Miss Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lit up. Confess your feelings to the top fan of the other person? She also wanted to know who the top-ranked guy on the other side was. Isn't this perfect? Climbing to the peak. Only level 1. Either he's a complete newbie, or it could be a smurf account belonging to some big shot. If a small account can generate 1 million sound waves in one go, the main account must be a rich player who is level 60 or above. Wouldn't it be foolish not to seize the opportunity to take advantage of such a wealthy person? Chapter 15 First Diplomatic Mission, fluent in Japanese. The time for the PK is over, and Ms. Chung has lost. Bite. Host has achieved a resounding victory in the first battle. Keep up the good work. Reward, 10 million Douyin coins. Yes, we won. I want some peace and quiet, she exclaimed excitedly, standing up and waving her little fists in the air. She felt she had reached her peak. This sense of satisfaction washed over her like waves. If her older brother had been there, she has no idea what unbelievable things she might have done. Miss Chung, having calmed down, smiled and said, "Wow, little sister is really good. I've lost. I need some peace and quiet," she exclaimed excitedly as she sat back down at her computer. Hee hee, I didn't expect that either. I'm so happy. Well, I'm about to confess my feelings. I wonder if I could ask brother, climbing to the peak, to come on the mic? Forehead, I want some peace and quiet. She was stunned. She instinctively felt that doing so was inappropriate. But she was the one who made the bet, and since the other party kept their promise, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. She looked at her live stream. The number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 1,000 for the first time, and the name of Climbing to the Peak was prominently displayed at the top. Brother Dangfeng, would you like to go on mic? She thought for a moment, and then asked tentatively. At this moment, Gao Feng was unaware of the undercurrents in the live broadcast room. He was staring at his Douyin coins balance. Why do I keep accumulating Douyin coins the more I spend? He thoroughly researched the withdrawal rules for Douyin coins. It was discovered that only the streamer could withdraw the money, and they also take a cut. Douyin, TikTok, will take as much as 50% of the revenue. So dark. The initial 100 million Douyin coins given by the system cannot be withdrawn, but it doesn't say that the rest cannot. If I were to become a live streamer, I could only withdraw 500,000 yuan in cash. Gao Feng shook his head. That's too little, unnecessary. At this moment, his attention returned to the live broadcast room. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "No need, this is fine." After saying that, he left the live stream. He entered the live stream to give gifts, precisely to verify what he thought. He was more interested in figuring out the rules and bottom line of the system. Gao Feng's departure signaled the end of the climax. Since he wasn't there was no need to continue this punishment of confession. Both female anchors lost interest and chose to end their broadcasts one after the other. Li Wenjing shut down her computer and let out a long sigh. Tonight's experience was so exciting. She was so excited she couldn't sleep. She walked to the balcony, looked at the dark night sky outside, and felt the coolness of the Kyoto night. Just now, she followed Gao Feng and sent him a private message. "My sisters have told me that you have to keep in touch with this kind of older brother in private. To become a top streamer, you need the support of a powerful figure like this." She blushed as she recalled her behavior that evening. In order to win, she seems to have made quite a few promises. It would be so embarrassing if my older brother had to do all of these things himself. But if I don't fulfill my promise, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue my career as a live streamer. After all, no big brother can accept a streamer who doesn't keep his word. However, thinking about tonight's earnings, she put all her concerns aside. 50,000 yuan. It's more than her annual living expenses. She's not even 20 years old yet, and she's already starting to earn money. She couldn't help but imagine the future. If we could catch this guy, could she become a top live streamer, achieving self-worth and financial freedom? Only if my classmates at school saw what I looked like last night. Her image as an ice queen has been completely shattered. Her gaze hardened. Choosing to become a female anchor is simply about leveraging one's strengths for development, isn't it? There's nothing shameful about it. She didn't sell her body or, like her other classmates, become a kept woman by an older man. But what if the mountain climbing expert wanted to be his true self offline? Should we go see him? For a moment, she was caught in a dilemma. Gao Feng wasn't sleepy at all and browsed through several more live streams. I gave some Douyin coins to a few streamers who seemed to be very good looking, but they gained nothing. These women are not all 90 points or above in terms of beauty. Finding beautiful women online is no easier than finding gold and shit. The beauty filter is too powerful. It can turn a 60-point woman into a 90-point one. Even at the peak, it is impossible to accurately distinguish. It seems that in the future, we should explore more in reality. The internet can only be an auxiliary tool. Gao Feng's physical condition is too strong, so he has very little need for sleep. You could pick up girls in real life during the day and make money online at night, without missing a beat. I kept refreshing until 4 a.m., and the peak time was from China to overseas. He has seen beauties from all over the world. It's said that the beauty of women abroad is much more authentic than that of women in China. He discovered a Japanese girl whose looks were recognized by the system. He was given a big surprise after spending 100,000 Douyin coins. Bite. The host has completed his first diplomatic mission. The system rewards him with fluency in Japanese. Fluent in Japanese? The skill will translate the Japanese text he sees into Chinese. Language will be automatically converted. Bidirectional output. Unfortunately, there was only a reward for the first time. Later, when he went to stream female streamers from other countries, he never received a second reward. This caused his plan to become proficient in multiple languages to fail. He spent the entire night on the balcony brushing. What a waste of a night in the presidential suite. Before returning to his room, he saw hundreds of private messages. They all want to add him as a friend. He only added Ms. Cheng, Jingjing, and that Japanese beauty. Although Ms. Cheng's appearance does not meet the system standards, she can be a resource for getting to know other streamers. As for Jingjing and the Japanese beauty, they can be considered as the next options. You should know that he was only browsing profiles of local beauties. These individuals are currently all in Kyoto. Gao Feng put down his phone, took off his bathrobe, and snuggled into the warm bed. The saying goes, when you're warm, you think about sex. When men are aroused, they always want to do something. Besides, He wasn't full at all last night, and he's hungry again. Um, don't want. Bai Bingbing murmured softly. She was so tired that even after sleeping until now, she still hasn't recovered. With double the physical attributes, Gao Feng can be compared to the strongest heavyweight boxing champions. Furthermore, his physical strength has increased threefold, making Gao Feng a superhuman being. Strength, endurance, speed, perception, and cellular activity are all closely related to physical constitution. Physical fitness is still improving. With each passing day, he improved by 1 point. It's hard to imagine how strong the peak will ultimately be. Bai Bingbing couldn't stand Gao Feng being such a beast. Gao Feng was also somewhat helpless. Improving physical fitness is certainly a good thing. Being too strong is a happy kind of trouble. Ultimately, it's because his physical condition improved too quickly. There is a certain imbalance between the mind and body, and the body cannot be perfectly controlled. By improving one's mental strength, or over time, naturally adapting, these troubles will disappear. Chapter 16 Rose Garden Villa. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Gao Feng, dressed casually in a bathrobe, opened the door. A hotel waiter stood at the door, pushing a food cart. Mr. Gao, this is the breakfast you just ordered. Okay, come in. Gao Feng nodded, gesturing for the other person to come in. The waiter entered the living room, placed all the dishes on the table, and respectfully said, "Please enjoy your meal. Let us know when you're done so we can come and clean up." Gao Feng closed the door, walked to the dining table, and began to eat heartily. He is physically strong, but he also expends a lot of energy and needs to replenish it. Bai Bingbing had been through a lot with him, and he figured she'd need to sleep for another day, so he decided not to bother her. Ring ring. I was having a meal when the phone rang. Gao Feng reached out and answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Gao Feng? A pleasant voice rang out. What is it? Gao Feng kept eating without stopping. Hello, the watch you ordered from our store has arrived. When would be a convenient time for you to come over? Gao Feng then remembered that the system had rewarded him with a table. He felt that there was no point in having a watch, and he had almost forgotten about it. Although Gao Feng is rich, he still doesn't have the mindset of a wealthy person. A wristwatch is not just for telling time. It is a symbol of status and taste. He frowned slightly and said, Can't you mail it to me or deliver it? Mr. Gao, this watch is too valuable. You can only pick it up at the store. The woman on the phone paused slightly before explaining. Send me the address, and I'll pick it up when I have time. Okay, we look forward to your visit. Gong Yu put down the phone only after Gao Feng hung up. How is it? When will Mr. Gao come to pick it up? A girl standing behind her looked on with curiosity. Gong Yu looked slightly confused and said, He didn't say, but from what I heard, it seemed like he didn't care. Rich people are just extravagant. They don't care about watches worth millions. The girl sighed and said enviously, When will I be able to own a Patek Philippe watch, even a second-hand one? Gong Yu smiled but didn't say anything. These watch sales consultants are in contact with wealthy people every day. They all have very high standards. The base salary is not much, but the commission is very high. But with their income, buying a watch worth millions is a luxury. Unless you're willing to sacrifice yourself. But those rich people aren't stupid. They might be willing to spend tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars on something. But spending tens of millions is something ordinary girls like them can only dream of. Although Gong Yu is considered the most beautiful in this store, but she is also self-aware and will not easily fall into the quagmire of desire. Gao Feng had no idea what they were thinking. He had just hung up the phone when it rang again. Hey, after getting the system, he actually got busy. Mr. Gao Feng? It's the same old cliché opening. He simply gave a faint This is Rose Garden Villa. When would you be free to come and check in? Gao Feng's eyes lit up. The watch held no appeal for him, but the villa was a different story. Bai Bingbing is still resting now and probably won't get up until noon. With nothing to do this morning, I might as well go collect the keys to the house. The sales office of Rose Garden Villas was not busy. Only one couple was looking at the model. Lin Wan was introducing the villa. She held a laser pointer in her hand, and the projected light spot landed on the villa model. The villa area covers 200 acres and consists of 88 independent villas, each with its own private garden and courtyard. As you can see, the entire park is built around a central lake. The girl and the couple looked at the model with excitement in her eyes. How big are these villas? The smallest is over 300 square meters, and the largest is 800 square meters. Look at this model apartment. It's 380 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms. It also comes with a 150 square meter garden and a 50 square meter basement. The space is very spacious. As she spoke, Lin Wan led the two toward the model house. As you walk through the red-carpeted corridor and push open the door, a fragrance of roses wafts towards you. Lin Wan raised her hand to indicate. This is the model apartment. It's a bright and airy unit with a 6-meter-high ceiling in the living room and floor-to-ceiling windows that offer unparalleled natural light and views. She walked to the window and pointed to the artificial lake and lush greenery in the distance. Standing here, you can not only take in the whole lake view, but also enjoy the garden view that surrounds you on 3 sides, with excellent privacy. The girl gently stroked the leather sofa in the living room, her eyes filled with anticipation. Can I choose my own decorating style? Absolutely no problem. We offer 3 deluxe packages, from modern minimalist to European luxury, so you can choose freely according to your preference. If you have specific needs, our design team can also tailor-make a unique and exclusive space for you. As Lin once spoke, she took out a tablet computer from her elegant handbag and showed renderings of different interior design styles. Young Master Wang, what do you think? From the moment Wang Chao entered, he was absent-minded, his eyes mostly fixed on the dashing Lin Wan. Now, faced with her question, he simply said, it's pretty good. Haha, I think so too. How about we go with this set? The girl beamed and hugged Wang Chao's arm tightly. Lin Wan wasn't excited. She simply smiled and looked at Wang Chao. Although this villa is the smallest, it is still worth 20 million. Once a deal is closed, she can earn a commission of hundreds of thousands. However, she didn't think it was something that could be accomplished today. Wang Chao glanced at the girl and smiled. Okay, you pay. Upon hearing this, the girl was stunned. He shouted in disbelief. Young Master Wang, didn't you say you'd give me a house? Where would I get the money to buy one? The dynasty scoffed. Why don't you look in the mirror? Is this house even worth 20 million? If you have the same conditions as this Miss Lin, it's not impossible for me to buy it for you. At this point, his gaze fell on Lin Wan's face. Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. She knew this deal was doomed. This is a typical scenario of a gold digger trying to climb the social ladder by marrying a rich second-generation heir. She'd seen plenty of gold diggers, but any woman who wanted a man to spend tens of millions to buy her property was a prime example of a manipulative, scheming woman. The one in front of me is far inferior in skill level. Judging from his clothes and speech, this rich second generation probably doesn't have the financial means. The girl stood there stunned, her gaze shifting to Lin Wan, her eyes instantly reddening. You actually seduced my boyfriend. Have you no shame? Lin Wan smiled bitterly. She had truly brought trouble upon herself. Miss, this is the first time I have met this gentleman, and this matter has nothing to do with me. First time meeting him? Why would he buy you a house, but not mine? The girl completely snapped and stepped forward to tear Lin Wan's clothes. Chapter 17, A Villa Worth 100 Million. Wang Chao shoved the girl away and roared. Are you an idiot? Can't you understand human language? With your looks, do you even deserve a villa? The girl, disregarding her attempts to tear at Lin Wan, grabbed Wang Chao's arm and cried out. Young Master Wang, I was greedy. I don't want the villa anymore. Let's go to Ningguan Jieyuan, which we looked at last time. A place of about 100 square meters will be enough. 100 square meters? Are you worth 8 million? Wang Chao said with a cold face and disdain. Oh, so what do you mean, trying to get something for free? The girl stopped pretending altogether. Freebie? I've spent a lot of money on you these past few months, probably over 10,000. Wang Chao looked the girl up and down and continued. And last time, when you told me your mother was sick and needed surgery, I lent you 100,000 yuan. Give it back to me right now. The girl was dumbfounded and murmured. Didn't you give that to me? Give it away? I have a record of it. It was borrowed. Wang Chao shook his head, turned to look at Lin Wan. His expression immediately changed, and he smiled. I'm sorry, you must have seen this funny. I'll contact you again later. What could Lin Wan say? She could only offer a polite smile. Wang Chao walked out of the sales office, ignoring the girl beside him. Young Master Wang, wait for me. I don't want the house anymore, okay? The girl wiped away her tears, glared fiercely at Lin Wan, and chased after her. What kind of mess is this? Lin Wan gave a helpless, bitter smile. Hundreds of thousands in commissions vanished. Wang Chao walked to the parking lot and opened the car door. Young Master Wang, wait for me. The girl caught up with him and grabbed his arm. All right, I won't take back the things I gave you. Don't bother me again. Wang Chao shook off the girl's hand, started the car, and drove away. Only the girl remained, stomping her feet in frustration. I don't even know if his family's assets are worth 100 million. How could he possibly spend millions or even tens of millions to buy a house for a gold digger? He was a king, a womanizer, but not a fool. The reason I accompanied the girl to look at apartments was merely a temporary measure. Moreover, he himself really wanted to own this mansion. I came to see the apartment and broaden my horizons. Upon meeting the beautiful Lin Wan, he completely abandoned any pretense. Anyway, I've been playing with her for a few months, and I've tried everything I could. I'm tired of it. He dumped that idiot and then went after Lin Wan. She's just a real estate agent. You can definitely get her for a few $100,000. These are just for fun. If I really want to find someone to marry, it has to be Li Yanran. Her background is mysterious. I've heard that there are high-ranking officials in her family. That's the kind of person he's looking for. Wang Chao pondered this as he drove away from the sales office. He suddenly turned around and looked at a black Maybach that drove past him. This car is a new Maybach, worth nearly $4 million. He had seen it once at an auto show. It was a true luxury car. And this license plate number is amazing. It must belong to a top-tier tycoon. This villa is probably only affordable for the super rich. When will he be able to afford a car like this and live in a villa like this? Unfortunately, his father controlled the family finances. His own restaurant also didn't have much cash flow due to the pandemic. A friend introduced him to an investment company, which he plans to package and try to open up franchising and create a chain. It's really just a money-grabbing scheme. It seems we need to hurry up with this. He also longed for a life of financial freedom. When the time comes, I'll marry Li Yanran and keep a few canaries on the side. Just thinking about it makes me happy. When Gao Feng entered the sales office, he saw several security guards throwing a girl out. The girl had disheveled hair and was cursing. Gao Feng didn't think much of it and walked straight into the sales office. Lin Wan sat on the sofa, looking somewhat tired. The farce that just happened left her feeling exhausted. There weren't many rose garden villas left to begin with. Most of the houses are purchased directly by existing customers. Very few individual buyers come to view the properties. The sales office is mostly used to entertain customers and serve as a facade. There are only 2 sales managers here right now, and they're usually quite idle. That girl just came back alone and made a scene, pointing the finger at Lin Wan. She said that because of her, her boyfriend dumped her. It was truly an undeserved disaster. She had just sat down to rest for a while when she saw Gao Feng walk in. Lin Wan forced herself to stand up and greeted him with a smile. As a salesperson, you can't let personal emotions get in the way. She's a professional in that respect. Sir, are you here to look at the apartment? Based on her experience in judging people, the man in front of her was not old, about the same age as the young Master Wang from before. He's probably a rich kid. Only first-generation rich individuals have the real ability to decide to buy a villa. The rich kids basically have no say in the decision-making process. They're probably just here to take a look. She didn't have high hopes of making the deal. The deal? Gao Feng nodded and said calmly, I'm Gao Feng, here to take possession of the house. Taking possession of the house? Lin Wan was taken aback. Then she smiled and said, Excuse me, I need to check the records. Please come over here and rest for a while. Gao Feng glanced at the sand table displayed in the center of the hall and nodded. I'll just take a look around first. Lin Wan smiled and led Gao Feng to the sand table, respectfully saying, Please take a look. Are you the homeowner? Would you mind showing your ID? Gao Feng took out his ID, handed it to her, and said calmly, This is me. You can go about your business. Lin Wan nodded, first bringing Gao Feng a cup of coffee before heading to the finance office. Gao Feng held his coffee and looked at the model of the villa area. The model is beautifully made, and the houses on it are also very exquisite. Gao Feng glanced at it and had a basic understanding of the layout. The 88 villas are arranged in a staggered manner and are mostly surrounded by waterways. There is also a natural river on the outskirts, which connects to the lake inside the villa. This water then became living water. Gao Feng wondered to himself which villa he would own. In terms of layout, the more central the villa is, the better its location and the larger it appears. On his way here, he also briefly learned about the rose garden villas. The smallest villa, at 380 square meters, is worth over 20 million. The most expensive one is 880 square meters and is worth 100 million yuan. The rewards given by the system are generally not the top-tier ones, but they are definitely not the worst either. He estimated it to be around 30 million. Mr. Gao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Just as I was pondering this, Lin Wan's voice rang out. Would you like to proceed with the paperwork first, or go see the house first? Lin Wan stood behind Gao Feng and said respectfully. She had just gone to the finance department to check Gao Feng's information, and the result surprised her greatly. Most wealthy people who purchase luxury homes of this caliber will opt for a loan. They are used to making money from money, and they play the game of getting something for nothing. And this villa was actually purchased by Gao Feng in full. He was only 25 years old, and the accounts used for the deductions were all his own. What does this mean? He has the power to control and purchase assets worth hundreds of millions. This is a privilege reserved for the very elite second-generation rich. Like that young Master Wang who just left, he probably doesn't have more than $1 million in his account. The two are completely different. Faced with such a top-tier rich second generation, Lin Wan adopted a very humble attitude. It wasn't that she wanted to climb the social ladder. It is an instinctive reaction when faced with powerful and wealthy people who are not in the same social class as oneself. Trying to please this kind of person won't necessarily work. But if she offends them, they could probably kill her with a flick of their wrist. Gao Feng glanced at Lin Wan. This saleswoman was very good-looking. She lacked Bai Bingbing's naivety and innocence, but possessed a greater degree of worldliness and sophistication. The overall score is also above 90 points. A thought struck him, and he deliberately asked in return, "Which method do you think is better?" Lin Wan was slightly taken aback and pondered. "The houses in our rose garden are of superior quality. It's the same whether you complete the formalities first or go to see the house." Gao Feng nodded and said, "Okay, let's go look at the apartments first." The expected system voice did not sound. It's unclear whether Lin Wan's looks weren't good enough, or if this simple choice wasn't enough to alarm the system. It seems that beautiful women who meet the system's standards are not easy to find. I looked at thousands of people online in one night and only found one beautiful woman. I met Bai Bingbing at the Maybach Forest store. Lin Jixia is a senior account manager at a 5-star hotel. Lin Wan is the sales manager for luxury villas. If he hadn't become rich, he probably wouldn't have seen any of these three people in his original social circle. Even if we met, we would never have any interaction. That's the difference between different circles. He had a feeling that he would meet more and more high-quality, beautiful women in the future. If you make good use of the system rules, reaching the pinnacle of your life is not difficult. Lin Wan had a pretty good feeling about Gao Feng. Unlike Wang Chao earlier, he didn't have his eyes glued to her. He looks like the kind of man who has seen a lot in life. She couldn't help but feel a bit more competitive and tried her best to show her excellence in front of Gao Feng. She demonstrated her professionalism on the way to the villa by shuttle bus. He listed all the advantages of the villa in great detail. Currently, there are more than 50 households living in our villa, most of whom are celebrities and wealthy people. Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. Chapter 18: Buying Another House. Lin Wan nodded and smiled. "We are not allowed to disclose the residents' information. You will be able to meet them after you move in." She pointed to a spot not far away and whispered, "Look over there. This is a professional golf course. You can go and have a look when you have time." Gao Feng nodded slightly. He had never played golf and didn't know anything about it. However, given his current physical condition, he can quickly master any sport. Putting aside everything else, just his speed, sensory abilities, and extraordinary strength. No matter what sport he participates in, he's a shoo-in for world championship. He is no longer human. The neighborhood was huge. It took us a full 10 minutes to walk before we finally stopped in front of a villa. This villa is a typical European-style building, luxurious and grand. This is your private garden, 500 square meters, equipped with a swimming pool. Lin Wan led Gao Feng into the courtyard and pointed to the green plants inside, explaining, "It is divided into 3 areas, a leisure area, a green plant area, and a viewing area. This villa is one of the top 3, and it's already renovated. If you don't like it, you can redecorate it." The villa has 4 floors, with an entertainment and leisure area on the basement level, as well as an underground parking garage. The building has 3 floors above ground and contains 8 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. 2 maid rooms, 2 kitchens, a dining room, and a gym are all available. Led by Lin Wan, Gao Feng took a quick look around. "Mr. Gao, if you have any complaints about the house, please let us know, and we will do our best to meet your needs." Gao Feng glanced through it and already had a general idea of what was going on. This size is estimated to be the largest unit, at 888 square meters. Based on Kyoto's property prices, it's worth over 100 million yen. He hadn't expected the system to be so generous. Is it because he hit a home run? Or is it because Bai Bingbing is of high quality? Or is this her first time? It seems that in the future, we still need to develop uncultivated fertile land to maximize our returns. Gao Feng nodded and smiled. Everything is perfect, except for one problem. Yes, please go ahead. Lin Wan said respectfully. No matter how perfect a building is, there will always be people who are dissatisfied, especially the super rich. Gao Feng smiled and said, I live alone, and the house is too big. Oh. Lin Wan's mouth opened slightly, and for a moment she was speechless. Don't you know how big or small the house you bought is? Do you mean to invite yourself to live with us? She stole a glance at Gao Feng, and her heart immediately began to pound rapidly. He's a truly charming man, a world apart from the young Master Wang from before. If it were true, Lin Wan admitted that she was somewhat tempted. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. If you bring your family over and hire 2 or 3 caregivers, it won't feel empty anymore. Family? Gao Feng remained silent. How long has it been since I last contacted them? My parents have retired, and it's quite nice for them to live here. And my younger sister, after the holidays, won't have to travel all the way back to our hometown. But how am I going to explain this villa to them? This villa is too big. Wouldn't it be exhausting for the elderly couple to live here? Hiring a caregiver is out of the question. The elderly couple would never agree to it. Or, should we buy a smaller house? It's right next to my sister's school, so that might be more suitable for them. My sister's school is about to have a holiday, so if we're going to buy something, we need to decide in the next couple of days. With this thought in mind, Gao Feng looked at Lin Wan and asked, Do you have any residential properties near the Communication University of China? Lin Wan pondered for a moment. Then her eyes lit up, and she said, We have an upscale residential area right next to the Communication University of China. This is... She had a guess in her mind, and couldn't help but get excited. She only provided accommodation at the house and did not receive any commission. But if Gao Feng wants to buy another house, then she will receive a considerable amount of income. Gao Feng nodded and said, I'd like to buy a smaller house there, but I don't know if there are any suitable ones. What are your requirements? Large apartments, around 200 square meters, the kind that you can move into immediately. Gao Feng thought for a moment and then said, Lin Wan's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she excitedly exclaimed, Yes, that neighborhood perfectly suits your needs. Shall we go take a look? What a coincidence. Gao Feng nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Lin. Hee hee, not at all. You're being kind to me. Let's get the house move-in paperwork done first, and then I'll take you there. Lin Wan smiled and led Gao Feng to complete the formalities. With Gao Feng's abilities, she had a premonition that the apartment in Rose Garden would definitely be sold soon. Half an hour later, Gao Feng drove Lin Wan to Rose Garden. Lin Wan had already contacted them in advance, and when she arrived, she came over with a document in her hand. Mr. Gao, these are all ready-built houses, in various sizes. Which one would you like to take a look at? Gao Feng took the documents and examined them carefully. The houses in this community are all large apartments. There are 3 types: 120 square meters 3-bedroom apartments, 180 square meters 4-bedroom apartments, and 300 square meters 5-bedroom apartments. Gao Feng's gaze fell on the 4-bedroom apartment. 1 apartment per floor, for bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. Currently, only the first floor and the top floor of the 11th floor on the east side remain. Each floor comes with a 60 square meter garden, where you can grow vegetables and flowers. The 11th floor comes with a super large 120 square meter terrace, which can also be used to grow greenery. Let's go take a look at the rooms. Gao Feng closed the document and said calmly. Lin Wan took Gao Feng to Building 8, first showing him the first floor and then to the top floor. At this moment, Gao Feng had already made up his mind, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Lin Wan to show him the 5-bedroom house. Finally, Gao Feng returned to the rooftop balcony of his 4-bedroom apartment, overlooking the entire community. From his angle, he can clearly see the Communication University of China next door. It was now 11 o'clock, and he took out his phone to send a message to his sister, Gao Lan. Ms. Lin, I plan to give this house to my parents and sister. Could you give me some advice? Lin Wan's heart stirred. From this statement, she keenly realized that her judgment of Gao Feng might be wrong. This doesn't seem like the behavior of a rich kid. Instead, they seem like self-made millionaires. After a moment of contemplation, she analyzed. If you don't want to hire a nanny, I suggest buying a 4-bedroom house. Each family member will have their own room, and you can also save a guest room. Moreover, the house is small, so it won't be too tiring for the elderly to take care of it. Gao Feng glanced at her and smiled. Top floor or first floor, how to choose? I suggest you choose the top floor. This is Kyoto, so you don't need to worry about power outages. Lin Wan's suggestion this time was very decisive. The houses built by our company are of the highest quality and there will never be any problems with waterproofing. The top floor isn't too high, and there's a huge rooftop terrace. It's perfect for growing flowers and vegetables, relaxing, and having fun. Bite. The host is facing a choice regarding the type of apartment. Option 1. Agree with the professional consultant's opinion and purchase the 4-bedroom apartment. Option 2. Be the toughest man, want the best and the biggest of everything. Choose a 5-bedroom apartment. Gao Feng originally wanted to buy a 180 square meter house for his elderly parents to live in, as it would be easier to manage. But now the system has given you a choice. What else is there to say? Go prepare the contract for the 5-bedroom apartment. Bite. The host is very generous. As a reward, a Honda motorcycle and 30 million renminbi are hereby awarded. This time, Gao Feng genuinely smiled. Getting a house for free, how wonderful. When a man asks for a small house, all his reasons are just excuses. There's only one reason. He doesn't have enough money. A 300 square meter house is indeed a bit too big. Even if we get a few more robot vacuums, it won't be too tiring for the elderly couple. Lin Wan was even happier. Suppressing her excitement, she took Gao Feng back to the sales office. She went to prepare the contract. Gao Feng's phone rang. "Hello, brother, I've arrived. Where are you?" A clear, crisp sound came from the microphone. Chapter 19, I'll give you a house. Gao Feng smiled indulgently, stood up, and walked to the entrance of the sales office. He then saw 2 girls standing by the roadside. One of them, wearing a blue dress and with long hair flowing down her shoulders, is his sister, Gao Lan. Turn around and look back. As Gao Feng spoke, Gao Lan turned around and saw Gao Feng smiling. Elder brother. Gao Lan immediately walked over and looked Gao Feng up and down with a look of surprise. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? How did you become so handsome? Gao Lan looked puzzled, but her eyes were filled with undisguised pride. The older brother is handsome, which makes his younger sister very proud. She pulled the girl next to her over and introduced her. This is Xiaoyu, my best friend. This is my brother, Gao Feng. Gao Feng nodded to Xiaoyu as a greeting. Xiaoyu glanced at Gao Feng secretly, then blushed and lowered her head. Brother, why did you suddenly come to see me here? Did something happen? Gao Lan looked at Gao Feng and asked in confusion. Her brother hasn't contacted her for the past few months, and every time he calls, he only says a few words before hanging up. She was very worried and was planning to visit him during her 2 days off. Gao Feng smiled and reached out to rub the top of her head. It's nothing. It's your birthday coming up. I'll give you a present. What gift? Gao Lan immediately forgot about her hair being ruffled by Gao Feng and grabbed Gao Feng's arm excitedly. Come with me. Gao Feng led the 2 women to the sales office and sat down. Mr. Gao, it's done. Lin Wan came running over with a stack of contracts in her hand, her face flushed. A contract is only valid after it has been signed. Only after payment is made can the deal be considered finalized. She didn't want to run into a client like Dynasty again. Seeing that Gao Feng was accompanied by 2 young girls, he was slightly taken aback. Gao Feng turned to look at Gao Lan and smiled. Did you bring the ID card I asked you to bring? I brought it. What are you doing? Gao Lan looked puzzled, but still obediently took out her ID card. Lin Wan took the ID card, and an unbelievable thought came to her mind. Yes, the house is registered in her name. Gao Feng's words sent a shiver down her spine. No way. This is a house worth 30 million. It was just sent out like that? She glanced at Gao Lan, who looked completely bewildered. Based on her extensive experience in judging people, she knew this person was a college student and a freshman at that. Very green. What kind of relationship allows someone to casually give away a luxury mansion? She glanced at the name on the ID card. The address was the same as Gao Feng's. She immediately understood the relationship between the two. It really is her younger sister. But even if she's his own sister, isn't this going too far? Isn't this what a father should do? She had witnessed countless power struggles and infighting among the scions of wealthy families. This is 30 million, not 3 million. However, these things are none of her business. All she needs to do is pay. Next came the signing, and more signing. Gao Feng looks exhausted. Half an hour later, all the formalities were completed. Gao Feng followed Lin Wan to the finance office. The full price is 29.88 million. Gao Feng took out a China Construction Bank card and handed it to Lin Wan, whose expression was strange. Lin Wan, are these super rich people really this low-key? They actually use the most ordinary debit card? The mindset of the wealthy is truly unfathomable. Beep. 29.88 million successfully deducted. That sound put her heart at ease. 10 minutes later, Lin Wan smiled and placed a bunch of keys in Gao Feng's hand. Mr. Gao, From now on, this house is yours. Gao Feng tossed the keys to Gao Lan, who was standing there dumbfounded, and laughed. No, it's yours. Take us to see your house. Upon returning to the rooftop of Building 8, the group's mindset had changed. Lin Wan was overjoyed when she sold a luxury house worth nearly 30 million yuan, as the commission she received made her extremely happy. Gao Lan felt as if she were in a dream, and she hadn't recovered yet. Such a big house, and it was actually a birthday gift from her brother? I would never have dared to think of such a thing. She had heard how outrageous the housing prices were near the Communication University of China. My brother bought it without even blinking. How much money did he actually make? It's just 2 restaurants, isn't it? Making that much money? Gao Feng has always been one to report good news, and not bad. Gao Lan was unaware that he had already gone bankrupt. Bro, how much do you actually earn in a year? You bought such a big house. Hee. You don't need to worry about that. Do you like this house? Gao Feng smiled, but offered no explanation. I love it so much. But I'm afraid I won't be able to repay the loan. Gao Feng tapped Gao Lan on the head and laughed. Nonsense, you're still a student. How could you take out a loan? This was bought in full. Full payment. Gao Lan was stunned when she saw the huge house. That must be worth tens of millions. How did I become a multimillionaire? Excited, Gao Lan pulled Xiaoyu to carefully inspect each room, chattering excitedly about the renovations. Gao Feng went up to the rooftop, lit a cigarette, and leisurely blew out a smoke ring. His family's happiness makes him happier than anything else. Mr. Gao, you are so good to your sister. Lin Wan stood beside him, sighing with genuine admiration. Hee. Thank you for your help today. Gao Feng smiled. I'm having lunch with my sister. Do you want to come along? Lin Wan really wanted to agree, but she knew it wasn't the right time. Mr. Gao, thank you for letting me earn a substantial commission. I should be the one treating you. I won't disturb your family gathering today. Give me another chance, and I'll treat you. Good. Gao Feng nodded, and the two became friends. Lin Wan then tactfully took her leave. 10 minutes later, Gao Lan excitedly jumped to Gao Feng's side and shouted, I won't be going back this year. Let's bring Mom and Dad over. Okay, this house is yours. You decide what to do with it. Really? Can I invite my friends over to visit? Of course, you are the master. You can do whatever you want. That's amazing. You're really my brother. Gao Lan grinned from ear to ear and cheered with joy. Immediately, she started making phone calls to share her joy with her friends. Bro, my roommate is coming right away. Seeing Gao Lan soaring happily, Gao Feng smiled indulgently and said, Perfect timing. Let's go grab a bite together later. Great. Is sister-in-law Zhongli coming too? Gao Lan suddenly remembered something and hesitated for a moment. The last time she saw Zhongli, the atmosphere wasn't good, and she didn't really want to see her. Gao Feng shook his head and said calmly, I've already broken up with her. Real? Gao Lan said happily. It's true, we've been separated for several months now. Gao Lan felt that today was truly her lucky day, with all sorts of good things happening. He received a gift he never dared to dream of, and the annoying Zhongli would never appear again. It was simply perfect. She glanced at Gao Feng and smiled. Don't worry, my roommates are all beautiful. Let me introduce them to you. She grabbed Xiaoyu from the side and teased her. Here, this is Xiaoyu, isn't she pretty? Xiaoyu blushed deeply and pinched Gao Lan's tender waist hard. The two girls immediately started making a ruckus. Gao Feng smiled as he looked at everything before him, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. This is the life he wants. Don't think about anything. Just be at peace and joyful. Brother, they've arrived. I'll go pick them up. You stay with Xiaoyu for a while. Gao Lan raised her phone and ran off with a grin. Xiaoyu was left feeling a little awkward, her head down, seemingly lost in thought. Gao Feng didn't know what to say. He just stood on the rooftop and looked into the distance. Bai Bingbing just sent him a message. Gao Feng let her order her own food and eat lunch alone. He won't be back until the afternoon. Before long, he saw 3 vibrant young women walking gracefully towards him. He could hear his sister's cheerful voice from upstairs. It has to be said that children these days are really well nourished. The girls are all quite beautiful. One of them made Gao Feng's pupils shrink sharply. Isn't this the streamer I just added last night? Chapter 20 School Beauty Lu Qing. The world is so small. I saw it online yesterday, and I met it in real life today. Jingjing added him on private message last night and sent him several messages, but he didn't have time to read them. Brother, this is Li Wenjing, and this is Layer. They are my roommates. Gao Lan introduced her 2 friends to Gao Feng. Layer was very enthusiastic, while Li Wenjing was very aloof, completely different from her behavior last night. Gao Feng was left alone on the balcony. The four girls gathered together to tour the new house. Gao Lan, you've been hiding this for too long. Looking at the spacious and bright kitchen, Leia couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This kitchen is at least 30 square meters. The cabinets are clean, beautiful, and sturdy. It's clearly a well-known brand. It has all the necessary kitchen appliances, including dishwashers and ovens. These things alone would definitely cost at least tens of thousands. At school, Gao Lan wore similar clothes and used similar cosmetics to her. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a hidden rich second generation. Li Wenjing rented a room off campus for her live stream. But that was an old, dilapidated apartment. Compared to this house, it was practically a slum. She turned and glanced at Gao Feng on the balcony and sighed. Gao Lan, your family is so rich. Why do you only get so little allowance? Gao Lan's living expenses are actually quite substantial. 3,000 yuan a month, which is more than enough. But if she's a rich second generation, that's too rare. Gao Lan raised her head proudly and said, my family's financial situation is average. This house was bought by my brother. He's rich. What? Your brother isn't that old. He just graduated a few years ago, right? He can afford a house here. Li Wenjing was immediately shocked. She didn't know how much the house cost, but judging from its size and location, it must be worth at least tens of millions. The minimum down payment is 5 or 6 million. How could Gao Lan's brother earn so much money? He's in the restaurant business. I heard he can earn over 1 million a year. Liar silently calculated in her mind, a hint of doubt appearing in her eyes. She's a local and knows the housing prices in the area very well. Rose Garden is a high-end residential community, and the houses there are more expensive than others. Moreover, this apartment is on the top floor and comes with a huge rooftop terrace. The east-facing unit also has excellent natural light, making it definitely the most expensive unit in the entire development. A 300 square meter house would cost at least 25 million. However, seeing that everyone was happy, she did not voice her doubts. Brother, what should we eat? After Gao Lan and the others finished reading, she skipped over to Gao Feng and took his arm. Gao Feng smiled and said, you're in charge today. The four girls chattered and discussed it for a while before deciding to take Gao Feng to the school cafeteria for a meal. Gao Feng did not refuse and led the four women to the car. Wow, bro, you changed your car? Gao Lan exclaimed in surprise. Although she didn't recognize the Maybach, the car looked very expensive. The car Gao Feng drove last time he picked her up was nowhere near as good as this one. It's only been a few months, but Gao Feng has changed so much. Yes, I just got a new car. Gao Feng didn't say much and drove the four girls directly into the campus and to the cafeteria. Since they've arrived at their home turf, Gao Feng naturally doesn't need to pay the bill. He sat down at the table to reserve a seat. For little beauties went to get food. His demeanor was clearly not that of a student, and many bold girls frequently stared at him. Gao Lan, is your brother's business very big? While waiting in line, Leia couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. A year ago, they said we could earn more than 1 million a year. But I heard later that he opened a new store. I wonder how much he can earn. Gao Lan shook her head. She never inquired about Gao Feng's affairs. She only learned about it from her parents. Do you know how much that house costs? Liar's eyes looked strange. I don't know either. Maybe less than 10 million? 10 million? That's not even enough for a down payment. Gao Lan, Li Wenjing, and the other two women were all dumbfounded. They knew the house was valuable, but they didn't realize it was this valuable. Do you know how much your brother's car costs? Gao Lan shook her head. The final price was over 4 million, plus that license plate number. It's not something you can just buy with money. It's more valuable than the car itself. These alone add up to 30 or 40 million. Where did your brother get so much money? Gao Lan was bewildered and murmured. I have no idea. Liar glanced at the distant peak and whispered. If your family is truly an ordinary family, then go back and ask them carefully, just in case there are any problems. Gao Lan shook her head and said, my brother would never do anything illegal or disorderly. I believe him. Hey, I didn't say that. Your brother is so handsome. I'm worried. Leia stopped before she could finish speaking. But the girls all understood what was meant. With information so readily available now, they are not naive or ignorant girls. They have heard of many such things. Women can be kept by wealthy men. Men can do it too. Gao Lan remembered what Gao Feng had said. He had already broken up with Zhongli. My heart sank. Although she also hoped that her brother would break up with Zhongli. But if her brother was being kept by a rich woman and became her male concubine, she would rather have Zhongli. Leia's words cast a shadow over her happy mood. Seeing Gao Lan's sullen mood, Layer also felt a little regretful. She whispered, "These are all speculations, and they may not be true. Perhaps your brother's restaurant has caught the eye of investors and has been turned into a chain brand. That would be very profitable." Gao Lan felt a little better after hearing this. The four girls returned to the table after getting their food, only to find two more girls beside Gao Feng. Gao Lan's expression changed slightly. "Lu Qing, why are you sitting here?" The long-haired girl standing next to the peak raised her head and said calmly, "This is the school cafeteria. I am free to sit wherever I want." Gao Lan paused for a moment upon hearing this, then glared at Gao Feng with a pout and said coquettishly, "Brother, I asked you to save a seat. Why did you give it to her?" Gao Feng smiled wryly. He was occupying an 8-person table. Just now, these two girls came up and asked how many people were in their party and if they could share a table. Seeing that they were two beautiful women, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The main reason is that one of them is very beautiful, comparable to Bai Bingbing. Isn't this a potential target for exploiting loopholes? Seeing this, Layer tugged at Gao Lan. Gao Lan then sat down opposite Gao Feng, fuming. The other 3 women also sat down opposite them. "Here, this is your food." Gao Lan pushed the pile of food plates in front of Gao Feng. It contains various kinds of meat, such as chicken legs and braised pork. Their plates were filled with vegetables. "Girls, they'll endure any hardship to maintain their figure." Lu Qing, standing to the side, looked at Gao Feng with a smile and whispered, "Young man, are you Gao Lan's brother?" "Brother, how are you?" Before Gao Feng could answer, Gao Lan spoke first. Even a fool could see that the two women didn't get along. Lu Qing glanced at her and smiled. "Your brother is so handsome. Are you really related by blood?" Gao Lan was so angry her nose almost twisted out of shape. "She's very pretty, okay?" The conflict between her and Lu Qing actually stemmed from Li Wenjing, who remained silent. Both of them were campus beauties. Some busybodies have made a ranking of them. Lu Qing stood in front of Li Wenjing. Gao Lan also disapproved of Lu Qing's behavior, thus creating a grudge between them. "We've gotten used to it. Every time we meet, we have to tease each other a bit. Men are better off not getting involved in battles between women." Gao Feng, with his eyes closed and his mind focused, happily devoured his food. "I must say, the food in the school cafeteria is pretty good, and the portions are large and cheap." They hadn't argued for long before Gao Feng's plate was empty. "Give me your meal card. I'll go get another one." Gao Feng reached out his hand, gesturing to Gao Lan. Gao Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're eating way too fast." In the past, people ate quickly during peak hours, but not to this extent. The rice in her plate had only just begun to fall. Lu Qing, standing to the side, pushed her meal card in front of Gao Feng and smiled. "You can use mine. Who wants to use yours?" Before Gao Feng could react, Gao Lan took out her meal card and slapped it in front of him. Chapter 21 Confessing in the Cafeteria. Gao Feng was unaware of any past conflicts between the girls. He had no intention of getting involved. Although refusing Lu Qing's kindness might mean missing out on a potential romantic partner. But my younger sister is the most important. He picked up Gao Lan's meal card and got up to get his food. Gao Lan looked at Lu Qing triumphantly and said, "Lu Qing, there are so many seats in the cafeteria. Why do you insist on sitting next to my brother?" Lu Qing raised her eyes, a slight ripple appearing in them, and said calmly, "This was the only available seat just now." Gao Lan looked up and glanced around. "It's lunchtime now, and almost all the tables are full." She swallowed her words and did not say anything to drive Lu Qing away. After all, this is a cafeteria, which is a public place. She doesn't have the right to kick anyone out. "Oomph, don't even think about hitting on my brother. He wouldn't be interested in you." Lu Qing wasn't annoyed. She glanced at her indifferently and said softly, "Are you a brother complex person?" Gao Lan immediately bristled and angrily said, "You're the one who's a brother-obsessed guy." "Well, I don't have an older brother, so having one more wouldn't be bad. With me here, you can forget about it." Gao Lan immediately panicked. She knew that Lu Qing was extremely charming and could attract all kinds of boys. Gao Feng broke up with Zhang Li and was currently single. If Lu Qing really makes a move against him, it will be impossible to defend against. "No, I have to leave immediately. I can't give her that chance." Gao Lan stared at Lu Qing warily, making a decision in her heart. Lu Qing was just teasing Gao Lan on purpose. She wouldn't say she's seen countless men, but she has met all sorts of men. She's not a lovesick fool, so how could she fall in love at first sight? However, Gao Feng's temperament is indeed somewhat eccentric. There is a kind of calm and confidence that comes from having seen all the hustle and bustle of life. She was completely different from the naive young men who surrounded her. If I had to make a comparison, he really resembles Lu Xiaofeng, the romantic and amorous character from a martial arts novel. It carries a calm acceptance of the world's affairs, yet also contains a hidden sharpness. Such men are dangerous, yet also alluring. There were other seats available, but she chose to sit here. Life always requires adventure, so you can see different scenery. I never expected that he would be Gao Lan's brother. As far as she knew, Gao Lan's family was of very ordinary means. Where does her brother's confidence come from? After getting his food, Gao Feng returned to his seat. The atmosphere seemed a bit strange. This table was quite eye-catching. 7 people were sitting together, 6 of whom were beautiful women. How could a man alone not attract attention? He finished his plate so quickly that his younger sister, Gao Lan, hadn't even finished eating yet. Gao Feng leaned back in his chair and looked around. Those who met his gaze, regardless of gender, involuntarily avoided his eyes. It's not that he's charming, but rather that his energy and spirit are too strong. It is several times that of an average person. When one is full of spirit, one's energy is abundant. His gaze carries an undercurrent of pressure. People with weak mental strength will be suppressed if they make eye contact with him. This is what is meant by the imposing presence of those in positions of power. Just like a lion king surveying its territory, all living beings present are its prey. When he doesn't deliberately conceal his brilliance, most people naturally can't stand it. But no matter how powerful the Lion King is, he cannot stop the male lions during their mating season. At the Communication University of China, handsome men and beautiful women are not a scarce resource. But the 6 beauties with different styles sat together, including 2 school beauties, Li Wenjing and Lu Qing. Naturally, it will be coveted by powerful males. 2 men and 1 woman, a group of 3, walked over and stopped behind Gao Lan and her 3 companions, meeting Gao Feng's gaze. Lu Qing, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The boy's public declaration of love drew the attention of the entire restaurant. With everyone watching, the entire cafeteria fell into an eerie silence. The boy's neck turned bright red as he pulled out a bouquet of vibrant roses from behind his back. His arm trembled slightly, showing that he was very excited. The boy's companion behind him was holding up his phone to livestream. In the shot, Lu Qing is slowly and methodically stirring egg drop soup with a silver ladle. There was a hint of nonchalant smile in the corner of his eye. Her silence already revealed her attitude. The boy was being watched by hundreds of eyes, and his emotions had reached their peak. This is the carefree and romantic spirit unique to young people. He stared intently at Lu Qing and shouted, Lu Qing, we've known each other for a year, and I've been pursuing you for a whole year. I hope that I'm the only one by your side. Lu Qing suddenly stopped stirring the soup with her spoon. These 2 words seemed to have touched a nerve with her. She raised her head, her eyes filled with coldness. I've rejected you so many times. Why do you still insist? The boy's eyes flickered, and he instinctively avoided Lu Qing's gaze. The girl with the ponytail next to him suddenly spoke up. Lu Qing, he really loves you. Last time it rained heavily. You didn't bring an umbrella, and he was willing to get wet in the rain to bring you one. And during the sports meet, he would run alongside you the whole time, just in case something happened to you. He brings you breakfast every day, and he has been doing so for 6 months. These are all proof that he loves you. Clang. Lu Qing placed the soup spoon on the plate with a crisp sound. She slowly rose. Her beige dress ruffled gently with her movement. Young gang. Her voice carried a hint of languor, but the ending note was like ice. Your kind intentions are just a burden to me. I have never accepted your kindness. The entire place was deathly silent. You could hear many people swallowing their saliva. The boy blushed and tried to speak. Lu Qing had already gotten up and was walking towards the cafeteria door. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed throughout the large cafeteria. Lu Qing, it's not wrong for him to like you. Why are you so cruel? The girl with the ponytail suddenly shouted. Lu Qing stopped and turned around with a smile. He has the right to like anyone, and I have the right to refuse. Lu Qing's companion realized what was happening and immediately got up to catch up with Lu Qing. The 2 disappeared from everyone's sight. Boom. Only now has the pause time resumed its flow. A chorus of murmurs rose and fell in the cafeteria. A classic scene. How many boys has Lu Qing rejected since she entered the school? If not 10, then 8. Her charm is so great that so many moths are drawn to her. Young Gang is in a bad situation. He was publicly executed. He's overestimating himself. Doesn't Lu Qing have the right to refuse? You're all wrong. Yang Gang did it on purpose. He wanted to put Lu Qing under pressure in front of everyone and force her to submit. I noticed that too. He's live streaming. If he succeeds, great. But if he doesn't, he can still gain some sympathy and more followers. Holy crap, we're on the first floor, and he's on the third. Gao Feng found the surrounding chatter quite amusing. The campus is now also polluted by reality, with so many twists and turns. Chapter 22, Calling Mother. However, looking back, he realized that he wasn't much better off when he was in college. How many boys were pursuing Li Yanran back then? There are quite a few cases where jealousy and rivalry among them have led to physical fights. And that dynasty, taking advantage of his wealthy family background, he often pestered Li Yanran. I remember that my roommate, Fatty Li, also had a crush on Li Yanran, and Wang Chao even came to warn him about it. Even he himself was almost targeted. These are all memories of my youth. Thinking about the class reunion tomorrow night. He wasn't particularly interested at first, but now he felt a little more anticipation. Who doesn't have the vanity of returning home in glory and showing off in front of others? He has never paid back Li Yanran's money. I was planning to give it to her in person tomorrow night. That's really quite naive. Why would a truly powerful person care about these things? Gao Feng took out his phone and transferred the 200,000 yuan debt to Li Yanran. Bite. The host's mind has become more mature and powerful. Reward skill. Who understands women's hearts? Beginner. Simp value -3. Gao Feng was slightly taken aback. There's a reward for this. His sycophantic value has now dropped to 35 points, so there is no risk of losing the system in the short term. Who understands a woman's heart? He remembered watching a movie before, and the male protagonist seemed to have this kind of ability. Gao Feng looked at Gao Lan beside him, trying to sense her thoughts. As his attention focused, a slight anger emanated from Gao Lan. Considering her discord with Lu Qing, Gao Feng guessed that she was probably somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Qing's over-the-top performance. Gao Feng shifted his gaze to Li Wenjing. There seemed to be a hint of envy and admiration in her eyes, probably because she was in a similar situation to Lu Qing and they sympathized with each other. But she didn't convey any emotion. The other girls were in the same boat, receiving no information whatsoever. It seems that this skill can only be used on acquaintances for now. Is this the effect of a basic skill? It's better than nothing. After finishing their meal, they still had classes to attend, so Gao Feng didn't linger and said goodbye. After getting in the car, he called Bai Bingbing. This silly girl hasn't eaten yet. Gao Feng was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he dialed Lin Zhixia's number. Hello, Mr. Gao. The phone rang twice before being quickly answered. Lin Zhixia's confident voice came from inside. Gao Feng raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever made a phone call, yet the person knew it was him. It must be said that this attitude of valuing himself made him feel very comfortable. That's professionalism. Send me a lunch and go to my room. My girlfriend is there. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Is there anything else you need? Lin Zhixia didn't ask for specifics and answered directly. No. Gao Feng hung up the phone and then dialed his mother's number. The phone rang 5 times before it was answered. Son. Hearing these 2 simple words, Gao Feng's eyes suddenly reddened. He hasn't contacted his family for the past few months. He was afraid that his parents would find out about his current situation and worry them. If I hadn't obtained the system and changed my fate, I don't know when I would have made that call. Gao Feng paused for a moment before managing to calm himself down. He opened his mouth and said, Mom, how have you been lately? Hee, we're all doing well. We're retired and have nothing to do, so we just wander around outside every day. The mother paused for a moment before tentatively asking, How have you been lately? Your dad said you're busy, so I haven't dared to call you. His mother's words were simple, but Gao Feng could feel the rich emotions within them. I'm fine, and I haven't been busy lately. I'm calling today mainly to tell you something. What's wrong? You're not getting married to Zhongli, are you? You two should have gotten married a long time ago. We're both retired and have nothing to do but wait to hold our grandchildren. When the topic came up, the mother talked on, and Gao Feng couldn't find a chance to interject. Just as his mother paused to discuss what to name her grandson, Gao Feng interrupted her, saying, Zhang Li and I broke up. That one sentence caused a deathly silence on the other end for half a minute. Mom, are you all right? Gao Feng was somewhat worried. After all, my mother has high blood pressure. I don't want her to faint from anger. She had children late in life. Gao Feng was not yet married when she retired. What she worries about most is that by the time she has a grandson, she will be too old to move around. I can't help Gao Feng take care of his child. The pressure in today's society is immense. Which young family doesn't have both parents working hard while leaving the children to be cared for by grandparents. When they get old, they won't be able to help take care of the children. Those peak days were very difficult. Gao Feng had heard this kind of talk many times before. He also told his mother about Zhongli. The mother had long wanted Zhongli to come to their home to finalize the marriage arrangements. Zhongli consistently disagreed. In the past 3 years, the two sides have only met in videos, and only a handful of times. Even so, the mother will probably be saddened to hear the news of their breakup. Amid Gao Feng's trepidation, his mother's voice, feigning nonchalance, came through the microphone. "Son, how could you two break up? Weren't you living together?" Gao Feng paused for a moment, then explained. "We had problems in our relationship and broke up a long time ago." He did not tell the truth. After all, he always reported good news and never bad news, so his mother was unaware of his business failure. It's too complicated to explain. Zhongli is a thing of the past, and there's no need to explain so much. Will you two get back together? The mother continued to ask. "No, we've broken up completely," Gao Feng said with absolute certainty. "All right, I won't get involved in your young people's affairs. It's good that you two broke up. It's been over 3 years, and you still haven't gotten married. When will I be able to hold my grandson? Why don't you just come back and develop your career here? Aunt Lou's daughter next door is also single. I'll arrange blind dates for you two. If you hit it off, you can just get married. Wouldn't that be great?" The mother seemed to quickly shake off the bad news and began to ramble on. In the past, Gao Feng would feel overwhelmed by this kind of rambling. "I don't want to listen, I just want to hang up as soon as possible." But today, he was very patient and listened quietly the whole time. People undergo tremendous changes after experiencing great ups and downs. Some people will completely sink into depravity and become worthless. Some people will undergo a complete transformation, turning into a butterfly. Gao Feng felt he could keep listening. Listen for 50 years, 100 years. Perhaps fearing that Gao Feng would get annoyed, his mother stopped talking after 10 minutes. Only then did Gao Feng reveal the purpose of the phone call. "Mom, I bought a house in Kyoto, and I'd like to invite you to live here." Chapter 23, A family should always be together. "Oh, you bought a house." This news was like a bombshell, even bringing his father to the forefront. He snatched the phone and began to ask. "Houses in Kyoto are so expensive. How big of a house did you buy? How much is it? How much is the monthly loan repayment? Is it a lot of pressure? Is the renovation done yet? Do you want me to go and keep an eye on it for you?" Let me tell you, someone has to keep an eye on the renovations, otherwise they'll cause trouble. The usually taciturn father also turned into a chatterbox. "Dad, my business is very profitable. The house was bought outright and is registered under Gao Lan's name. It's a gift from me to her." "What?" His father was stunned. The son not only bought the house outright, but also gave it to Gao Lan. What will he do? It's not that he's sexist, but how can a man get married and have children if he doesn't own a house? Daughters are different. They can get married even without a house. How big a house did you buy? How can you give it to Lan Lan first? If you have money, buy yourself a place first, for when you get married and have children, and then buy a smaller one for Lan Lan. If a girl owns a house before she gets married, other men will covet it. Gao Feng listened with a smile until his father finished speaking before speaking. "Lan Lan, this is premarital property, so you don't need to worry. Also, the house is fully furnished and equipped with appliances, so you can move in immediately without any further renovations. You can just come directly here. Gao Lan is on vacation, so she doesn't need to travel back and forth." After Gao Feng finished speaking, he heard a discussion on the other end of the phone. "My mother wanted to come, but my father disagreed. They felt that having so many people living together would be a burden on their children. Dad, Gao Lan usually lives in the dormitory. The school food isn't very good. Now that you're here, she can have a good meal on the weekend. Moreover, with you here, you can take care of her daily life, allowing her to focus more on her studies." Gao Feng's words immediately touched the couple. At their age, how could they not want to be with their children? They couldn't be happier to be able to take care of Gao Lan and Gao Feng. "Son, from what you're saying, you're not going to live with us." The father astutely noticed the blind spot and asked in confusion, "Is the house too small and you can't fit in? Then let's not go. You're single now, so it's better for you to stay there by yourself." "I have my own house. I don't need to live there." Gao Feng's words once again silenced the other side. After a long while, the father finally spoke slowly. "How much money have you actually made over the past few years? If I buy all the houses, won't my business be affected?" Gao Feng smiled and said, "You've made tens of millions, right? Right? Business hasn't been affected, so you don't need to worry." "How much? How many?" Gao Feng's father's voice even started to stutter. For ordinary working-class families, a millionaire is a rich person, 10 million is just a legend. As for his son, he worked for a year and did business for 3 years. It's only been 4 years. He actually made tens of millions in assets? Does he run a restaurant or a drug den? As parents, we don't expect our children to be outstanding. The most important thing is that nothing bad happens to them. Gao Feng understood his concerns. Only after I explained it to them did they finally feel somewhat relieved. But they were still hesitant about whether to come to Kyoto. It's hard to explain over the phone. Gao Feng decided to go back in the next couple of days to bring his elderly parents over. After hanging up the phone, Gao Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Now that I have money, I naturally want my parents to enjoy a better life too. When the family is together, I can visit them often. When Gao Lan is about to graduate, we'll bring them to live with us. A family should always be together. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Feng was about to drive back to the hotel when he heard someone knocking on his car window. It's a girl. What's up? Gao Feng rolled down the car window and asked. The girl looked very young, around 21 or 22 years old. She's about a 75 out of 100 in looks, and with her fashionable clothes, she's considered a pretty girl. When she saw Gao Feng's face, her eyes lit up. Hey bro, I want to go to Chongqing Street. Can you give me a ride? Goodness. Gao Feng had heard before that people who drive luxury cars often have romantic encounters. You'll get approached by people as soon as you step outside a university. If you put a few bottles of drinks on the roof of your car, you might get an unexpected bonus. He parked his car in the parking lot in front of the Communication University of China. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Gao Feng looked the other person up and down and said calmly, "Excuse me, I have something to do." A hint of resentment flashed in the girl's eyes after she was rejected. She raised her hand to brush a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her eyes and said softly, "Hey bro, can we add each other on WeChat?" Gao Feng shook his head slightly, stepped on the gas, and left the parking lot, speeding away. "Oomph, you don't know what's good for you." The girl stared at the car's taillights and stomped her foot in frustration. "Wang Ting, are you trying to seduce a man?" A short-haired girl saw what was happening and sneered. Wang Ting rolled her eyes at the other person and said coldly, "This is my friend, what's it to you?" The short-haired girl smiled knowingly and gave her a meaningful look. Feeling embarrassed, Wang Ting turned and left the school gate. A girl with short hair was standing next to a girl with long hair. If Gao Feng were still alive, he would recognize that this is Lu Qing. She stared thoughtfully at Gao Feng's taillights. "Lu Qing, you're not thinking of hitting on her too, are you?" Upon seeing this, the short-haired girl teased. "I know this person. He is Gao Lan's brother." Lu Qing shook his head and explained. "Gao Lan." The short-haired girl looked somewhat surprised. As a native of Kyoto with a wealthy family background, I am quite knowledgeable about luxury cars and understand the value of peak-hour license plates. The person driving this car is actually Gao Lan's brother? How come she never realized Gao Lan was from a wealthy family before? Don't you and Gao Lan get along? How do you know him? The girl was a bit gossipy, her eyes sparkling. Lu Qing rolled her eyes at her and said, "I met him in the cafeteria just now. He's very young and handsome." "Hey, cafeteria, I just heard that Yang Gang confessed his feelings to you. Tell me about it." Lu Qing shook his head and said calmly, "What's the point of talking about this? You've been through just as much as I have." This short-haired girl is a typical rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned woman. Her popularity at school was no less than hers. The short-haired girl sighed. Sigh. Men these days are too weak-willed. There isn't a single one who can fight back. Seeing her heartbroken expression, Lu Qing couldn't help but rub his forehead. When she said she was good at fighting, she really meant she was good at fighting. This guy looks innocent and pure, but he's actually a tomboy with violent tendencies. A family of martial arts practitioners and a rising star in the school's martial arts club. She beat up all the boys in the martial arts club. As a newcomer, he was appointed as the president of the martial arts club. She is beautiful and has short hair. Many boys fall for her at first sight and then begin pursuing her. But she ruthlessly defeated them all on the ring. No one who knew her dared to pursue her. According to her, if you want to win her over, you have to beat her into submission. But there isn't such a person yet. The short-haired girl's eyes darted around, and she stepped forward to hug Lu Qing's neck with a sly grin. "Little girl, I can be more lenient with you. Will you give in to me?" Both women were stunningly beautiful, and their embrace instantly aroused the blood of countless men who were secretly watching them. Everyone swallowed hard. Chapter 24: Zhang Li's relentless pursuit. Gao Feng was unaware of the amusing events unfolding behind him. When he returned to the room, Bai Bingbing was sitting at the dining table, taking small bites of dessert. Upon seeing Gao Feng, a smile immediately appeared on her face. When Bai Bingbing woke up, she found the room empty and felt a little disappointed. They say men are heartless, and it seems that's true. Even the luxurious comfort of the presidential suite failed to make her happy. She felt a little better after receiving Gao Feng's message. She wanted to go back to work at the store, but unfortunately, she was unwell. Moreover, Gao Feng told her to wait, so she couldn't leave. She was actually hungry around noon, but they dared not order food. The food here is too expensive. She couldn't bear to part with it. If Gao Feng hadn't ordered lunch for her, she probably would still be hungry. Gao Feng plopped down next to her. What? Not to your liking. He glanced at the food on the table and smiled. Bai Bingbing collapsed against him, her breathing becoming rapid. I just started eating. Oh, then you keep eating. I'll eat with you. This is Western food, with very large portions and a wide variety of dishes. The huge dining table was piled high with food. Given Bai Bingbing's appetite, it would be good if she could eliminate 10%. Gao Feng wasn't full, so he decided to have another meal. He ate while observing Bai Bingbing. Having the skill of understanding women's hearts, he can roughly sense the other person's emotions. He obtained the system, destined to no longer be an ordinary person. Given his physical condition, marrying only one person would be murder. He could take on 10 people like Bai Bingbing, who are incredibly delicate. 2 hours later, Bai Bingbing lay on Gao Feng's chest, nearly fainting again. She had too little experience and encountered a beast like Gao Feng on her first try. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Spare me. Her voice was hoarse and trembling with sobs. I'm so tired. I can't take it. Gao Feng was somewhat unsatisfied, but also afraid of hurting her. He laughed and said, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Happy. Bai Bingbing was startled and immediately explained. It's because I'm physically weak. I took a day off today, but I have to go to work tomorrow. She wanted to say something more, but Gao Feng cut her off. You don't need to work. I'll support you. The man's words made her body stiffen. I don't know how to deal with this. She wasn't actually happy working at the 4S store. After all, she studied to be a flight attendant. Now he's selling cars, which is completely unrelated to his major. Moreover, too many men have ulterior motives. It was something she found hard to bear. Now that I've met Gao Feng, this rich second generation, perhaps I can escape this kind of life. But what is my relationship with him? She knew absolutely nothing about Gao Feng. I know nothing except a name. He'll support her, but how will he do it? Locked up in a house, like a caged canary? She's only 22 years old and doesn't want to lose herself or become detached from society. Hee. No rush, you can take your time to think about it. If you come with me, I'll give you $1 million up front, plus some monthly allowance. If you're bored, you can do whatever job you like. Gao Feng could sense her emotions, and every word he spoke touched her heart. If she weren't doing it to earn money, why would she choose a job she doesn't like? Now, she can live the life she wants, as long as she wants. There is only one price to pay, to become his property. Maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years. She is aware of this. One of her classmates also chose this path. In my sophomore year, I became a canary, kept as a pet. Can I think about it for a few days? Bai Bingbing hesitated. Of course you can. That's your freedom. Gao Feng gently patted her buttocks and laughed. My requirements are very simple. If you're with me, you can't be ambiguous with other men. I don't like sharing with others. You are free. If you want to leave, you must tell me first, understand? Yes, I understand. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction at Bai Bingbing's obedient demeanor. Ring ring. The phone rang, and it was Sister Chun. Sister Chun. Xiao Gao, what's going on with your girlfriend? Did you break up? Gao Feng's eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice. I broke up with her a long time ago, so what? That's right. She waited for you outside your door for a long time last night, and came again early this morning and hasn't left. She wants me to open the door and let her into your room. I feel like something's not right, so I'm asking you. Sister Chin's tone was somewhat helpless, and Gao Feng could imagine the scene of Zhongli pestering her. Have you been waiting for him since last night? A hint of disdain flashed in Gao Feng's eyes. This woman hasn't made a single phone call or sent a single message in months. I've sent her countless messages, but she's blocked me. Now that he has money, he wants to get back together with his ex? She doesn't even deserve it. I'll be away for the next few days, so you don't need to pay any attention to her. Gao Feng thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Xiao Gao, so you two have broken up for good, right? Yes. That's fine then. I won't concern myself with this matter. At first, Sister Chin thought the two were having a minor argument, but now that she understood what Gao Feng meant, she stopped interfering. She's just the landlady, not Gao Feng's mother, so it's no use for Zhang Li to contact her. Gao Feng hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and then dialed Zhang Li's number. The call connected almost instantly, and Zhang Li's voice, trembling with tears, burst in. Gao Feng, where are you? I've been waiting for you in Jiyuan residential area for 3 days. Did you need something? Gao Feng stroked by Bingbing's smooth and delicate body, but his tone was terrifyingly cold. Let's get back together, okay? I know I was wrong. That day at the mall, I saw you with that girl. I regret it so much. Gao Feng closed his eyes, recalling her hysterical state in front of the LV store that day. It's over. I was out of my mind. Zhang Li's voice suddenly rose, then quickly fell back, carrying a soft, ingratiating tone. You know I'm vain, and I was worried when I saw you go bankrupt. But I have feelings for you. I've been with you for 3 years, and I took care of you the whole time you were sick. Let's not talk about the past, he interrupted her rambling. When you broke up with me, why didn't you think about our relationship? I only said that in a fit of anger, Zhang Li said, her voice trembling with tears. I swear, I'll never look down on you for not having money again. Please let me go back, okay? I promise I'll behave and never throw a tantrum at you again. Gao Feng suddenly laughed when he heard her say that. It's impossible, he said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, the embers flickering in the dim light. Don't look for me again. That's it. Gao Feng, Zhang Li screamed, calling his name. Do you have a new girlfriend? Is she the one in the LV bag from the other day? Let me tell you, she's definitely not a good person. Gao Feng was too lazy to listen anymore and hung up the phone. He remembered the night they broke up, when she scolded him for being spineless, her eyes filled with icy coldness. The cigarette butt was stubbed out on the edge of the trash can, sparks flew up and then quickly went out, like their vows crushed by reality. My phone vibrated in my palm, and a text message from an unknown number popped up. Gao Feng, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I can't live without you. He stared at the text message for a few seconds, deleted it, looked down at Bai Bingbing, who was looking at him with curiosity, and offered no explanation. Chapter 25 Like a Moon Goddess, Bai Bingbing's Fear. Bai Bingbing was also one of the parties involved at the LV store yesterday. She could actually guess the story between the two. A rich second-generation heir wanted pure love and chose to hide his identity. But that woman abandoned him because he was poor. It's really a bit melodramatic. But thinking back on it, isn't my situation pretty ridiculous too? They ended up in the same bed on their very first meeting. She also sacrificed her body, which she had kept pure for more than 20 years. I hope my adventure won't have a tragic ending. Bai Bingbing pressed her face tightly against Gao Feng's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. It's like the rhythm of the ocean. Wave after wave, with immense force, washed over her body. Gradually, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, the room was pitch black. Only the light from outside the window shone through the curtains and onto the sheets. Her face turned pale instantly, and a sense of panic about being abandoned welled up inside her. Bai Bingbing jumped out of bed and searched everywhere for Gao Feng's figure. Finally, they found him on the balcony. Gao Feng was lying on a deck chair on the balcony, seemingly scrolling through his phone. Her appearance startled him awake. Gao Feng looked at Bai Bingbing, who had a worried expression and was also taken aback. Moonlight shone on her delicate, jade-like body, reflecting a white halo, making her look like a moon goddess. He had admired Bai Bingbing's body many times. This moment was the most stunning, like that of the moon goddess. He originally wanted to watch the live stream and spend some Douyin coins. But now, he doesn't want to see anything. The next day, early in the morning, Gao Feng took Bai Bingbing to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. After 2 consecutive days of relentless attacks, she could no longer bear it, and went back to work to catch her breath. The Honda 4S store is right next to the Mercedes-Benz store. Since it was on his way, Gao Feng decided to pick up the motorcycle. The sales staff at Honda are of slightly lower quality than those at Mercedes-Benz. After Gao Feng went inside, no one came to greet him. Everyone was busy. He looked around before spotting the motorcycle showroom, and then stepped inside. Inside the exhibition hall, 5 motorcycles were on display, each one imposing and powerful. They are like soldiers waiting to go into battle, exuding an irresistible mechanical beauty. No man dislikes these mechanical creations. Even Gao Feng, who wasn't particularly interested in the rewards, couldn't resist stepping forward and touching the most imposing one of them. Sir, are you looking to buy a motorcycle? A voice rang out, causing Gao Feng's hand to freeze in midair. Gao Feng turned around and saw a young salesman looking at him. He seemed to see a hint of disdain in the other person's eyes. Gao Feng said calmly, This car looks good. The young salesperson stepped forward and said with a smile. This is Honda's RC213V S with a 999 cubic centimeters V4 engine, a maximum horsepower of 215, and a top speed of over 280 kilometers per hour. With its full carbon fiber construction and titanium alloy exhaust pipe, this is a true road monster. He glanced at Gao Feng and continued. This car cost 1.5 million yuan when it was purchased. He did not continue his explanation. In his opinion, that was enough. As a salesman for Honda's high-end motorcycles, he had seen too many young people like Gao Feng. People come to see the car with great enthusiasm, are amazed when they hear the price, and then nothing happens. He pointed to a motorcycle lane at the edge. That one, a Honda NSS 350. A 330 cubic centimeters single-cylinder engine with an electronic fuel injection system is considered a very good one in China. The final price is around 80,000. Gao Feng looked over upon hearing this. Without a comparison, that one is actually quite good too. He wouldn't have been willing to buy a motorcycle worth 80,000 yuan before. He didn't know which car the system had given him. I'm not here to buy a car. A hint of sarcasm flashed across the young salesperson's face, but it disappeared in an instant. After all, as a professional salesperson, I have that much shrewdness. But his tone was very perfunctory and impatient. Oh, then feel free to look around. Just don't touch them. After all, it's hot, and sweat and fingerprints are hard to clean. Gao Feng didn't say much and turned to go to the front desk. A woman in her 20s was at the front desk. Upon seeing Gao Feng approach, she immediately asked softly, "Sir, how can I help you?" Gao Feng nodded and said, "My car has arrived. I'm here to pick it up." Upon hearing this, the receptionist immediately followed up with the question, "I don't know which salesperson you were in contact with, and which car did you request?" "There was no sales contact, and I've forgotten which model it was. Here's my phone number. You can look it up." After Gao Feng gave her his phone number, she looked up it on the computer and then showed a hint of surprise. There are only sales records, but no specific sales personnel. This kind of order is very rare. No matter which salesperson she assigned to handle the transaction, she would give them a commission for free. Although the commission isn't as high as regular sales, this is free money, and I wonder how many people will be envious. She thought about the salespeople she was close to, and when she looked up, she saw the young salesperson. This is Wu Yong. He and she have a pretty good relationship. She waved and called out, "Wu Yong, come here for a moment." Wu Yong strode over, glanced at Gao Feng, and shouted, "What's up?" When he saw Gao Feng, he instinctively thought that this guy might have filed a complaint against him. It carried a hint of hostility. After all, he knew in his heart that his attitude just now was a bit bad. But if someone comes to complain about you, you'll naturally not be happy. The receptionist frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "He came to pick up the car. He doesn't have a regular sales order." Oh, Wu Yong was stunned when he heard this. Such a good thing had actually happened to him. What car? RC213VS. What? Wu Yong was stunned. Isn't this the store's prized possession that he just stopped the other person from looking at? He immediately turned to look at Gao Feng, a sincere smile on his face. "Excuse me, sir, you're here to pick up your car? Let me handle things with you." The speed at which his expression changed surprised even Gao Feng. It's a pity he didn't go to Sichuan to become a face-changing performer. Being a salesperson isn't easy these days. There are no fundamental issues involved. If it were before, he would have let it go. But now, he sees things from a different perspective. Gao Feng's face darkened, and he said coldly, "We don't need you. Send someone else as a salesperson." Upon hearing this, Wu Yong's face immediately turned red as a pig's liver. "I lost my commission, and now I'm being watched by so many people. I've lost all face." Gao Feng ignored him, looked at the receptionist, and said with dissatisfaction, "What? Didn't you hear me?" The receptionist knew perfectly well that Wu Yong must have offended the other party at some point. She immediately said, "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. Please wait a moment." The conflict between the group had already attracted the attention of several people, who were all looking in their direction. One of the young women quickly walked to the front desk and asked in a low voice. Then, facing the peak, she said softly, "Excuse me, my name is Yang Ying, and I'm the sales manager here. May I assist you?" Gao Feng looked Yang Ying up and down. This is a young woman who is about 25 or 26 years old. His looks are passable, around 70 points. But she has a peaceful demeanor and a sunny smile. Seeing her instantly lifts your spirits. Seeing Gao Feng nod, Yang Ying led him straight to the garage. A brand new RC213V S stands at the entrance, bathed in sunlight. quietly waiting for its rightful owner to arrive. Chapter 26: Classical Beauty Gongyu. At just one glance, Gao Feng knew that this was his car. It's not because this is the only car in the garage, but because its license plate is already on Beijing A16888. This style is definitely the system's doing, no doubt about it. This is a red Honda RC213V flamboyant and unrestrained, like a blazing flame. Everything about this car has been arranged, including a complimentary HRC racing kit and all equipment, all from internationally renowned brands. Once you've inspected the car and signed the papers, you can take it away. Gao Feng stepped forward and gently touched the car body. As my fingertips glide across the cold exterior, a jolt of electricity washes over me. This motorcycle truly lives up to its track-grade reputation. It's just like any other ordinary motorcycle. The Patek Philippe boutique is located in the bustling Shidong area. There were only 2 customers in the spacious and brightly lit shop. Several glamorous saleswomen were doing their daily work behind the counter. Gongyu, how about we go out for hot pot for lunch? No, the smell is too strong. Gongyu didn't even turn her head and immediately rejected the idea. Those of them work in a line of work and serve high-quality clients. You can't have the smell of hot pot on you. Shall we go eat Japanese food? A new one just opened near Qianmen, and they're having a promotion right now. Gongyu looked up and glanced at the wall clock. It's 11 o'clock now, and I'll be off work in half an hour. Okay. She had just nodded when she was drawn to a red shadow. It was a cool red and white motorcycle that pulled up in front of the door with a beautiful drift. The rider took off his helmet, placed it on the hood of the vehicle, and pushed open the door to get in. A thought struck her, and she immediately went to meet her. Sir, I am Gongyu, a sales consultant. Welcome to Patek Philippe. Gongyu? Perfect timing. I've come to get my watch. Gao Feng glanced at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but marvel. The number of beautiful women he has seen recently exceeds the total number he has seen in the previous 25 years. But this was the first time he had ever seen a girl with such traditional, classical beauty in person. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with an oval face as white as jade, radiating a faint glow. She wore a black suit skirt, and her hair was styled in a bun with a white jade hairpin. It swayed gently with her graceful steps. If it weren't for his modern clothes, he would have truly felt like he was back in the Ming Dynasty. Get a watch. Gongyu's eyes darted around, quickly scanning Gao Feng. A perfectly timed hint of joy appeared on her face. You must be Mr. Gao. Gao Feng glanced at her in surprise and nodded. This way, please. Without wasting any words, Gongyu gracefully gestured for them to proceed. Leading Gao Feng through a long corridor covered with thick carpets, we arrived at the VIP room. When Gongyu walked, her high heels landed very lightly, without making a sound. Gao Feng's gaze was drawn to the smooth, toned lines of her calves beneath her trousers. He was slightly stunned. Gongyu arrived at a sandalwood display stand, took out a small box, and slowly opened it. A platinum men's watch appears, its tourbillon mechanism slowly rotating with the light, refracting delicate sparkles. This is an annual calendar chronograph watch. We have already performed 3 precise adjustments and have also prepared a customized maintenance plan for you. Gongyu took out deerskin gloves and put them on, then carefully took out the wristwatch. Gao Feng casually took the watch, ran his fingertips across the dial, and pushed it back in front of Gongyu. Help me put it on. The air in the VIP room suddenly froze. Gongyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, her gaze lingering on Gao Feng's face for a moment before returning to a faint smile. She reached out and took the watch, gently placing it on Gao Feng's wrist. Feeling the warmth of Gao Feng's skin, she gently fastened the watch with her fingers. If Mr. Gao is frequently exposed to magnetic fields, it is recommended that he undergo demagnetization treatment once a month. Her tone was gentle, and her voice was very low, like a stream flowing through the forest. Your white jade hairpin matches the enamel craftsmanship of this watch perfectly. Upon hearing this, Gongyu paused slightly, and a faint blush rose to the tips of her ears. Under the bright lights, she appeared exceptionally gentle and charming. She released her grip, took a half step back, and whispered, "Try adjusting the tightness first to see if it fits." Gao Feng chuckled, swayed slightly from side to side, and nodded. Yes, it suits you well. Gongyu took out a package and said softly, Inside are the maintenance manual and invoice for my Patek Philippe 6301P001, as well as some accessories. Thank you for your support and patronage of Patek Philippe. Please contact me if you have any needs. She then took out a business card and handed it, along with the shopping bag, to Gao Feng. Gao Feng got up and walked outside. As he passed by Gongyu, he chuckled softly. Next time I come, you can wear a different jade hairpin. It will suit you better. Gao Feng was in a good mood after discovering another high-quality girl who scored over 90 points. Unfortunately, I just tried ordering the girl to do something she didn't want to do. However, they did not receive any system rewards. It seems that taking advantage of the system isn't so easy. A girl of this caliber, if it were Gao Feng a few days ago, he probably wouldn't even have had the right to talk to her. Now, he can let her please him. Even though the girl was somewhat resistant, she was still very obedient. This feels great. There's a thrill in breaking the rules. There is also a deeper understanding of the current situation. This also allowed Gao Feng to gradually transition from the perspective of an ordinary person to that of a true strongman. Gao Feng, lost in thought, approached the motorcycle and placed the gift bag in his hand into the storage box. Twist the handlebars, and the motorcycle roars away like lightning. Gongyu stood outside the counter, stared at it for a while, and then turned around. But what I met was a big, smiling face. Hey, Gongyu, what are you looking at? Seeing her face, which was practically screaming gossip, Gongyu rolled her eyes at her and said, Okay, let's go eat. Hey, that handsome guy was really cool. Why don't you consider him? Rich and handsome. Such a man is hard to find. All right, if you like her, you can go after her. Gongyu shook his head and said helplessly, Me? They wouldn't even look at me. Which girl doesn't have a heart yearning for love? She also longs for perfect love. But the reality is a society where the winner takes all. She's not bad looking, but she's realistic about hoping to win the favor of a Prince Charming. Gongyu is different. Whether it's figure, temperament, or knowledge, they are all far superior to hers. If this happened in ancient times, she would definitely be considered a lady from a prominent family. A girl like that should be with a prince. Chapter 27 High-Speed Racing. At noon, traffic was severely congested. A red and white motorcycle weaves through the traffic. Thanks to his superhuman physique, he can control this nearly 200-kilogram vehicle with ease. The cars next to me were moving at a snail's pace. But he moved forward like a fish swimming in the water. Gao Feng thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of speeding along. However, its powerful horsepower cannot be fully demonstrated on these city roads. He suddenly wanted to take a spin on the highway. Let's do it. There's a highway intersection right ahead. Gao Feng leaned slightly to the right, turning onto the highway on the right. 3 minutes later, he drove onto the wide highway. This mechanical beast broke free of its restraints, and its powerful 200 horsepower finally revealed its fangs. Gao Feng's eyes burned with fervor, and he twisted the accelerator to its limit without hesitation. In an instant, a gale, like a surging tide, swept past his ears, whistling sharply. With the deafening roar of the engine, the needles on the dashboard climbed rapidly. It instantly broke the 200 kilometers per hour mark and is still sprinting toward even higher figures. This high-performance sports car, which incorporates GP racing technology, demonstrates astonishing stability at such extreme speeds. Gao Feng was immersed in the ultimate thrill of speed, and at this moment, he had long forgotten about the speed limit. In his eyes, this highway is his personal racetrack. All I want to do is ride freely and unleash my pent-up passion on this wide road. Watching the cars rapidly shrink in his rearview mirror, leaving them far behind. That overwhelming pleasure surged through his entire body like an electric current. This is an ultimate experience that cannot be fully described in words. Buzz! A deep, powerful roar exploded behind him like thunder. Gao Feng glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a red sports car following closely behind him. The red paint gleamed brightly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of danger. The front of the car was slightly raised, as if it were challenging the peak. Racing? This car has a classic design. It looks like a Ferrari. Gao Feng didn't know whether the motorcycle was faster or the sports car was faster. But it doesn't matter anymore. He just wanted to fully enjoy the pleasure brought by this extreme speed. Full throttle during peak hours increases speed by 1 point. He paid no more attention to the sports car behind him and sped away on his own. A man and a woman were sitting in the Ferrari sports car behind them. The driver was a young man under 20, driving a Ferrari 488 GTB. This car is a high-performance sports car, equipped with a V8 twin-turbocharged engine that can unleash a maximum power of 670 horsepower. Its top speed can exceed 330 kilometers per hour, making it a true performance monster. The price is similar to Gao Feng's Maybach, but the speed is much faster. After all, The Maybach GLS 600 at the peak is a large SUV with a top speed of only 250 kilometers per hour. It's definitely not as good as a professional sports car. Young Master Lu slowed down. The girl in the passenger seat turned pale and gripped the handle tightly with her right hand, fixing herself to the seat. The man in the driver's seat ignored him. His eyes were fixed on the motorcycle in front of him, and he floored the accelerator, trying to overtake it. However, he underestimated the difficulty of controlling the car once the speed exceeded a certain range. The steering wheel became very stiff, and the car even felt like it was drifting. After reaching 300 kilometers per hour, the speed couldn't be increased any further. Damn it, only 300 yards? Useless. Lu Hao was cursing and swearing, acting like a madman. The girl in the passenger seat was so frightened that she closed her eyes and trembled all over. She felt she was going to die here today. A warm sensation came from below. She was so scared she peed her pants. The pungent smell awakened the man whose eyes were already red. He turned his head and glanced at it, then cursed angrily. Damn it, you bitch, you actually peed in my car? He was furious. This car is worth nearly 4 million, and it's still brand new. How could I have gotten such a huge puddle of urine on me? He kept cursing and swearing as he drove to the next service area, intending to find a way to deal with the situation. As soon as he entered the service area, his eyes lit up. That motorcycle from earlier is also there. Lu Hao stopped the car, ignoring the girl in the passenger seat, and walked straight to the motorcycle. He kicked the car body. Bang! The kick was quite powerful, yet it failed to knock the car over. It merely swayed slightly, leaving his footprints on the side. Damn, it's pretty sturdy. Lu Hao circled around to the other side, preparing to deliver another kick. Gao Feng came out just in time to see this scene. He was holding a bottle of water when he walked behind Lu Hao and kicked him in the leg as Lu Hao raised his foot. Oh my! Lu Hao felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, and he fell to the ground, crying out in pain. He looked up and saw Gao Feng with a cold expression. You fucking dare kick me? In an instant, he realized what was happening and pointed at Gao Feng's head, cursing him. Gao Feng kicked out, hitting his fingertips squarely. Oh, as the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Lu Hao's finger was kicked, and he screamed in pain, curling up on the ground. The dispute between the two immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Many people stopped to watch when Lu Hao kicked the car. Now, seeing Gao Feng make a move, I can't take my eyes off him. Once Lu Hao's shouts subsided, Gao Feng finally spoke and asked, "Why did you kick my car?" Lu Hao crossed his arms and glared fiercely at Gao Feng. He never expected that he would suffer such a huge loss. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? You're fucking asking for it. Gao Feng frowned, a surge of anger rising in his heart. I want to kick his stinking mouth out of my head. What are you all doing? The crowd parted, and 2 police officers walked in. One of the older men looked at Gao Feng, who was standing there, and asked, "Did you hit this person on the ground?" Gao Feng shook his head and said, "He kicked my car himself and fell down. That kick he just made was both fast and well concealed. No one can prove that he kicked it." Gao Feng looked at the police and continued, "I had just gone in to buy water, and when I came out I saw him kick my car. I rushed over and saw him fall down when he kicked it a second time. Now, I'm going to call the police and hold him accountable." The policeman glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "There are surveillance cameras here. We'll check them out in a bit." He glanced at the motorcycle again and indeed saw footprints on it. Then, he looked at Lu Hao, who was groaning on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Why did you kick his car?" "Car?" Lu Hao got up from the ground, gave Gao Feng a sinister look, and whispered, "I just thought it would be fun, and I wanted to see if I could kick it down." Gao Feng was somewhat surprised by the other party's response. This is definitely not the real reason. He looked around and spotted the red Ferrari. He immediately understood. Chapter 28, This Revenge Will Be Taken. The police officer looked at Gao Feng again and said in a deep voice, "He kicked your car. Do you think you should seek compensation?" Gao Feng stepped forward and touched the mark. There was only dust. The car was completely unharmed. "The car is fine. Never mind." Gao Feng was too lazy to bother with it. He wasn't going to waste his time here. The police officer looked at Lu Hao and asked, "And what about you?" Lu Hao lowered his head, concealing the resentment in his eyes. "Whisper. I'm fine too." The police gave a few words of warning and then dismissed the crowd. Gao Feng lost interest in speeding and drove through the service area back to Kyoto. Lu Hao went to the supermarket and bought some diapers. He walked to the car, threw the diaper inside, and angrily said, "Clean it up for me." Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Brother, I got beaten up today. I remember his license plate number. Find out his information first. I want to avenge this personally. Okay, thank you, brother. He hung up the phone and gave a sinister smile. Don't think that running away is enough. Even if he runs all the way to the Arctic, he will still seek revenge. It took Gao Feng half an hour to get off the highway and find a barbecue restaurant to have a good meal. He didn't care about the little incident that just happened. As for possible retaliation in the future, let's talk about it later. With the system in his hands, he will only become more and more powerful. After finishing his meal, Gao Feng drove back to the hotel. There's no point in staying in this presidential suite. It's not as good as my own rented room. After tonight, he plans to go back to his hometown to bring his parents over. He will go back to live there once everything is arranged. After all, I lived there for more than 3 years, so I was familiar with the surrounding area, and it was a comfortable place to live. He was thinking of buying the house from Sister Chun. Men, the more houses the better. It will be convenient to do anything then. After taking a shower, Gao Feng lay in bed and started scrolling through his phone. The first thing is the information in various groups. He also opened the class group chat, which he hadn't visited in a long time. He set the class group to Do Not Disturb. The first thing you see is a whopping 999 plus unread messages. Gao Feng browsed through a portion of the content, and the conversation mainly revolved around tonight's gathering. Since there were no notes, Gao Feng couldn't guess who was who among these people. A list of names for tonight's gathering has been compiled and is shared online. Anyone can view it, and can also add the names of those who participate. Everyone may bring one family member. The considerations were quite thorough. After all, everyone is around 25 or 26, and some are already married with children. It would be even better if they could come along. When I entered the list at peak times, I counted the number of people, and it turned out to be more than 50. Even excluding relatives, nearly 30 students participated this time. This is terrifying. After graduation, we'll be scattered all over the country, basically separated. Getting together in Kyoto is easier said than done. Gao Feng looked at the list carefully before he understood. Although he didn't remember his classmates' names very well. But surely it's not like you only recognized less than 10 of them. This indicates that a large portion of them were classmates in the same grade, but not in the same class. I thought it was just a small gathering of classmates, a dozen or so people. It has now turned into an alumni reunion. Gao Feng was starting to have second thoughts about going. These alumni associations have become arenas for fame and fortune. Those who are doing well want to show off. Those who are doing poorly want to curry favor. He didn't want to show off. Going here is not as good as having a private get-together. With that thought in mind, he closed the group chat and sent a message to Li Yanran. Li Yanran, are you going to the party tomorrow? Her reply was very concise. And you? There aren't many classmates there, so it's not very interesting. How about I treat you to dinner alone another day? No time. See you tomorrow. That's all. I'm very busy. Gao Feng shook his head. This Li Yanran is always so energetic. He wonders what she's busy with. I transferred 200,000 yuan to her yesterday, but she didn't reply to a single message. It's probably because they didn't check the account. I'll tell her when we meet tonight. I'll just go to the banquet. At worst, it'll only waste an hour of my time. If it doesn't work, leave early. He lost interest in the party, so there was no need for him to make any special preparations. But Li Yanran helped him, so he can't just settle things by returning the principal. She won't charge interest. How about we give her a gift? Gao Feng felt a slight stirring in his heart, thinking that this was quite good. But he's a straight man and knows nothing about women's preferences. Although he had been with Zhongli for 3 years, he would only buy her whatever she wanted. He had no experience in giving gifts to others. We need to hire a strategist. He's known quite a few women. By Bing Bing. No, she's too naive and doesn't understand what a woman like Li Yanran needs. The two are not in the same social class. The same logic applies to Gao Lan. She can be ruled out. Gong Yu? She's a sales representative at Patek Philippe, dealing with high-end clients, so she should have some knowledge of this. Gao Feng took out his phone and added the other person on WeChat. After waiting for a minute, the other party accepted the friend request. Her profile picture is a beautiful silhouette, like her back view. After entering during peak hours, I sent a voice message. I explained the general situation and asked her for advice. At this moment, Gong Yu was chatting with her colleagues. After reading the message, Gong Yu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She wasn't sure what peak meant. Is he deliberately getting close to me? Or is he just making an excuse to give me a gift? She'd seen plenty of people like that. After thinking for a moment, Gong Yu replied, I think perfume would be more suitable. Perfume? The view suddenly became clear at the peak. Given his relationship with Li Yanran, They could be considered friends. Giving perfume as a gift is certainly an option. He doesn't know anything about perfumes. He should ask a professional. At 6:30 p.m., at the entrance of Jinwei Western Buffet Restaurant, Wang Chao and two men are smoking. Dynasty, how grand. The entire restaurant was closed just for this gathering. Gathering. One of the short-haired men complimented him. Hee, this is nothing to Brother Chao. Another long-haired man chimed in. Wang Chao exhaled a smoke ring and said calmly, my restaurant makes 30,000 yuan a night. I don't care about this small loss. Wow, the profit margin is that high? The short-haired man's mouth gaped open, his expression one of utter astonishment. Hee, in the restaurant business, how can you survive without a 70% gross profit margin? The dynasty said triumphantly. Hey, I heard that Gao Feng is also in the restaurant business. So he's made it big too. Peak. Wang Chao spat disdainfully and laughed. His restaurant went out of business a long time ago, and I heard he's been borrowing money everywhere to pay off his debts. Chapter 29 Class Reunion. The short-haired man and the long-haired man exchanged a glance and whispered. So, running a restaurant business is quite risky. It's not all pure profit. Wang Chao nodded and said, in the past 2 years, as long as you were willing to work hard, you could make money without much trouble. The logic has changed now. To run a restaurant, you have to grow big and strong, and you have to build a chain. This will increase our ability to withstand risks, and we won't be completely wiped out by a single gust of wind. Gao Feng is a typical example of failure. He looked at his two classmates and smiled. I already have 3 restaurants, and I'm currently preparing to open 3 more branches. If you are interested, you can consider joining us. The dynasty had some money, but not much. The main purpose of organizing this gathering is to promote the franchise. Running a restaurant is hard work, but what's the fastest way to make money compared to a franchise chain? These students are all potential prey for him. The short-haired man and the long-haired man were naturally interested and couldn't help but ask for the specific details. 2 million in investment for 1 store? The amount shocked the two of them. Hee, look at this renovation. This area, is it over 2 million? Wang Chao pointed to the restaurant. This restaurant is the largest and most luxurious of his 3 establishments. That's why we chose this location for the gathering. But we don't have that much money. The 2 men looked distressed. Take out a loan, borrow money. Wang Chao, looking disappointed and exasperated, analyzed. My shop has a minimum monthly turnover of 500,000 yuan. After deducting all expenses, the net profit is 100,000 to 150,000 yuan. 1 store can break even in a year, and everything after that is pure profit. If it weren't for the fact that you're old classmates, you wouldn't have a chance to do this business. After thinking it over, the 2 realized it was indeed a good deal. He immediately approached Wang Chao and inquired about the details. Wang Chao was very pleased, as long as the classmate banquet tonight went well. The first batch of chives was planted. As a brand owner, it's perfectly normal to require them to have standardized decoration and procurement. Franchise fees and management fees are both essential. He can make at least 300,000 yuan from 1 store. This is just the first step. He plans to open 1,000 chain stores nationwide. That's a profit of 300 million. Whether they make money or not is none of his business. Will he be at the class reunion? Who cares? At this point, classmates began to arrive, and Wang Chao, as the host, naturally could not continue the conversation. Things started to get busy. Apart from his classmates, everyone else who came this time was carefully selected by Wang Chao. Not only do they all want to make money, but they can also invest 1 or 2 million yuan. As a second-generation rich kid, he was quite generous and had a wide circle of friends at school. Compared to the low-key, ordinary guy Gao Feng, he has a much stronger network of connections. Gao Feng arrived right on time, entering the restaurant at exactly 7 o'clock. It's not that he's arrogant, but Kyoto's traffic is truly indescribable. Moreover, the gift I was giving to Li Yanran took some time to prepare. His arrival went unnoticed by anyone. Everyone gathered around a few prominent figures, exchanging pleasantries. Gao Feng went straight to a corner and sat down. There were more than 50 people, including about 20 family members. They were all drinking tea and chatting in their respective booths. The remaining people formed 3 small circles. There are 3 key figures, one of whom is the current organizer, Wang Chao. The second is Ren Chang'e. This person is very adept at social maneuvering and is a member of the school's student council. After graduation, I heard that I entered a government agency, but I don't know the specifics of my career path. The last one is Meng Xiyu, a musical prodigy. Meng Xiyu was not his classmate, but from another class. He was a prominent figure at school. Now she is a somewhat well-known singer. Gao Feng has also listened to a few of her songs. Gao Feng was somewhat surprised that she came. No matter what, she's a celebrity. Why would she attend this class reunion? These individuals are among the best of everyone present and are considered to be the most successful. Gao Feng, what are you doing hiding here? A cheerful voice suddenly rang out, startling Gao Feng awake. He turned his head and saw a chubby figure standing behind him. A smile appeared on Gao Feng's face, and he nodded, saying, "Fatty, long time no see." The person who came was named Li Zhe, and he had shared a dormitory with Li Zhe for 4 years. He was one of the people I was relatively close to. This guy is from Shanghai, but he went back home after graduation. Unexpectedly, he also came to Kyoto to attend this gathering. Haha, I thought you'd forgotten about me. The fat man laughed and plopped down opposite him. I heard you're in the restaurant business now. What? You've made it big and forgotten about us poor friends. Gao Feng blushed a little at these words. It's not that he stopped recognizing friends just because he became successful. That's just his personality. They don't chat unless there's a reason. He rarely even contacts his parents, let alone Li Zhe. Moreover, when you first start a restaurant, you have to handle everything, big or small. From the cashier to the kitchen, he personally fills in every position where there's a shortage of staff. I'm so busy every day, I really don't have the energy for idle chatter. After meeting Zhongli, I had even less energy to pay attention to anyone else. Li Zhe knew his personality and didn't delve into it. He patted Gao Feng on the shoulder and said, "Did you go to South Korea, kid? You look like you've had plastic surgery." I hesitated for a long time before I dared to come over and say hello to you. Gao Feng touched his face and laughed. Don't exaggerate like that. This is the charm of a mature man. Huh. The fat man looked Gao Feng up and down, his face full of doubt. Are you really Gao Feng? Your personality has changed. Gao Feng used to be rather introverted, rarely joked with people, and was considered a rather quiet person. That joke you just made was really clever. Gao Feng smiled and said, if I don't dare to speak up, how can I do business? It seems your business must be doing very well. The fat man stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Yes, it went bankrupt. Gao Feng nodded. Really? The fat man's surprised expression was genuine. He showed no sign of dejection in Gao Feng's speech or expression. Instead, it was a confidence I'd never seen before. But his confidence was understated, unlike the flamboyant confidence of the dynasty. Don't talk about me. Aren't you in Shanghai? You didn't come here specifically for this party, did you? Gao Feng didn't want to say more and forcibly changed the subject. Well, the fat man sighed deeply when he spoke of him. Don't even mention it. My company has business in Beijing, so they transferred me to this branch office. What? Is Kyoto not good enough? It's good, but our company is in construction, so I can only live in the workers' sheds with the workers. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing several large red envelopes. Look, I'm a mosquito magnet. They bite me to death. Hee hee. Gao Feng couldn't help but smile. Back in the dorm, as long as Fatty was there, they never had to worry about mosquitoes. For some reason, the mosquitoes only bit him. It should be temporary, right? How long will it last? The fat man shook his head and said, it's estimated that it will take another 6 months. Gao Feng did not ask why he did not rent a house. Housing prices in Kyoto are too high. I can't afford to rent. Looks like this fat guy isn't doing too well. No wonder nobody pays attention to him. Gao Feng, did you come alone today? Yes, I'm all alone. With your looks now, how could you still be single? Could it be that you? The fat man looked suspicious and leaned back, appearing frightened. Get lost. My hobby will always be women. Gao Feng remained silent, then laughed and cursed. Really? Then your hobby is quite normal. A crisp sound came from behind the peak. Chapter 30 Irrelevant people, please leave. The fat man opened his mouth wide and stood up nervously. Gao Feng turned around and saw a graceful and beautiful figure. Yanran, you've come. Li Yanran, dressed in a simple t-shirt and denim shorts, stood straight behind Gao Feng with her long, white legs. She glanced at Gao Feng, a hint of surprise in her eyes. They were clearly shocked by Gao Feng's current appearance. She walked to the sofa on the side and put down her small handbag. He turned his head to look at the stunned fat man and laughed. Long time no see, Li Zhe. Li Zhe suddenly realized what was happening, and his face flushed red. Hello, Li Yanran. The fat man who was talking fluently just now is now stuttering. Li Yanran smiled slightly, sat down on the sofa, looked at Gao Feng, sized him up, and nodded. That's the right attitude you should have. The last time she encountered Gao Feng was 4 months ago. Gao Feng looked somewhat haggard at that time, surrounded by suppliers chasing him for payment. It could be said that this was the most embarrassing and pathetic time for him. Li Yinran stepped in and paid off his debt of 200,000 yuan. The relationship between the two is not worth 200,000. The main reason is that Gao Feng had helped her when they were in school. It might have been just a small favor for him, and he probably didn't think much of it. But for her, it will be something she remembers for a long time. For 4 whole months after I lent Gao Feng the money, he didn't send me a single message. Today, Gao Feng took the initiative to send her a message. She also saw the bank's text message notification. Gao Feng actually returned the money yesterday. I was going to call and ask, but then I thought I'd ask at the gathering instead. When Gao Feng turned around just now, Li Yinran's heart beat twice as fast. How should I put it? It's like a beggar suddenly transforming into a prince. That contrast had a significant impact on her. If she hadn't been so composed, she would probably be blushing like Lija right now. With Lija present, she didn't ask Gao Feng why he had the money to repay her. Moreover, Gao Feng's appearance and the clothes he wore indicated that he was not destitute. There's no need to ask any more questions. Gao Feng took a small tote bag from beside the sofa and placed it on the coffee table. Li Yinran, this is a gift for you. Thank you for appearing when I was at my lowest point and helping me. Gao Feng spoke very seriously, and Li Yinran, who had intended to make a joke, couldn't help but sit up straight. She glanced at the bag, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is this ebony rhinoceros? A rare Hermes piece. It is extremely rare on the market and very difficult to buy. Putting aside the price, how could a grown man like Gao Feng possibly understand perfume? It truly touched her heart. Her gaze lingered on Gao Feng's wrist for a second. This watch doesn't look like a high-quality replica. How did he turn things around in just 4 months? No, it should be one day. When I contacted him the day before yesterday, he said he had no money to pay me back. I returned her 200,000 yuan yesterday. Today, I suddenly have a watch worth tens of millions in my possession. A layer of mystery has been added to Gao Feng. This made her even more curious. Thank you for the gift, I really like it. Li Yinran's response put Gao Feng at ease. This was recommended by Lin Jixia, and she helped him buy it. Indeed, professional matters should be handled by professionals. The two locked eyes, and a ripple seemed to appear in the air. Yinran, what are you doing hiding here? A slightly hoarse, yet highly recognizable voice broke the silence between the two. Li Yinran turned her head, a genuine smile appearing on her face. Big star, you're so popular, I shouldn't bother you. Meng Xiu walked over to her and sat directly on the armrest of the sofa. She didn't care at all that her incredibly long, snow-white legs were exposed to Gao Feng. What kind of big star am I? I'm just a nobody. She turned to look at Gao Feng, her eyes showing a strange light, and said, Is this a family member you brought? She had just looked at Li Yinran from afar and felt that she and Gao Feng were very harmonious. It feels like a perfect match. She is beautiful herself and a member of the Looks Matter Club. I mainly like their looks. Of course, she was just joking. As Li Yinran's best friend, she knew that her friend was also single. Li Yinran showed no sign of surprise, glared at her, and introduced. This is Gao Feng, my classmate. A look of understanding appeared on Meng Xiu's face. During this period, she heard Li Yinran mention this boy twice. That's why she came here today. She wanted to see why the usually aloof Li Yinran would care so much about this boy. She looked Gao Feng up and down, finding it very strange. How could she have no impression of a unique guy like Gao Feng back then? Is it possible for a man to undergo such a dramatic change in just 4 years after graduation? Before she could ask, Wang Chao walked over with a smile. Both goddesses, everyone misses you so much. Why are you hiding here? A hint of displeasure flashed in Li Yinran's eyes, but she didn't reply. Meng Xiu chuckled. I'm here to look at handsome guys. I didn't know there were such outstanding boys in your class until today. Wang Chao looked at Gao Feng with a face full of surprise. Who are you? What's Fatty Li's roommate's name again? Gao Feng nodded and said calmly. Peek. Wang Chao slapped his forehead, annoyed, and said, Yes, you are Gao Feng. I was just talking about you with Chang Mao and the others. I heard your restaurant went out of business. How's it going now? Don't hit someone in the face. Don't expose someone's weaknesses. Bringing up his restaurant's closure in front of 2 beautiful women was clearly ill-intentioned. Li Yinran immediately frowned. Gao Feng, however, didn't seem to care and said calmly, An unemployed bum. Oh, you're not working? I heard you have a lot of debt. How are you going to pay it off? Wang Chao, feigning concern for him, slapped his forehead and said, You've been in the restaurant business for several years. Although you're not good at business, you have a wealth of experience. My catering company is short-staffed. Why don't you come work for me? You can choose between the kitchen or the front of house. For higher positions, professional training and assessment are required. After all, although the store is mine, it still needs to be run in a modern way. We can't run it like a family business, right? Wang Chao had barely finished speaking. The long-haired and short-haired duo, who had somehow followed along, chimed in. Gao Feng, Brother Chao is taking such good care of our old classmate. Shouldn't you thank him? Gao Feng smiled slightly and said, I'm not that down on my luck yet. I appreciate your understanding. The short-haired man glanced at Wang Chao, whose face had turned cold, and added fuel to the fire. Oh dear, it seems that Brother Chao's temple is too small to accommodate this big Buddha. The long-haired man said sarcastically. His own shop has gone out of business, so Brother Chao should just forget about it to avoid bad luck. The two have decided to join the Dynasty franchise brand. In order to obtain more favorable terms, the two of them naturally had to help the Dynasty strike at the people it wanted to strike. Gao Feng nodded and smiled. Yes, the water is too shallow. It can only raise turtles. Li Yanran burst out laughing. Fatty Li laughed even louder. True dragons do not hide in shallow waters, but shallow waters are full of turtles. He had always disliked the Dynasty. Back in school, Wang Chao deliberately isolated and bullied him. But now that everyone has entered society, he is no longer afraid of the Dynasty. Wang Chao's face darkened, and he glared fiercely at Fatty Li. I don't recall sending you 2 invitations. Today is a gathering of my friends. Those who are not involved, please leave. Chapter 31. People and dogs should not eat together. This is the Dynasty's restaurant, and also the place where he organizes gatherings. Gao Feng and Li Zhe's disrespect towards him was indeed taboo. Even if we drive them away, it won't necessarily cause public outrage. Besides, whether it's Li Zhe or Gao Feng, they're both minor figures at school. Few of the students who came today were close to them. As for why Li Yanran was sitting with them, it was probably just a coincidence. He couldn't believe that his goddess would be acquainted with 2 losers like them. Perfect, I didn't want to stay here either. What a load of rubbish. Bah! Li Zhe stood up and spat directly on the ground. Gao Feng also stood up, patted Li Zhu on the shoulder, and smiled. Why bother arguing with a dog? We haven't seen each other in ages. How about we go get some barbecue? Li Zhe stepped forward, put his arm around Gao Feng's shoulder, and laughed loudly. All right, let's drink until we drop tonight. Perfect timing. I'm craving barbecue too. Would you mind if I joined you? Li Yanran stood up and said with a smile. The entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence because of Li Yanran's words. Gao Feng didn't know why she would say that, but he couldn't refuse the other party's kindness. He nodded and smiled. I couldn't ask for more. Hey, Yanran, when you go get barbecue, take me with you. Meng Xiu also stood up gracefully and said coquettishly. Everyone watching was stunned. Gao Feng and Li Zhe are just 2 poor losers. They wanted to leave, and no one tried to stop them. But who are Li Yanran and Meng Xiu? Although Meng Xiu is a small-time singer, she is a rich and beautiful woman from a wealthy family. Entering the entertainment industry is purely for fun. Li Yanran is not only a rich and beautiful woman, but also has a very powerful background, making her an absolute big shot among her classmates. Both of them are goddess-level beauties. Their presence at this class reunion is an immense honor. Their status is on a completely different level from Li Zhe and Gao Feng. It's like a swan insisting on playing with a toad. What's the point of this gathering if they leave? Wang Chao's face turned ashen. He wanted to persuade her to stay, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. This is a public humiliation. It's still because of vanity. He saw that Gao Feng could chat and laugh with the 2 goddesses. But when it comes to himself, he doesn't even give him a kind look. How can I make him not be jealous or hateful? The attack on Gao Feng was simply to let them know that, apart from his surgically enhanced face, Gao Feng is nothing but a piece of trash. But I never expected things to develop to this point. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have acted now and deliberately targeted Gao Feng. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. As the situation worsened, the joyful atmosphere of the gathering was completely lost. A hearty laugh rang out. Rin Changyi strode over and said with a smile, We're all classmates, so don't take a few angry words to heart. Give me some face. We're all from different parts of the country, and it's not easy for us to get together. Let's just laugh off any misunderstandings. His participation eased the tension in the room. As a prominent figure in the school and a rising star in politics, he still carries considerable weight. With him in charge, no one will dare to offend him. Li Yanran glanced at Gao Feng indifferently, wanting to see what his decision would be. After all, he was the one involved. Bite. The host faces a new choice. Choose option 1. Accept mediation and continue attending the banquet. Option 2. Laughing loudly. I go out the door. How can I, a man of such talent, be a mere commoner? Gao Feng smiled slightly. The system has arrived, and the reward is not far away. Humans and dogs shouldn't eat from the same pot. Gao Feng didn't look at Ren Chang'e, whose face had become stiff, and walked out. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked to the restaurant's entrance. Li Zhi's voice came from behind. Don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Gao Feng turned around, looked at the panting Li Zhi, and shook his head, saying, You didn't need to come out. Hee, I don't eat in the same room as dogs either. The fat man winked and made faces. Hey, what are you saying, fatso? Meng Xiu, arm in arm with Li Yanran, also came out, and said coquettishly. Li Zhi's face turned red, and he immediately fell silent. He doesn't have gynophobia. It's actually a phobia of goddesses. In front of a woman who is too beautiful, he becomes a mute and a wooden man. Gao Feng, I deliberately didn't eat, hoping to freeload a big meal. You'll have to make it up to me. Li Yanran had a bright smile. She admired Gao Feng's decisiveness. You have to compromise and submit to someone who deliberately humiliates you. She understands, but doesn't like it. Gao Feng's actions were very satisfying. Li Yanran's identity is irrelevant to Ren Chang'e and the dynasty. Once I decided to come out, I did. Gao Feng smiled and asked, Don't worry, I'll accompany you no matter what you want to eat. Didn't we just say we'd have barbecue? Li Yanran blinked and smiled. Have you driven? Gao Feng glanced at Li Zhi. He was on a business trip and probably didn't have a car. He was riding a motorcycle, which couldn't carry 3 people. Li Yanran shook her head. She had come by taxi. Meng Xiu nodded, looking troubled. My car can only seat 2 people. Gao Feng nodded and said, I can take one on my motorcycle. Meng Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, I've never ridden a motorcycle before. Can you take me with you? As she spoke, she took out her car keys and handed them to Li Yanran, pointing to a purple convertible supercar parked in a parking space. You drive my car, and take Fatty with you. Then, she looked at Gao Feng and said urgently, Come on, what are you standing there for? Gao Feng wasn't in a daze. He was listening to the reward the system had just given him. Based on the host's performance, the following rewards are hereby granted. Reward 1, 30% of the shares in Chifu Catering Company. Reward 2, Tai Chi Master Combat Experience. Simp value -3. Okay. The generous reward made Gao Feng feel extremely happy. He led Meng Xiu to the motorcycle, opened the storage compartment, and took out a spare helmet. Put it on. Meng Xiu shook her head, dissatisfied. What's the point of wearing a helmet if you're not going to wear one? After hearing this, Gao Feng simply stopped wearing it altogether. Whatever. He took out his phone and sent Li Yanran his location. He then started the motorcycle. Meng Xiu sat behind him, her long legs pressed tightly against the car body, and reached out to hug Gao Feng. Boom! With a roar from the Honda RC213V.S, the motorcycle disappeared from everyone's sight like a red lightning bolt. Holy crap, this is a Honda RC213V.S. It costs over 1 million yuan. Didn't they say Gao Feng went bankrupt and lost his job? This car is worth a lot of money. Didn't you notice his watch? That's a Patek Philippe 6301P001, worth over 10 million. Damn, Gao Feng is the real hidden master. Hearing the whispers of his classmates, Wang Chao's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 32 Gao Feng, I'm your sworn enemy. With the departure of the 2 goddesses, the originally high-end banquet suddenly lost its luster. Everyone seemed a little distracted. In the end, it all ended hastily. They didn't even use half the time originally planned. Not to mention the subsequent explanation of franchising. Gao Feng, I will never let you get away with this. Even in the middle of the night, Wang Chao's neighbors could still hear his roars. At this moment, Gao Feng was speeding along the 5th Ring Road. At this point, the peak period has already passed. The speed can be increased to 120. Meng Xiu, standing behind him, was overjoyed and wrapped her arms around Gao Feng's waist. Gao Feng's muscles were solid, like hard rock, rock hard. This forced her to hold on tightly, pressing her body completely against Gao Feng's back, afraid of being blown away by the oncoming wind. Gao Feng also enjoyed it. A full-on massage service is provided behind you. His perception is so strong that he can sense so much more. This includes the elasticity and subtle changes in the other person's body. A convertible Ferrari followed closely behind him. Li Yanran was driving, and the fat man was in the passenger seat. She looked at the 2 intimately close people in front of her, bit her lower lip, and felt a little annoyed. This feeling of annoyance came about in a very strange way. She didn't have any special feelings for Gao Feng. Why do I feel a little sour seeing this scene? It must be because of Meng Xiu. She's his best friend, and it's really inappropriate for her to be so unreserved when she first meets Gao Feng. 15 minutes later, Gao Feng stopped in front of a barbecue stall on the street. This place isn't far from the Hilton Hotel. He was hungry last night, so he drove over and had some barbecue, which he thought was pretty good. Most of the people who come here for barbecue are young people. The combination of handsome men, beautiful women, and cool cars immediately attracted their attention. Gao Feng didn't care about their stares and sat down at a small low table. He glanced at Meng Xiu, who was standing there motionless, and smiled. What? You think it's dirty? To be honest, Meng Xiu had never been to a place like this before. From a young age, she lived a life of luxury. Even when they go to university, they live off campus and are taken care of by nannies. Even if classmates have a get-together, they go to a restaurant. After all, no one would invite someone as pampered as her to eat at a roadside stall. Looking at the tissues and bamboo skewers scattered on the ground, Meng Xiu felt somewhat at a loss for where to step. Wah! The convertible Ferrari was parked on the side of the road. Li Yanran got out of the car briskly and went straight to Gao Feng's left to sit down, not caring at all about the dirt on the ground. Seeing this, Meng Xiu carefully walked around the debris on the ground and sat down opposite her. Li Jia sat silently opposite Gao Feng. This barbecue stall is run by a husband and wife team. The husband was grilling skewers, and the wife was serving them. Young man, what would you like to eat today? The woman remembers Gao Feng. After all, not many people drive luxury cars to eat barbecue. Yesterday, I was driving an unlicensed taxi. Today, I'm on a motorcycle. Other passengers said that the unlicensed taxi was worth millions. This person is definitely rich. He came again today, this time with 2 stunningly beautiful girls. This made the proprietress speak with a more cautious tone. Let's start with 100 beef skewers, 100 lamb skewers, 20 skewers of each type of vegetable, 40 oysters, and the rest, as you see fit. Gao Feng glanced at Li Yanran and asked, Do you too eat spicy food? Eat. Gao Feng looked at the proprietress and continued. Make it extra spicy, and another case of beer. Beer. After ordering, Gao Feng turned around and saw 3 pairs of wide-eyed stares. You ordered so much, can you finish it all? Li Yanran asked incredulously. Gao Feng smiled slightly and explained. I ordered a lot, but they grilled it slowly, and the timing was just right. Moreover, their meat is made with high-quality ingredients and tastes absolutely amazing. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no waste. Li Yanran looked at him suspiciously. There were several hundred skewers in total, averaging 100 skewers per person. Unless the skewers here are very small, how could anyone possibly finish them? Gao Feng didn't explain further. After all, his appetite was a mystery. I've never eaten until I was stuffed. It feels like new food goes in while the old food has already been digested and absorbed. Eats a lot, poops little. We have no idea where the food went. Come on, have a drink first. He opened 4 bottles of beer and placed them in front of the 3 of them. Seeing Gao Feng holding up a wine bottle, Li Yanran smiled and raised her own wine bottle as well. Meng Xiu seemed to have gotten used to it by now and raised the wine bottle with great interest. With the fat man joining in, the 4 bottles clinked together, and the 4 of them started drinking straight from the bottle. The 2 goddesses' hearty eating habits left onlookers speechless. If Meng Xiu hadn't been relatively unknown, the house would probably have collapsed that very night. When the first batch of dishes and meat skewers were served, Li Yanran was stunned. The skewers at this restaurant are not only not small, but they are actually bigger than those at most barbecue restaurants. With her appetite, 20 skewers would be enough to fill her up. There are nearly 400 of these skewers. Just thinking about it makes me feel full. Gao Feng, let me tell you, I can only help you with 20 skewers at most. Gao Feng smiled and said, Just eat it, don't worry. Meng Xiu, who was standing to the side, couldn't resist and picked up a lamb skewer. She didn't eat lunch today. It's already 8 p.m., and she's starving. Although the environment here is not great, the food looks pretty good. The lamb skewers are very tender, juicy, and plump. The chili peppers were also very effective, making it incredibly spicy and satisfying. Before she knew it, she had already eaten 5 skewers. The others weren't any slower than her. Li Yanran ate 4 skewers, and the fat man ate 6. Meanwhile, Gao Feng had already piled up the bamboo skewers in front of him. Of the first batch of 50 strings, only 2 remain. She only did a quick calculation before her mouth dropped open. Come on, Let's continue. Gao Feng picked up a bottle of wine and tilted his head back to gulp it down. In this short while, we've already drunk 2 bottles of wine. Come on, drink slowly. Li Yanran was a little worried, fearing that Gao Feng might get sick from eating it. This sparked a conversation. Gao Feng, you don't look like you're broke. What's wrong with you? She witnessed Gao Feng's poverty and destitution firsthand. It's also highly unlikely that he was deliberately putting on an act to attract her attention. Why did the peak change so drastically in just a few months? Unless he is a very well-hidden rich second generation. Not to mention this Honda worth over $1 million. His watch, for example, is a luxury timepiece worth over $10 million. People who can afford this watch must have assets worth at least 10 small fortunes. There is no other explanation besides the child of a rich second generation. Wang Chao was a rich second-generation student who liked to show off at school. His family's financial situation was far worse than Gao Feng's. Gao Feng is low-key and you can't tell at all. If we hadn't met today, even Li Yanran wouldn't have known. Gao Feng also knew that what had happened to him was too bizarre. His family background is no secret. There were also classmates in the class who were from the same hometown as him. I know a lot about his family situation. Pretending to be a rich kid is easy to be exposed. Chapter 33 Original Song Online Competition. Gao Feng smiled and said calmly, "My situation is complicated, just consider it a windfall for me." His gaze towards Li Yanran became somewhat wary, and he explained, "Don't worry, there's nothing illegal or unethical about it. It's all legitimate income. The system operates flawlessly, leaving no stone unturned. All income and rewards are traceable. He wouldn't need to add anything unnecessary." "Gao Feng, you're very mysterious." Meng Xiu looked on with curiosity. "You're being so reckless tonight. Aren't you afraid of the dynasty retaliating against you?" What happened tonight is quite clear. She wasn't naive. She understood that Wang Chao was stirring up trouble and actively suppressing Gao Feng. As for the reason, it's naturally because of the two of them. Why should we be afraid of him? Gao Feng disagreed. Wang Chao is just a rich second-generation heir, and we have no connection with him. How can we take revenge? Well, the dynasty is nothing, but you should be careful of Rinchongi. Li Yanran suddenly interjected. Rinchongi? Li Yanran nodded and said in a deep voice. He has some connections. If you continue in the catering industry, be careful he doesn't try to trip you up. Rinchongi wouldn't be that petty, would he? Meng Xiu was somewhat puzzled. Gao Feng didn't offend him. He just didn't give him face by staying. When Rinchongi was in school, he was very sociable and had a good temper. He didn't seem like a petty person. He's not as magnanimous as he appears. He's a very shrewd person. Li Yanran didn't say much, leaving it at that. After all, the two families had some dealings, so it wasn't appropriate for them to speak ill of each other behind their backs. Lija barely spoke all night, just watching the three of them chat. He envied Gao Feng for being able to chat and laugh so freely with the two goddesses. He didn't have the opportunity before, and now he's drinking with two women, but he doesn't have the courage. Even when Gao Feng tried to steer the conversation toward him, he remained silent. There was nothing he could do. He would blush and become speechless in front of pretty girls. This is an old problem. Gao Feng realized he couldn't be managed, so he stopped interfering and let him remain a wooden figure. There was wine, food, and beautiful women to keep you company. Gao Feng also loosened up and chatted with the two women about all sorts of things. Gao Feng, could you come and support me in my live stream sometime? Meng Xiu's eyes were also a little dazed as she spoke in a sweet voice. She is an unknown singer who doesn't have many jobs and often goes live on social media. Since Gao Feng is so rich, going to show his support can also increase his popularity. Many of her friends are her big brothers. Li Yanran is her third choice. Okay, I'll follow you now. Gao Feng took out his phone and followed her back. You use Douyin too? Then I'll follow you. You. Li Yanran also took out her phone and added Gao Feng to her following list. She doesn't stream live. There are only a few people on her contact list. Little Rain, you have quite a few fans. Gao Feng was somewhat surprised to see Meng Xiu's more than 1 million followers. Most of them are zombie followers, and many of them are bought by the company. Meng Xiu disagreed. You know what? The last time I did a live stream, I only had 300 people. She was somewhat troubled. As a singer, she's been reduced to doing live streams, and nobody even watches them. She even doubted whether she could continue down the path of being a singer. Gao Feng had heard her sing, and Meng Xiu's voice was quite good. There is no well-known masterpiece. There are no memorable points. Where are there so many good songs? This is exactly what troubles Meng Xiu. She's rich, and the entertainment company behind her is rich too. But good songs don't just fall into her lap so easily. Blue Star composers are divided into 4 categories. S. Find popular online streamers to engage in PK battles or interactive sessions. Both parties get what they need. As long as there's enough popularity, an online song contest can be organized. Good songs don't necessarily have to be written by A-list composers. There are many talented but unsuccessful low-level composers. Perhaps one can find a hidden gem among them and discover a popular and well-received song. She looked at Gao Feng and said sincerely, "Thank you for your suggestion. I'll go back and have the company come up with a concrete plan, conduct market research, and see how feasible it is. Since you're so knowledgeable, could you be my advisor?" Gao Feng shook his head and smiled. "Leave professional matters to professionals. I'll pass." Meng Xiu, unwilling to give up, pleaded, "Gao Feng, please help me. I think you're more reliable." Bite. The host faces a new choice. Choose option 1. Help Meng Xiu organize this online original song creation competition. Option 2. Decisively refuse. Chapter 34. You have inappropriate thoughts about me. A smile appeared on Gao Feng's face. The system had indeed arrived. He can now actively trigger system rewards. Whether it's Li Yanran or Meng Xiu, they will both be his tools from now on. I have other things to do, so I won't participate. However, I will support you when you go live, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Gao Feng's refusal left Meng Xiu somewhat disappointed. But what he said wasn't wrong either. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Although her company is full of newcomers, they are all very familiar with the internet and live streaming. This will also help us come up with a more feasible solution. Bite. The host guides Meng Xiu to accept his suggestion and refuse the other party's request, resulting in a -2 simp value and a reward of a high-quality song from a parallel universe. Song. System. Oh system, is there anything you don't have? Any song produced by the system is bound to be a good one. A song popped into Gao Feng's mind. From the arrangement to the lyrics, there's even a distinctly textured female voice singing. 5 minutes later, the song ended, and he finally came to his senses. It sounds great. It sounds so good. He had heard Meng Xiu's songs. Her voice felt exactly the same as the one in my mind. Was this song specially customized for her by the system? He looked at Meng Xiu with a strange expression. The system was indeed developed by that old pervert. It's a bit too nice to beautiful women. Is it really not a simp system? Having resolved her worries, Meng Xiu started drinking without any more concerns, becoming a true tomboy. Although Li Yanran doesn't talk much, she speaks a great deal. It was actually Fatty Li who got drunk first. Looking at Li Jia, who was fast asleep, the 3 of them couldn't help but smile at each other. By this time, all the food and drinks had been finished. Most of it ended up in Gao Feng's stomach. He stood up and smiled. "That's enough for today. I'll take Fatty back to his hotel. Are you taking a taxi back, or will you get a room nearby?" Meng Xiu and Li Yanran exchanged a glance, both of them seeming to want more. "It's too early to go back now. Let's go sing some more songs," Meng Xiu suggested. "If you want to sing, come back to the hotel with me. There's a karaoke room inside." Gao Feng thought for a moment and then said casually, "You wouldn't be thinking of me inappropriately, would you?" Meng Xiu deliberately looked Gao Feng up and down and said teasingly, "Yes, you don't dare?" Gao Feng raised an eyebrow and said jokingly, "Walk." Meng Xiu's eyebrows furrowed, and she immediately got up to leave. There are designated drivers available right next to the barbecue stalls. Gao Feng simply hired 2 designated drivers to drive the car back to the hotel. He then notified the hotel to send a car to pick him up. Not far from the hotel, less than 10 minutes later, a luxurious extended Rolls-Royce pulled up on the side of the road. The group got into the car and returned to the Hilton Hotel. Li Jia was helped back to his room by the waiter and placed in the guest bedroom. Gao Feng asked the hotel to send over some snacks and red wine. Asked the waiter to help set up the karaoke equipment. Meng Xiu sat down on the carpet, picked up the microphone, and began selecting songs. Li Yanran, even more ladylike, leaned back on the sofa. But she also lazily stretched out her long legs and put them on the sofa stool. The white stockings made Gao Feng's eyes linger for 5 seconds. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Actually booking a room here." Li Yanran's long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her slightly tipsy state made her exceptionally charming. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng explained, "I'm only staying for a few days. I'll be going back tomorrow." "Yeah." Meng Xiu, lying on the ground, chuckled softly. "You book a room like this, isn't it for picking up girls?" She picked up the red wine on the coffee table, glanced at it, and smiled. Your 1994 Latour is quite valuable. She was also a little drunk, staring at Gao Feng with seductive eyes. What a vixen. Gao Feng felt a bit hot. Two beautiful women lay sprawled before him. To say I wasn't tempted would be a lie. But he knew that these two were not by Bing Bing. This kind of rich, beautiful woman can't be won over with just a bottle of wine or a presidential suite. Fortunately, Meng Xiu did not continue to provoke Gao Feng. She chose a song and began to sing. Gao Feng found that listening to singers up close was truly a pleasure. At that moment, he understood the ancients. Who could resist such a top-notch audiovisual experience? Meng Xiu really loved singing. She sang 5 songs before handing over the microphone, but she didn't sing a single one of her own songs. According to her, none of those songs were ones she liked. Li Yanran also has a very good singing voice, a typical soft, gentle, and melodious voice. However, she is still far behind Meng Xiu. Gao Feng can't sing. He has no technique whatsoever. It's all about emotion. He only sang 1 song before the 2 women revoked his right to sing. Gao Feng was happy with this. Isn't it great to have 2 top beauties singing for him? Before I knew it, it was already late at night. By the time Gao Feng realized what was happening, Meng Xiu was already passed out drunk on the carpet. Although Li Yanran wasn't drunk, she felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded. At this rate, it seems we won't be able to leave. You two can rest in the master bedroom. I'll sleep on the sofa. Gao Feng looked at Li Yanran and made a suggestion. The sofa in the presidential suite is large and comfortable, more than enough for 2 people to sleep on. Gao Feng definitely has the right to speak on this point. Li Yanran leaned back on the sofa, staring at Gao Feng with a dazed look in her eyes. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. She struggled to her feet and walked toward the master bedroom. Gao Feng walked up to Meng Xiu, bent down, and easily picked her up. Yeah, don't stop. Keep having fun. Meng Xiu murmured, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her warm breath landed on Gao Feng's face. It has a slightly sweet fragrance. Her red lips were fresh and tender, like the finest strawberries, making one's heart flutter. 2 long, smooth legs, exuding ultimate allure. Gao Feng shifted his gaze to Li Yanran in front of him. Li Yanran swayed unsteadily, like a willow branch in the wind. It looked like it was about to fall, but it didn't. She went to the master bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and remained motionless. Gao Feng shook his head and placed Meng Xiu on the large bed. This bed was still a battlefield this morning. It hasn't been cleaned. But it doesn't matter, they're all drunk anyway. Gao Feng placed Meng Xiu on one side, and then moved Li Yanran to the other side. Without touching their clothes, they simply covered them with blankets. Gao Feng then turned off the lights and closed the door. A few minutes later, a voice rang out. Yanran, your classmate is quite a gentleman. Meng Xiu sat up at some point and chuckled softly. After a long while, Li Yanran finally spoke slowly. There are just the 2 of us here. If there were only one person, he might turn into a werewolf. Hee, then just let him eat it. Meng Xiu said with a smile. All right, I need to take a shower. I smell of alcohol on me. Li Yanran got up, locked the door from the inside, and then turned on the light. Gao Feng was not in the living room at that moment. He had gone to the balcony. With his physique, being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk is just basic stuff for him. I got really angry from being teased by those 2 girls. He also couldn't fall asleep. The only thing I can do is go to the balcony to enjoy the cool breeze and cool down. After thinking for a moment, Gao Feng opened Douyin, TikTok. Chapter 35 Top Streamer, Guaranteed Win. It's the weekend, and Li Wenjing is still live streaming. She's been in a bad mood these past few days. Thanks to the last PK, the number of viewers in her live stream has increased. There are about 200 people every day. Even though it's almost midnight, there are still more than 100 people with her. But the most important person never came. Could it be because there was something wrong with the private message I sent him? Hasn't she done enough? Thinking back to the content of the private message, it was already quite bold for her. All right, it's time to end the broadcast. Li Wenjing looked at the camera and smiled. My dears, it's getting late, and I have things to do tomorrow, so I'll stop here for now. After saying that, she prepared to leave the live stream. Just then, a familiar ID entered the live stream. Climbing to the peak level 34, enter the live broadcast room. Li Wenjing's eyes lit up immediately, and she said eagerly, Welcome, Brother Dengfeng. Half of the people in her live stream are her loyal fans. Almost everyone witnessed the victory the night before last. They got excited and started flooding the screen with comments. Welcome, Brother Dengfeng. A warm welcome. Big Brother is here. Jingjing probably won't be going offline. Jingjing, you promised to dance when Big Brother helped you last time. Yes. Last time you said, whatever your older brother tells you to do, you have to do it. You can't go back on your word. This is one of the advantages of having a big spender in the live stream room. Streamers often unlock new skills. They can watch it without spending money. Li Wenjing blushed, but did not deny it. In the 2 days since losing her big brother, she has realized how lucky it is for a streamer to have a big brother supporting them. As long as her older brother gives the word, she's willing to consider it, even if it's a bit embarrassing. Gao Feng looked at the topics in the live stream and found that 8 out of 10 were related to him. I couldn't help but smile. Is this the joy of being the boss? He didn't understand it before. Why not spend money on something else? Why do we have to send money to these streamers? If it's him, why not arrange to meet up offline for some business? Climbing to the peak sends one rocket. The eldest brother is indeed the eldest brother. He didn't say a word, but presented the gift first. Jingjing, this is a real big brother. You'll have to put in some effort. Netizens immediately began to fuel the fire. Li Wenjing also got excited and smiled brightly at the camera. Brother Defeng, what kind of show would you like to watch? Let's go PK. Gao Feng's answer was very brief. What's so good about the show? Spending money and figuring out how to take advantage of the system is the real business. Good. Li Wenjing breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a slight sense of loss. She was a little scared when her older brother made demands. Why are you even more afraid if you don't make any demands? She was afraid that her older brother wouldn't be interested in her anymore and wouldn't come back. Does your brother only like PvP, player versus player, combat? Don't like watching performances? Or perhaps, this isn't the kind of performance he wants to see. A little nervous, Li Wenjing started the random PK. Several streamers disconnected as soon as they saw that her live stream only had a little over 100 people. They're all snobs. Lan Zhanfei is a popular live streamer. Every time I go live, I get tens of thousands of viewers. I just finished a day of live streaming my travels. Lan Zhanfei was a little tired and wanted to turn off the live stream and go to rest. But the tens of thousands of people in the live stream were incredibly enthusiastic. They all encouraged him to have a competition to increase the entertainment value of the show. He's a streamer who dotes on his fans, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. Brothers, if you want to see it, you can. But it's a deal, even if it's just one. Let's try random connections and see if we can connect to something interesting. He has randomly connected with many new live streamers. Several of them were quite interesting, especially their various behaviors after they discover they've gained followers. This is also a regular program that his fans enjoy watching. Beep, streamer Lan Zhanfei is currently engaged in a random PK battle. Match successful. Streamer Lan Zhanfei versus streamer Xiang Jingye. When Jingjing's beautiful face, as delicate as a lotus flower, appeared on the screen, Lan Zhanfei's live stream chat was immediately flooded with messages. This streamer looks so young. I'm dying of laughter. Aren't these two like Beauty and the Beast? Haha. One is as black as charcoal, and the other is as white as snow. What a perfect contrast. What an innocent-looking girl. Is she a college student? Li Wenjing was stunned when she saw Lan Zhanfei's distinctive face. Although she does live streaming, she doesn't know Lan Zhanfei. After all, he wasn't her type. But the number of fans the other party had was so large that it left her speechless. More than 10 million? She thought she was seeing things and blinked in disbelief. A big streamer like that probably wouldn't even look at a small streamer like her, so she'll probably disconnect very quickly. Little girl, how do you want to play PK? Lan Zhanfei smiled, blinked his small eyes, and said gently. Li Wenjing realized what was happening and immediately said nervously, those who lose in PK battles will be punished. Okay, are you going to place a fixed amount or the total? Lan Zhanfei couldn't help but laugh when he saw that there were only a little over 100 people in the opposite live stream. This bag is a winner. Li Wenjing felt a little dizzy and stared longingly at climbing to the peak, waiting for his instructions. Bet on the total. Guaranteed win. Li Wenjing's eyes lit up. Despite being a super streamer with tens of thousands of followers, the big brother remained so confident. The entire live stream room erupted in excitement, with everyone flooding the screen with messages. Among them were people who came from Lan Zhanfei's live stream room to browse around. Damn, this guy has some nerve. He actually dares to say he'll win against Lan Zhanfei. Yeah, it made me think I'd walked into the wrong live stream. Haha, that tone. It sounds like a super rich guy. Only level 34, just a small-time player. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Our Dengfeng is very capable. That's right, if he says it's a guaranteed win, then it's a guaranteed win. Several viewers who returned to the Blue Battle non-live stream room published screenshots. The chat room of Lan Zhanfei also erupted in excitement. Many people are clamoring to teach that climbing to the top, a lesson. Lan Zhanfei's small eyes lit up, and he smiled. Looks like this girl has a powerful backer. Let's make things a little more exciting today. How about the loser gives out prizes to the winner's live stream and performs a talent show? Although Li Wenjing was somewhat timid, she was mostly excited. This opportunity is much greater than the one I had with Ms. Chung last time. Her live stream already has over 1,000 viewers, and the number is still growing rapidly. If I lose the competition, I can just perform a talent. Her popularity will definitely rise further. If we win, that would be incredible. The live stream is bound to be a hit. Superior. Upon seeing Gao Feng's instructions, Li Wenjing immediately sat up straight and shouted, "No problem." Chapter 36, A Battle Between the Super Rich. The total score is calculated over a period of 5 minutes. The two sides quickly agreed on the rules, and a live-streamed PK battle began. The atmosphere in both live streams was instantly ignited. Fans immediately showered the audience with gifts, taking the initiative to win over the crowd, cheering on their favorite streamers. Lan Zhanfei looked at the constantly scrolling comments and joked, "There's a little girl on the other side. Everyone take it easy, don't make her cry." He naturally didn't take Jingjing seriously. After all, being able to go online against such a small streamer was a stroke of luck. Losing was inevitable. The main point is to take the opportunity to showcase some talents and gain exposure. Maybe I can even gain some followers. In less than 30 seconds, Lan Zhanfei's score had reached 100,000. Jingjing's score was less than 1,000 points. The gap between the two sides is quite large. When the gap is too large, people will lose interest. Lan Zhanfei was not very interested. "I was just chatting casually with netizens. Gao Feng has not made a move yet." Li Wenjing did not begin to plead. She knew that Gao Feng always struck after the opponent had acted, so there's no rush. When 3 minutes had passed, and Gao Feng still hadn't made a move, Li Wenjing couldn't help but get anxious. If the big brother doesn't step in, then I'll lose too badly. Moreover, few people send gifts in his live stream. Many new viewers left without even turning on their light sticks. Her live stream viewership has plummeted from a peak of 2,000 to 1,500. She couldn't help but start begging the viewers in the live stream to give her some points. "My darlings, this place is really tough for me. Please send me some small gifts. Brother Defeng, could you please reduce your rank a bit?" But no matter how much she pleaded, Gao Feng remained unmoved. If she hadn't seen the name climbing high still in the live stream, she would have thought that her older brother had left. The viewers in the live stream were just there for the spectacle. Some people couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. They said they were guaranteed to win, but they didn't even score a single point. Exactly. Even if we can't beat them, we should at least show some appreciation. Sending a rocket would be fine too. I guess they're too ashamed. The comments from viewers in the live stream were getting increasingly outrageous. Jingjing couldn't help but speak up to comfort him. "Brother might have something to do, or the conditions aren't right today. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the other side is a big streamer. It's not shameful to lose. Climbing to the top is her only wealthy older brother. If he were to be driven away by someone else, wouldn't she really be devastated?" The time was down to the last 3 minutes. Lan Zhanfei's team has stopped ranking up. 200,000 points is enough. Looking at the pitiful opponent with less than 2,000 points, Lan Zhanfei felt that it was a bit unfair. At that moment, the red beam of light, which represented stillness, suddenly jumped and occupied most of the screen. 900,000 points. Climb to the peak giveaway carnival *10. Climb to the peak giveaway carnival *10. Climb to the peak giveaway carnival *10. 30 carnivals, blooming like fireworks. Holy crap, this guy's incredibly rich. Here it comes, a familiar scene. Brother Dengfeng likes to strike after the opponent has made their move. Only then did some of the longtime fans in the quiet live stream start flooding the chat with messages. They had some doubts about Gao Feng's abilities, and when he started to be ridiculed, they didn't say anything to defend themselves. But now, Gao Feng's move is a game-winning one. This immediately caused the opposing team to become agitated. Although Lan Zhanfei was somewhat surprised, he was not in a hurry. He simply remarked that even small-time streamers should not be underestimated. Viewers in Lan Zhanfei's live stream started spamming the chat. The other side is quite strong, but he couldn't keep his composure. If he had waited until the last few seconds to climb the ranks, he would have successfully stolen the tower. Yes, they are not up to much use. Come on, guys, let's climb the ranks. We can't give him a chance to steal the tower. With the older brothers making their moves, Lan Zhanfei's score quickly surpassed 1 million sound waves. Before they could even be happy, new information began flooding the screen. Climbing to the peak giveaway 100 carnivals. Climbing to the peak giveaway 100 carnivals. The sound waves of 6 million were like a giant boulder, crushing all resistance into dust. Lan Zhanfei's live stream fell silent. That's 600,000 renminbi. Few people are willing to spend so much time and effort in a regular PvP match. There are big spenders in his live stream, but generally speaking, a few tens of thousands of yuan is enough for a single live stream. Those who can spend 100,000 are all super rich. Anyone who spends millions in a single session is definitely a super rich person. Lan Zhanfei was also dumbfounded. He never expected that an extremely ordinary PK would actually produce a real dragon. The streamer on the other end, who has such a powerful backer, is still a small-time streamer. His live stream also has big spenders, but he didn't want to call on them to take action. The lavish spenders shower gifts on a whim. I don't like to force things. He lost, so he lost. It's not like Lan Zhanfei hasn't lost before. Although it's a bit embarrassing, it's not a big deal. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, another big spender has stepped in on Lan Zhanfei's side. At no pandemic, is sending out 100 carnivals. 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 500 carnivals, 1.5 million renminbi, and 15 million sound waves. This immediately brought the competition to a climax. Li Wenjing was completely dumbfounded. Now he is trembling all over. This competition is enough to go down in Douyin's history. A casual PK competition, with one side investing nearly 2 million. Even in defeat, there is still glory. The guy who climbed to the top gave too much. He was too amazing. They actually provoked the top-tier whale on the other side. Perfect. She had a feeling that she was going to become famous after this live stream. But deep down, she harbored even greater aspirations. Brother Dangfeng, can you still give me some? If he wins tonight, she'll give him anything he wants. Even if that's the case, it's fine. As if hearing her innermost thoughts, the next second, special effects filled the screen. Climbing to the peak giveaway 100 carnivals. 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 In the last minute, the entire screen was filled with these carnival effects. For the first time, the number of viewers in Jingjing's live stream exceeded 10,000. She stopped paying attention to the data and started silently counting how much money she would get. More than 1 million. An ordinary, unremarkable live stream began, but it erupted in the most spectacular way. She did nothing and yet became a small-time rich woman. More than 1 million. Given her family's circumstances, it would probably take her 10 years to save up that much. And she did it in just 3 minutes. The outcome is no longer in doubt. Even if the opponent wanted to rack up points, they wouldn't have time. Blue is not defeated. He snapped out of his daze, looked at Jingjing on the screen, and shouted, "What an amazing big brother. You're so lucky, little sister. I lost this match. But it's okay, a bet's a bet. What talent do you want me to perform?" Li Wenjing snapped out of her daze, looked at the camera, and said excitedly, "Brother Dangfeng, what kind of talent would you like to see?" At this moment, Gao Feng looked at his Douyin coins balance, which had increased by another 100 million, and couldn't help but facepalm. He tried, and even after registering as a streamer, he still couldn't withdraw the money. Is it only for tipping female live streamers? What a waste. He was neither surprised nor pleased by the outcome of the match. Who can match his wealth? Unless Zhao Yiming intervenes, he is a god on Douyin. The next second, climbing to the peak, left the live stream. This suggestion left Li Wenjing dumbfounded. He spent over 2 million yuan, didn't say a word, and just left? I really don't know how to evaluate this guy. Gao Feng left Jingjing's live stream and lost interest in continuing to browse. He opened WeChat and looked at a few unread messages. I replied to Bai Bingbing, and she answered in less than a minute. This girl is still awake. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? I can't sleep because I miss you. Haha, this girl is quite good at flirting now. Gao Feng's anger, which had subsided, suddenly flared up again. Chapter 37. The first night spent in the villa. Where are you? At home. Address. It took almost a minute for Bai Bingbing's location to be sent. One can imagine her inner turmoil. Gao Feng got dressed, went downstairs, and sped off on his motorcycle. Bai Bingbing lives in an urban village. Even in the most prosperous cities, there are always dilapidated places like urban villages. Gao Feng waited at the village entrance for a minute before Bai Bingbing came out to greet him. Without any further ado, Gao Feng took her directly to his rose garden villa. From cramped and crowded rental rooms to luxurious and grand villas, the disparity between the two completely captivated Bai Bingbing. After a thoroughly enjoyable battle, Gao Feng's pent-up anger was finally released. Bai Bingbing, perhaps having adapted to the intensity of the peak, did not fall into a deep sleep this time. She simply lay limply on him, utterly powerless. "Brother Feng, I've decided to quit after this month." After a long while, she uttered a few words softly. Gao Feng was not surprised. There are many people who will endure hardship without effort, but Bai Bingbing has clearly figured it out and won't become that kind of person. If you follow the peak, you can make money immediately. You can live the life you want. It can also solve the predicament she is facing. From the day he got her, Gao Feng could tell that her family must be in trouble and needed money. Otherwise, given Bai Bingbing's qualifications, why would she choose to become a car salesperson? Gao Feng stroked her beautiful back and laughed. "Go back and pack your things tomorrow, then move right here." Bai Bingbing's eyes lit up immediately. She thought Gao Feng would find her a place to settle down. Unexpectedly, he directly let her move into this luxury villa. Wouldn't she become the mistress of this villa? Immediately, she thought of something and asked, "Am I the only one living here?" She was stunned by the size of the villa as soon as she came in. Including the outdoor garden, it covers more than 1,000 square meters. She was a little scared if she was alone. After thinking for a moment, Gao Feng realized that it made sense. Such a large villa was too much for her to manage on her own. "I'll ask Lin Wan later if we can hire some people. For example, housekeepers or nannies." After his morning exercise, Gao Feng returned to the hotel. "I ordered a lavish breakfast, which was delivered to my room." As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Meng Xiu sitting cross-legged on the balcony. It looked like he was meditating. Hearing Gao Feng enter, Meng Xiu opened her eyes. "Gao Feng, you didn't stay here last night." She looked at Gao Feng with a half-smile, as if she knew exactly where he was going. Gao Feng nodded and smiled. "I had some things to do last night, so I went home and just slept there." "Why are you up so early? What are you doing?" Meng Xiu did not press further, but explained. "I'm meditating. I sit for 15 minutes every morning and feel refreshed all day long." "Oh, that's quite amazing." Gao Feng nodded first, then said, "Breakfast will be served shortly. Please wash up and come out for breakfast." After saying that, he went to the guest room and pushed the door open. Li Zhou was still fast asleep, and the whole room was filled with the smell of alcohol and socks, a smell that was hard to describe. Gao Feng suffered a direct defeat. A short while later, the breakfast cart arrived. After all the food was laid out on the table, Li Yinran and Meng Xiu, having finished dressing, came out hand in hand. Meng Xiu's eyes lit up when she saw the sumptuous breakfast on the table. "She's a real foodie. I got up early again this morning, and my stomach was already protesting." After the three were seated, Li Yinran asked, "Where's Li Zhe?" Gao Feng shook his head and said, "He hasn't gotten up yet. Let him wake up naturally." Li Yinran glanced at Gao Feng and asked with concern, "Did you sleep well last night?" She slept soundly until now yesterday and didn't know that Gao Feng wasn't resting in the living room. Gao Feng nodded without explaining. Meng Xiu didn't expose her. She just ate her fill, oblivious to everything else. The three of them finished their breakfast quietly and drank some tea, then realized it was time to part ways. Meng Xiu was somewhat reluctant to part. She had a very relaxing day. You don't need to think about anything. You don't need to worry about anything. But work can't be neglected. Her agent called her this morning, urging her to go back. This trip may mean a long period without any free time. She looked at Gao Feng and said, "I will start preparing for an online original music concert when I get back. When I need your help, you can't refuse." Gao Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Watching the two women drive away, Gao Feng felt a sense of relief. The two women were so beautiful, and they seemed so at ease around him. Sometimes, even when physical collisions occur, they seem completely unconcerned. But he's a normal man and can't resist that kind of temptation. No, he's not a normal man. Rather, he is a man whose desires exceed those of a normal man by 10 times. After all, a strong physique means a strong metabolism and strong desires. Having found a reasonable excuse for himself, Gao Feng felt that he was not a scumbag at all. I returned to the hotel, held my breath as I entered the room, and opened all the windows to ventilate the room. "Get up." Gao Feng's loud shout finally woke up the dazed Li Zhe. He looked around in confusion, not knowing where he was. He only gradually came to his senses when he saw Gao Feng. Hurry up and wash up, get up and eat. Gao Feng left a message and returned to the living room. He pushed open the door to the master bedroom, intending to change his clothes. They had both been drinking alcohol. The master bedroom, however, had absolutely no odor. If there is anything, it's only the woman's fragrance. The difference between men and women is too great. Gao Feng glanced at the large bed. The blankets had been neatly folded. A corner of a black garment peeked out from under the pillow. Gao Feng picked it up out of curiosity, and it turned out to be a bra. 85D. He didn't know anything about this. Zhang used to use the 75C, which had a very good feel. This 85D should be bigger. The figures of Li Yanran and Meng Xiu flashed through his mind. They seem to be similar, so I really don't know whose it is. Victoria's Secret? It looks like a designer brand, quite valuable. After thinking for a moment, Gao Feng sent Li Yanran a WeChat message. Although he also had Meng Xiu's, he still felt it would be better to ask Li Yanran about this question. Meng Xiu was driving, and Li Yanran was in the passenger seat. The two were talking about Gao Feng. Yanran, your classmate is very interesting. Do you have feelings for him? I didn't mean anything by it. You're the one who did, aren't you? I do have something in mind. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Yanran suddenly felt a bit annoyed and took out her phone to try and distract herself. Upon seeing Gao Feng's message, her cheeks immediately flushed red. This bra is hers. She has a habit of taking off her bra when she sleeps, and she forgot to put it on when Meng Xiu urged her to get up in the morning. No wonder it's been so comfortable, with no feeling of restriction whatsoever. So wouldn't she be out of commission all morning? It's so embarrassing. Gao Feng, why not just throw it away? Why bother asking? He's really a straight man. She was about to tell him to throw it away. But then, as if possessed, he changed the subject. Chapter 38 The bra. Give it back to me next time. Gao Feng's phone chimed. He opened the message and was immediately stunned. Li Yanran's? Should we keep it and give it back to her next time? Although he was straight, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he put away his phone, changed his clothes, and left the room. At this moment, Lija sat at the dining table, staring blankly at the food. What? Aren't you hungry? Gao Feng asked, puzzled. Lija shook his head and asked, have you eaten? Hee. I've already finished eating. These are all yours. Gao Feng poured himself a cup of black tea, sat down at the dining table, and watched Lija wolf down his food. 5 minutes later, Lija let out a burp and exclaimed, I used to think we were on the same level, but now I realize we've always been in two different worlds. Since last night, Gao Feng's college roommate has been a source of constant surprise for him. From the transformation of his image and temperament to his familiarity with the two goddesses. Then came the confrontation with the dynasty and his domineering departure. The two goddesses also stood on the same side as Gao Feng without hesitation. And that motorcycle worth over $1 million. Gao Feng's relaxed and casual demeanor around beautiful women and his terrifying capacity for alcohol and food. When I woke up this morning, I found this incredibly luxurious room and this sumptuous and delicious breakfast. He discovered this fact. This low-key Gao Feng is the real winner in life. Gao Feng remained silent. What's the difference between him and Li Jia? 3 days ago, he was not as good as Li Jia. At least, Li Jia had no debts and no girlfriend who had betrayed him. The only difference between them is that the system chose him. My family is very ordinary, and everything we have now is an accident. Gao Feng gave a brief explanation and didn't say anything more. After all, if this were a novel, there is only one main character. Perhaps, one day, the system will leave. Or perhaps, this is all a dream, and there will eventually come an end to it. Whether it's luck or fate, just live in the moment. He wanted to live each day to the fullest, recklessly and as he pleased. Bite. The host has gained a deeper understanding of life. Simp value -2. Congratulations, host. Your simp value has dropped to below 30, which is the level of a normal person. A task is hereby issued. Please reduce your simp value to 0 within 1 week. Success will bring a mysterious grand prize. Failure will result in the system going dormant for a year. Holy crap, a system task was triggered? Gao Feng looked at Li Jia with a strange expression. No way. Can it be triggered on men too? It's probably not. It was likely triggered by a shift in one's own thinking. Otherwise, he will have psychological trauma. Gao Feng shifted his focus to the task at hand. His current sycophant value is 28. To get it to 0, it needs to decrease by 28 points. Over the past 3 days, the index has dropped by a total of 22 points. so it seems that completing this task is not difficult. However, a high simp value is prone to decreasing. A tough stance might be enough to reduce the impact significantly. But now he has normal stats. He wasn't a simp to begin with. It would be very difficult to lower the price further. The system comes without a manual. You have to analyze it yourself. Anti-Sycophant system. The key point is this word reverse. Should we let others fawn over us in order to lower our simp status? Bing Bing licked herself all night last night, but her score didn't drop by a single point. Gao Feng's gaze fell on Lijia's face. No, even if he could, it wouldn't work. Lija suddenly felt a chill, glanced at Gao Feng, and involuntarily leaned back. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm a real man. Damn. Stop talking nonsense and eat up. This is the work of a Michelin-starred chef. Gao Feng laughed and scolded. Even if he were gay, he could never have feelings for Lija. Lija quickly finished his breakfast and let out a satisfied burp. You're crazy. Your life is too awesome. This breakfast is the best I've ever had in my life. This is indeed food that only a Michelin-starred chef could make. Gao Feng shook his head, without revealing the price of the breakfast. He was afraid that Lija would eat all the remaining food and die from overeating. Fatty, what are your plans for the next couple of days? No, I'm free on weekends, so I usually just lie around in my dorm. Don't you have a girlfriend? Gao Feng was somewhat surprised. Lija spread his hands, looking troubled. I like pretty girls, but pretty girls don't like me. Sigh. Don't they say even fat people have their day? Where's my day? Gao Feng glanced at him and laughed. Only rich fat people have a bright future. Are you rich? It's true that men like beautiful women. It's human nature. A beautiful appearance often indicates good genes. Moreover, beautiful women are a scarce resource. Having such resources means being powerful. Women are attracted to strong men. It's instinctive. A strong man represents security. In today's modern society, what kind of man is considered powerful? Naturally, it's men with power and money. Lija naturally understood this principle as well, and said with a troubled expression, Sigh, but I only like beautiful women. I want to get rich. He looked at Gao Feng. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he grabbed Gao Feng's hand. Father, how can you bear to see your child living in poverty? You eat the meat, and I'll just have some soup. Gao Feng withdrew his hand with a look of disgust and wiped it with a tissue. Can't you wash your hands properly? They're covered in oil. The fat man happily went to wash his hands. Gao Feng watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Having obtained the system, I am certain that I will soar to great heights in the future. If you have trustworthy people around you, you can make arrangements in advance. Gao Feng and Lija spent 4 years together. I know him quite well. He doesn't need any talented people. He just needs reliability. Lija is indeed a very suitable candidate. However, he wants to take another look. When Lija returned after washing his hands, Gao Feng did not continue the previous topic. Instead, he asked with a smile, Let me take you out for some fun this weekend, as a way of showing you hospitality. Lija did not mention seeking refuge with Gao Feng again, but his eyes dimmed slightly. Okay, I've been studying here for 4 years, and I haven't really been to many places. His carefree smile returned, as if he had just made a joke. Where do you want to go? Gao Feng didn't expose him, but asked with a smile. I want to go to the Workers' Stadium. Lija's face lit up with excitement as he looked on with anticipation. You're thinking of going to a bar to pick up girls, aren't you? It's morning, the bars aren't open yet. Gao Feng was speechless. Are all fat people so lecherous? How about we go to an internet cafe to play games in the morning, play some pool in the afternoon, and go to a bar in the evening? Playing games? Playing pool? Gao Feng hasn't played this game for several years. Lija's suggestion stirred up his memories. Back in college, these two were his favorite things. Okay, let's go. Gao Feng stood up and said decisively. The two walked out of the room, and the elevator was right outside the door. Lija looked around and, not seeing any other rooms, clicked his tongue in amazement. What kind of room is this? Why does it have a private elevator? Chapter 39 Lija's Ideological Transformation. Gao Feng did not answer, letting Lija continue to marvel. The elevator doors opened, and a pretty waitress bowed and said, Hello, Mr. Gao. Gao Feng nodded and led Lija into the elevator. Lija, who had just been excited like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden for the first time, suddenly fell silent. This waitress is easily an 80 out of 100 in terms of looks. She's gentle and beautiful. Normally, he probably wouldn't even glance at Lija, but this woman, with such beauty, was just an elevator attendant. He faced the peak with a respectful and cautious expression. Li Zhe suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the concept of being rich. He wanted to make money, but his job only paid a fixed salary. Even if there are fluctuations, the difference is not significant. He is self-aware and knows he doesn't have the ability to get rich. My only hope is Gao Feng, who's right here beside me. He didn't believe that Gao Feng earned so much money on his own. Either Gao Feng is a very well-hidden rich second-generation heir, or perhaps he met a benefactor. Either way, it can help him. Mr. Gao, are you going out? As the elevator doors opened, Lin Jixia's pretty face came into view. Hiss! Li Zhe gasped in shock. This mature woman is so beautiful. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She was even more radiant and beautiful than Li Yanran and Meng Xiu last night. The mature woman's charm emanating from her was something a novice like him couldn't resist. Gao Feng was already used to it. He's met too many high-scoring women in the last few days. Even when faced with a max-level succubus, he remained completely unmoved. Okay, please extend my stay for 2 more days. Gao Feng nodded and walked outside. Okay, Mr. Gao. Lin Jixia quickened her pace and followed behind Gao Feng, whispering, Your car is parked outside. Would you like to use it? Gao Feng gave a soft hum. His Maybach was parked at the dealership, and yesterday he had the hotel send someone to drive it back. When the two arrived at the hotel entrance, the Maybach was already parked there. The doorman eagerly opened the car door for them. Get in the car. Gao Feng got into the driver's seat, waited for Li Zhe to get in, then lightly stepped on the gas and drove off. Lin Jixiao watched him leave before turning back to the hotel. This car must cost several million, right? Li Zhe touched the hand-stitched seams on the leather seat and recalled how he had waited for the bus for half an hour in the rain last week in order to save 20 yuan on taxi fare. Gao Feng was just like me back then. In college, the two of us would squeeze into an internet cafe and stay up all night, sharing a bag of spicy strips. Both were poor guys, but in just 4 years, their circumstances became worlds apart. He didn't even dare to say a word when he saw a beautiful woman. But what about Gao Feng? Yet he was pursued by beautiful women. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Gao Feng. Change is necessary. He's still young. There's still time for everything. As Gao Feng turned the steering wheel, the starry sky ceiling on the dashboard suddenly lit up, with countless points of light swirling on the leather headliner. The final price, including optional extras, is approximately 4 million. Awesome. You're like my own brother. Gao Feng smiled and said, Wasn't I your godfather? How did I get demoted? Godfather, would you be willing to take me as your godson? Li Zhetian, shameless, said with a grin. It depends on whether you are filial or not. Just don't be like Lu Bu and kill your father. The two laughed and joked, as if they had returned to their college days. Although they weren't exactly close friends at the time, they had a good relationship. Some of these are jokes, don't take them seriously. Brother Feng, I drank too much last night. How did things go afterward? Gao Feng glanced at Li Zhe in the rearview mirror and said calmly, We went back to the hotel together, don't you remember? I was drunk and don't remember anything. Yeah, we went back to the hotel and had some drinks. It's too late, so let them sleep in the master bedroom. Li Zhe stared at the starry sky ceiling on the car roof, and the shimmering lights suddenly stung his eyes. 2 beautiful women actually followed Gao Feng back to the hotel to continue drinking. Drunk and promiscuous, 1 man and 2 women. Gao Feng knew what he was thinking, but deliberately didn't explain. Gao Feng parked his car and got out in front of a luxury internet cafe. Li Zhe walked over to him, looked at the internet cafe, and sighed. I haven't been to a place like this in over a year. Gao Feng tossed him a cigarette and laughed. I haven't played it for more than 3 years. The two lit cigarettes, took a leisurely puff, and instantly felt that familiar feeling from the past had returned. Brother Feng, are you with Li Yanran? Halfway through the draw, Li Zhe couldn't help but ask. Gao Feng glanced at him and laughed. What? You still have a crush on her? Li Zhe smiled wryly. Who didn't have a crush on her back then? Weren't you one of them? Gao Feng chuckled softly and said calmly. When I was young, I liked any beautiful woman. Li Zhe felt somewhat conflicted. After all, Li Yanran was so dazzling and radiant that he wanted to curse her no matter who she was with. Let's go. Gao Feng threw away his cigarette, and strode into the internet cafe. Li Zhe took a deep drag, stubbed out his cigarette, and followed him inside. Gao Feng did not answer his question directly, but Li Zhe had already filled in the blanks in his mind. He had already come to regard Li Yanran as Gao Feng's woman. Although he was somewhat annoyed, he knew his own limitations. Even if Li Yanran didn't go with Gao Feng, she would never have any interaction with him. In the afternoon, the 2 men, reeking of cigarette smoke, left the internet cafe. After playing games for 4 hours, both of them had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Are you still going to play ball? The fat man was a little tired and looked at Gao Feng. Gao Feng glanced at him and smiled. What? Can't fight anymore. Of course we can hit them. The fat man puffed out his chest and shouted loudly. Gao Feng pondered for a moment, then spoke. Forget it. Let's just go to the workers' stadium. There are pool tables and the bars there. Okay. The fat man's eyes lit up immediately, and he readily agreed with both hands and feet. During the peak hours, it took less than half an hour to reach the famous bar street. After parking the car, the two walked down the street, their eyes darting back and forth between the bar entrances on both sides of the road. It's 2 p.m. now, and most bars are closed. A few shops were open occasionally, but no one was inside. The two eventually arrived at a bar with an industrial vibe, where there were 2 pool tables and a child playing pool. Seeing the two enter, the child ignored them and continued hitting the ball. Gao Feng looked up and saw a bartender wiping glasses at the bar. He then walked over and said with a smile, "Are you open now?" The bartender, a young man, looked up at the two of them and nodded, saying, "We're open for business right away. What would you like to drink?" Gao Feng pointed to the pool table and smiled. "Just a couple of drinks will do. We're mainly here to play ball and kill some time." The bartender nodded and said, "You guys play first. I'll send it over to you in a bit." Chapter 40. You win. Let me introduce you to my sister. The two went to the remaining pool table and selected 2 cues. I'll start the game. The fat man set up the ball and enthusiastically began the kickoff. Gao Feng stopped being distracted and went over to test the feel of the handle. "Brother Feng, you haven't played basketball in the past 3 years? You're kidding me." The fat man stared at Gao Feng with a look of astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Perhaps it's because of Tai Chi. Gao Feng found that he had a more refined and meticulous control over his body. In particular, he has a great grasp of power. Whether hitting or returning the ball, it feels like you're controlling your own limbs. After the fat man teed off, he didn't get a chance to play. He scored over 80 points in 1 break and easily won the first frame. Maybe it's just luck. Gao Feng smiled and started the next round with the fat man. After playing 3 rounds, the fat man barely scored any points and lost miserably. The kid next to him didn't continue practicing either, but watched the game from the sidelines. He couldn't help but speak up. "Your skill levels are too far apart. Why don't you let me give it a try?" The fat man glanced at him and said impatiently, "You little brat, you're not even as tall as a golf club. Do you even know how to play golf?" The child glanced at him disdainfully. "I play better with my left hand than you do." The fat man immediately became furious. It's one thing if you can't beat Gao Feng. Back in college, he was no match for Gao Feng either. "I'm used to losing." But how could he bear the contempt of an 8-year-old child? "You guys have fun. I'm going to get a drink." Gao Feng walked to the bar with an empty wine glass in his hand. At this moment, there was an extra person next to the bar. She is a short-haired girl. She looked to be under 20 years old, wearing hot pants and a tank top, looking rather sexy. Because the lighting was dim, Gao Feng didn't look closely and just glanced at it. After all, girls like that are quite common in bars. Another one. The drink the bartender just made tasted pretty good, Gao Feng said casually, placing his glass on the bar. The bartender came over, mixing Gao Feng's drink while smiling. "Is your friend really that good? You can actually play against him." "Not bad, amateur level." "What? Is that kid really that good?" Gao Feng raised an eyebrow and asked. "He's a famous star player in this area, and he's going to play professionally in the future." "Professional? What's his highest break?" "A century break." Hiss. Gao Feng nearly choked on the alcohol. Being able to break over 100 points in a single break is already considered top tier among amateur players. The key is that he looks to be less than 8 years old, and he definitely has the potential to be a professional player. Given the fat man's skill level, it's easy to imagine that he would be utterly humiliated by the kid. Gao Feng suddenly became interested and went to the side to watch the game. While the fat man was setting up the ball, Gao Feng stood next to the child practicing and watched him play. Both of these are large snooker tables. The child is only a head taller than the pool table, so he needs a cue stick to play. But his accuracy is terrifying. He can handle most short-range shots. He easily defeated Li Zhe by hitting the ball with only his left hand. The fat guy has become withdrawn. He held the cue stick, looking utterly hopeless, staring blankly at the pool table. Judging from his expression, he doesn't want to go to the second round. "Big brother, he can't do it. Let's play a round instead." The boy stared at Gao Feng and shouted. He originally wanted to play against Gao Feng. The previous match was just a demonstration of his skills. Gao Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. What benefit would I get from fighting you? The kid was dumbfounded. This adult was really shameless. Playing ball with kids, and even having a prize involved. He thought for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered, "If you beat me, I'll introduce you to my sister." Your sister? Is she pretty? Pretty? How old is she? Gao Feng picked up the golf club and asked casually. Hee, my sister is so beautiful, she's all grown up now. The phrase adulthood carries some significance. You just betrayed your sister like that? The kid chuckled. We'll talk after you win. 10 minutes later, Gao Feng pocketed the last ball and looked at the kid with a smile. The child looked speechless. Are you a professional gamer? Is it appropriate for you to bully a kid like me? Didn't you ask me to play ball first? Gao Feng smiled and said, since you've already lost the bet, shouldn't you pay up? This kid is too arrogant. Giving him a lesson is also for his future growth. The boy bit his lip, turned his head and shouted, Sister, someone bullied me. Come and avenge me. Gao Feng looked up and saw the short-haired girl in front of the bar stand up. When the girl stepped into the light and revealed her face, Gao Feng was stunned. She has short, neat hair, a delicate face, and bright, expressive eyes. Beneath her high, straight nose was a small, slightly upturned mouth, carrying a confident smile. Surprisingly, she's another beauty who scores over 90 points. Gao Feng had long heard that the women in the workers' stadium bars were of high quality, and now he truly believed it. She glanced at Gao Feng, paused slightly, and then looked at the dejected little boy. Now you know there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. The kid retorted, unconvinced. How was I supposed to run into a pro in a bar? This guy must be a professional player, pretending to be weak while actually being strong. The girl snorted coldly, turned to look at Gao Feng, and said, Let's play a game. Gao Feng smiled and nodded, saying, Sure, what's the stake? The girl said with a half-smile. You win. Here's your chance to get up close and personal with me. Close contact. That sounds a bit suggestive. Gao Feng glanced at her slender waist, nodded, and smiled. He just lost, and he hasn't given me my bet yet. The girl's face darkened slightly as she looked at the boy and said angrily, You actually dare to gamble? The boy looked at Gao Feng with a mournful face. Didn't I already give you my bet? You two already know each other. Gao Feng smiled knowingly. But I don't even know your sister's name. So how can I be considered an acquaintance? Her name is Zhao Xintong. She's 21 years old, a college student. Is that enough? The boy finished speaking quickly and immediately ran away, escaping the girl's pursuit. Gao Feng narrowed his eyes, watching the girl's actions as she chased the child. This movement has a certain Tai Chi feel to it. This girl knows Kung Fu. He has the combat experience of a Tai Chi master, so he can barely be considered a Tai Chi master. Naturally, one can see through the other person's true nature at a glance. The girl watched the boy run away and didn't bother to chase after him. After all, she is a lady and cannot disregard her manners. She picked up the kid's golf club, turned to look at Gao Feng, and said, Come on, let me see if you can beat an 8-year-old. That's a rather barbed remark. Gao Feng touched his nose and did not refute. The fat man, who had been watching the show for a while, immediately ran over to set up the ball when he saw that the two masters were about to duel. Chapter 41. Is this the so-called opportunity for intimate contact? To showcase their true skill level, both sides agreed to a best-of-7 format. Zhao Xintong's ball skills are indeed quite good. Both in terms of accuracy and awareness, he surpasses the young man. Gao Feng discovered that the control of power in Tai Chi is perfect for use in billiards. Her power and return were both perfect. Gao Feng only got one kick off, and then he never got another chance to play. She almost broke 100 in a single break, but she won it in one shot. The little boy had run back at some point, and upon seeing this, he burst into laughter. Zhao Xintong was also quite pleased with herself. She was in a very good mood today and was confident that she could defeat Gao Feng. Before the second round began, she suddenly spoke. I just told you my bet. What will happen if you lose? Gao Feng smiled and said, You say? Zhao Xintong thought for a moment, then said jokingly, If you lose, go to Encounter Bar and order a drink package, like the Golden Knight. No problem. Gao Feng didn't understand what a Golden Knight was, but he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Zhao Xintong blinked, but didn't explain. She never needed to guess what men were thinking. If you want to pick up girls, then let him know that you're not the type he's after. Although Gao Feng is good-looking and seems to be in good physical condition, with the strength of a cheetah, but she just hates men who pick up girls in bars. After he loses and finds out how much a set of Gilded Knight costs, he probably won't have the face to come here again. The fat man, however, had a more cautious mind. He ran up to the bartender and asked him in a low voice. When he returned, his expression had clearly changed. Just as Zhao Xintong hit the ball, he leaned close to Gao Feng's ear and whispered, "Brother Feng, this golden night set is 88,888 plus 6 bottles of wine." Gao Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. "This woman is really dark-skinned. You should be careful." At this moment, in Lijia's eyes, Zhao Xintong had transformed into a female ghost, and it seemed she was about to drain Gao Feng dry. After Zhao Xintong finished tackling the ball, she looked at Gao Feng. She had seen everything the fat man did. At this moment, a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. "Your turn." Gao Feng picked up his cue and walked to the pool table. That was a good start. Only one red ball was broken up and landed close to the cushion. After the white ball returned to the 2-point ball, it was almost touching the cushion. Even though the red ball is visible, even a professional player wouldn't choose to attack from such a long distance. Normally, Gao Feng's only option is to defend. Zhao Xintong was also very satisfied with her start. She sat leisurely on the sofa, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and took a sip. The young boy next to her came over and started fawningly massaging her legs. But the smiles on their faces vanished the next moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Feng used an extremely precise long shot to pocket the red ball. The white ball shattered the pile of red balls. Perfect. Whether it's accuracy, the technique of smashing the ball, or the power, it's all perfect. Zhao Xintong stood up, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. "Sister, he's just guessing, don't worry." Seeing that things were not going well, the older boy still tried his best to comfort his sister. Zhao Xintong doesn't think Gao Feng was lucky, but there was definitely an element of luck involved. Even top snooker players can't guarantee they'll pot that shot every time. Although the red balls on the table are currently scattered, only 4 are outside the table, making it very difficult to clear the table. Gao Feng looked at the ball on the table and had a general idea of what was going on. He's not a professional player and doesn't know how to use the best ball movement routes. We can only take it one step at a time. He had a good angle to put the black ball at 7 points, and without hesitation, he took it. Without aiming for a perfect score, the downswing was very decisive. Most importantly, his accuracy is simply insane. Given the right angle, every shot will hit its mark. In less than 5 minutes, all the red balls on the table were gone. Gao Feng looked up at the stunned brother and sister and smiled. "Do we need to play the rest of the balls?" Zhao Xintong nodded blankly. "What's the point of playing anymore? We've already surpassed them by several tens of points." Starting from the third game, she had already regarded Gao Feng as her destined rival. He was full of fighting spirit and determined to turn the tide. 30 minutes later, she sat blankly on the sofa, her eyes vacant. The boy standing next to her glanced at her cautiously, sensing something was wrong. He had used this tactic before, and whenever his sister took action, they always won big. This time, however, they ran into a brick wall. "This really put my sister in a terrible situation." Gao Feng's ball skills are surprisingly high. No, it's not because of superior ball skills. It's accurate. Just like a missile, it hits exactly where you point it. Even if the return shot has a problem, he can adjust it back with his abnormal accuracy. My sister only gets one chance each time. If we fail to clear the stage, we're finished. In just 30 minutes, this was already the 5th game. The score is about 4-1. Bang! Gao Feng neatly and cleanly potted the last black ball, placed the cue on the table, and looked at Zhao Xintong with a smile. "You lost." Zhao Xintong had recovered by now. Her face was still somewhat cold, but not as dark as before. "Okay, a bet's a bet, come with me." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng was taken aback. So generous. He was just joking and didn't mean for the other party to keep their promise. The fat man next to him was so excited that he jumped up and down to Gao Feng's side. "Brother Feng, you're really channeling Hendry. You're amazing. But something's off about this woman. Are you really going to take her bet?" Zhao Xintong walked to the back door of the bar, turned around and glanced at Gao Feng, saying with a half smile, "Do you still want the bet?" "Yes, of course I want it." Gao Feng was also very interested in what tricks this stunning girl was up to. "You stay here and play with your little brother." Gao Feng left a comment and followed after him. Exiting through the back door, you find yourself in a narrow alleyway, barely a meter wide. This area is presumably owned by the bar alone, as there are no pedestrians. The girl walked into the depths without saying a word. After walking about 50 meters, we reached the end. Zhao Xintong stopped and turned to look at Gao Feng, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She has already given Gao Feng a chance. If Gao Feng hadn't come along, he would have been considered a gentleman. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing this calamity now. Let's do it here. Gao Feng looked around, puzzled, and asked, "Here? Isn't it too broad daylight?" He had never fought in urban warfare before and felt somewhat ashamed. Zhao Xintong raised her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them, and sneered. "I told you I'd give you a chance to get close to me. Now it begins." After speaking, she crossed her legs and, like a female leopard, rushed to Gao Feng in one step. It was a surprise attack, yet it carried the freehand style of drifting clouds, with a sense of graceful movement like willows swaying in the wind. "Drink." With a delicate shout, she exerted force with her slender waist, her arms moving like nimble snakes, her palms drawing an arc as she pushed towards Gao Feng's chest. Chapter 42 Wall Slam on the Beautiful Girl, All Gone. This is precisely the opening posture of Tai Chi Chuan, which is like sealing and closing. This palm strike, seemingly light and airy, actually carried a powerful force. If it were Gao Feng in the past, he probably wouldn't even have time to react before being knocked to the ground. Depend on, is this an opportunity for close contact? Gao Feng slightly lowered his right shoulder and used his left arm as if embracing a log to block the opponent's palms in front of him. He moved his right hand forward and pressed it against Zhao Xintong's ribs. Grasp the sparrow's tail? Zhao Xintong let out a gasp. He spun around, retracted his palms to avoid Gao Feng's block, and then struck at his neck. Gao Feng did not retreat an inch. He blocked the other person's palm with his left hand, and his right hand flashed forward and landed on her collarbone. With just a slight exertion of his fingertips, Zhao Xintong's delicate body trembled violently, as if her bones and muscles had been removed. All her strength melted away like spring water, and her delicate body plummeted to the ground. Gao Feng stretched out his long arms and pulled her into his embrace. Zhao Xintong rested her head on his shoulder, her hot breath on his neck. Through her thin clothes, Gao Feng could clearly feel her chest heaving violently. The delicate body in his arms was incredibly hot, and the exquisite touch from his palms, mixed with the subtle fragrance lingering at his nose, made his heart tremble. Looking down, I met a pair of bright eyes blazing with fury. Although their exchange was brief, Zhao Xintong had already given it her all. With their blood and chi surging, the rising heat from their bodies, along with the girl's fragrance, enveloped the two of them. Gao Feng is not a saint, and this scene made his atoms apple bob involuntarily. Zhao Xintong was furious. She is a descendant of a distinguished martial arts family and the president of the school's martial arts club. They unexpectedly capsized in the ditch and stumbled right on their own doorstep. She has a clear understanding of her own appearance. Now I'm sweating profusely, and my skin is incredibly smooth. And there's the scent of my own body, which isn't the smell of cosmetics. Rather, it's because she has a natural body fragrance. It's not noticeable under normal circumstances, but once you sweat, it becomes incredibly thick. Which man could resist such stunning beauty right now? She saw the fire in Gao Feng's eyes and his increasingly rapid breathing. The man wasn't sweating, but he had a pleasant scent that enveloped her. She must have been very angry and helpless. But strangely, they didn't seem to resist it that much. As the other person's face drew closer, she resignedly closed her eyes. Bite. The host is faced with a new choice. Option 1. If he's a man, then kiss him. Option 2. Let her go, be a gentleman, and your simp value will increase by 5. Gao Feng, who had stopped and was somewhat hesitant, covered those luscious red lips without hesitation after hearing the system's notification. In an instant, Zhao Xintong's pupils shrank sharply, and her whole body became extremely stiff. The other person's hot breath hit me. My lips were enveloped and conquered. Boom! A silent thunderclap exploded deep within her consciousness, and Zhao Xintong completely lost all strength to resist. Only her heart was pounding wildly, as if it wanted to burst out of her chest. The scalding heat spread from where the two were joined to their entire bodies. Zhao Xintong had never felt this way before. She had always thought that she disliked boys. She just liked being with sweet and gentle girls like Lu Qing. But now she realizes it. Men's sensibilities are more unique and more captivating. She felt as if she had fallen into a boiling sea of fire, her whole body enveloped in heat. Her instincts made her resist, but the sensation on her tongue and the faint taste of tobacco sent shivers down her spine. The small fists that were originally clenched have somehow ended up wrapped around the other person's neck. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when she regained consciousness, Gao Feng had already let go of her. Lock her to the wall to prevent her from falling to the ground. Zhao Xintong stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her. At that moment, she didn't know what to say or do. Her body's instincts compelled her to swing her right palm. The next second, however, Gao Feng grasped it in his palm. All right, our bet is settled. We're even. Gao Feng smiled slightly, released the girl's hand, and turned to leave. Bite. The host has grasped the essence of masculinity. Simp value -5. Physical fitness enhancement progress has increased to 30%. Double happiness. Awesome. Gao Feng pushed open the door to enter the bar and saw the fat man drinking on the side, while the little boy was nowhere to be found. When Li Jia saw Gao Feng return, he couldn't help but scrutinize his face closely. Gao Feng walked to the bar, paid the bill, and quickly left with the fat man. You're leaving already? Aren't you going to stay a little longer? The fat man asked, somewhat puzzled. He just learned a lot of ball-playing skills from the kid, and he wants to practice with Gao Feng when he gets back. Aren't you hungry? Go get something to eat first, and come back tonight. Gao Feng ate a bowl of instant noodles at an internet cafe at noon. But his digestive system was too efficient, and after the exercise he had just done, he was hungry again. The fat man thought about it, and agreed. The main event was at night. The two found a hot pot restaurant nearby, ordered a few bottles of beer, and started eating and drinking heartily. Zhao Xintong stayed alone in the alley for a long time before she finally calmed down and returned to the bar. She breathed a sigh of relief when Gao Feng wasn't there. Now that she sees him, she doesn't know how to react. They can't beat him in a fight, and they don't know how to curse him. Should we call the police? Miss Zhao, she can't afford to lose face like this. My feelings were extremely complicated, a mix of depression and joy. She took out her phone and dialed. Hey Xintong, what's up? I've been bullied. Come drink with me. You? You were bullied? Really? The woman's voice on the phone was full of surprise. This was the first time she had ever heard of Zhao Xintong being bullied. With her family background, who could bully her? It's hard to explain over the phone. Are you coming or not? Zhao Xintong said, embarrassed and annoyed. So, are you at home or at the bar? At a bar. Okay, wait for me for half an hour. Less than half an hour later, Lu Qing stepped into the bar. Even when she was in a hurry, her steps remained elegant and unhurried. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhao Xintong sitting in the corner of the booth drinking. Lu Qing walked across the dance floor and sat opposite her, giving her best friend a strange look. This was the first time she had seen confusion in the other person's eyes. I felt like my worldview had collapsed, and I was completely lost. Her heart skipped a beat. My best friend is really in trouble this time. It's not a joke. What's wrong? What happened? She reached out and grasped Zhao Xintong's slightly trembling hand. It's so cool. My hands, which were usually warm, were unusually cold. This made Lu Qing even more worried. Zhao Xintong finished speaking and then poured the wine in her glass into her mouth. The spicy liquid made her eyes slightly red. What did someone do to you? Lu Qing remained calm, but a bad feeling crept into her heart. I was forcibly kissed. Zhao Xintong stared at the laser lights above her head, but her pupils were unfocused, and it was unclear what she was looking at. What? Lu Qing's usually aloof face suddenly turned dangerous. Chapter 43. Did I fall in love with him at first sight? Lu Qing was first angry, then surprised. Who could force you? Didn't you hit him? Her best friend was just as beautiful as her, and countless men had designs on her. But no one could get within a meter of her. Her fighting skills were renowned throughout the school. Who dares to provoke her? Who can provoke her? Zhao Xintong shook her head and said, I don't know him, and this is the first time I've met him. Upon meeting her friend, she recounted everything that had happened that afternoon. Neon lights flashed alternately above the two of them, and red and blue light alternately swept across Zhao Xintong's abnormally flushed cheeks. I thought I could defeat him in one move, but he was too strong. I had no chance to fight back at all. Lu Qing picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a glass of wine. She knew Zhao Xintong all too well. This girl, who had trained and struggled in the martial arts school since childhood, seemed to have lost her soul at this moment, her eyes darting around unpredictably. So what are you planning to do now? She grabbed a tissue and wiped the wine stains from the corner of Zhao Xintong's lips. Should we call the police, or? I have no idea. Zhao Xintong's gaze lingered on Lu Qing's face. I thought I liked women and hated men, but I don't feel that way today. She licked her lips, seemingly savoring the memory. Looking at her best friend's expression, Lu Qing suddenly had a strange feeling. You haven't fallen for him, have you? She tentatively probed, but she saw a glimmer of hope in her best friend's eyes. Is this what liking someone is? Zhao Xintong touched her lips, which seemed a little red and swollen. Why is that guy using so much force? It's really annoying. She admires the strong. She completely disregarded those weaker than her. She has never had many friends growing up. I have virtually no male friends. Lu Qing was able to become her friend because in some ways, she was better than her. This time, she encountered a peak. Although she suffered a great loss, it also opened the door to a new world for her. She discovered that it wasn't that she disliked men. Instead, she only likes men who are stronger than herself. Wake up. What kind of person is this guy who forcibly kisses a girl on their first meeting? Lu Qing's heart pounded. She felt things were spiraling out of control. I must dispel my best friend's dangerous thoughts. Besides, do you even know who he is? Does he have a girlfriend? Is he a playboy? Lu Qing stared at Zhao Xintong's face and spoke earnestly. Oh my, you look so much like my mom. Zhao Xintong seemed to have figured things out, and her condition had returned to normal. She rolled her eyes at Lu Qing and laughed as she scolded him. Don't you have surveillance cameras? Let me see them. Lu Qing asked with concern, still worried. Zhao Xintong took out her phone and opened the surveillance video. She watched the video for a long time. It was a surveillance camera in the alley that captured the entire process. Lu Qing was her best friend, and there were no secrets between them. She also wanted to get some analysis from her best friend. After all, Lu Qing understands men better. Lu Qing immediately stood up and sat down next to Zhao Xintong. The two of them stood close together, looking at the screen on their phones. With just one glance, Lu Qing let out a gasp. It was him. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the man on the screen. This man's current state is completely different from when I last saw him in the cafeteria. Lu Qing seemed to see a dashing young man who had stepped out of 1,000 years ago. At this moment, he perfectly blended the carefree spirit of a wanderer, the majesty of a grandmaster, and the elegance of a young master. It sketched out a dazzling figure, completely overturning Lu Qing's perception of him. Zhao Xintong turned to look at Lu Qing, who looked surprised, and asked, You know him? Lu Qing nodded and murmured, Do you remember that man driving the Maybach at school last time? The one Wang Ting seduced? Gao Lan's brother. Zhao Xintong exclaimed incredulously. Yes, that's him. Lu Qing couldn't help but marvel at how small the world was. The two of them unexpectedly met under these circumstances. Do you have Gao Lan's phone number? Zhao Xintong immediately pressed for an answer. Lu Qing shook her head and whispered, I don't have it, but Chen Yu should. Chen Yu is the vice president of the student union and has been pursuing Lu Qing. Taking advantage of his profession, he obtained the contact information of many girls. I'll ask him. Without hesitation, Zhao Xintong took out her phone and dialed Chen Yu's number. After a moment, Chen Yu's voice came through the phone. Miss Zhao, what are your orders? Send me Gao Lan's phone number now. Zhao Xintong said without any politeness. Okay, right away. Chen Yu agreed without the slightest hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xintong picked up the wine glass on the table, pondering how to start the conversation. Gao Lan and Lu Qing did not have a good relationship. Zhao Xintong naturally had no interaction with Gao Lan. It seems inappropriate to contact her so suddenly and ask for her brother's phone number. Less than a minute later, her phone screen lit up. Zhao Xintong didn't hesitate and dialed the number directly. Hello, Gao Lan. I'm Zhao Xintong. At this moment, Gao Lan was in her own big house. It's the weekend, and she's spending time with her roommates decorating her bedroom. She froze upon hearing the voice on the phone. She naturally knew Zhao Xintong. She attends a media university, where there are countless handsome men and beautiful women. It's fair to say that 10% of these girls would be considered school beauties in other schools. But at the Communication University of China, some busybodies compiled a list of goddesses. Zhao Xintong ranked third among them. Moreover, she and Lu Qing had a very good relationship and were almost inseparable. Therefore, she had no contact with Zhao Xintong. Oh, is there something you need? There was a few seconds of pause on the other end of the phone before Zhao Xintong's voice came through. Could you give me your brother Gao Feng's phone number? It's my brother's call. What do you want? Upon hearing Gao Feng's name, Gao Lan immediately became alert. I remember last time in the cafeteria, Lu Qing sat next to Gao Feng. She instinctively suspected that Lu Qing was after her brother. That won't do. Lu Qing didn't have a very good reputation at school. I've heard he has ambiguous relationships with some wealthy people. Some people also saw her being very intimate with a middle-aged man. She might end up being kept by someone. This is also the main reason why Gao Lan dislikes Lu Qing. It's not just because Li Wenjing's ranking is lower than hers. After all, Zhao Xintong's ranking is also above Li Wenjing's. She did not show any hostility towards Zhao Xintong. Well, I have a bar near the workers' stadium, and I ran into your brother today. We had some disagreements, and I need his contact information. I have something to ask him. Zhao Xintong spoke directly. She didn't like beating around the bush. Did something unpleasant happen between you? Then it must be your problem, right? As someone who dotes on his brother, Gao Lan instinctively retorted. Chapter 44. My brother acted in self-defense. Gao Lan sat on her bed in her bedroom, with Layer beside her. Li Wenjing and Xiaoyu were watching TV in the living room. She spoke quite loudly. Upon hearing the contents of the phone call, the three women gathered around her, eager to gossip. They were all very interested in Gao Lan's brother, especially Li Wenjing. She checked the property prices in the neighborhood over the past 2 days. I even specifically looked for another apartment with the same layout. The price stunned her. A house worth 30 million. They actually bought it in full and then gave it to Gao Lan as a gift. How extravagant must Gao Feng be? As for the Maybach being worth 4 million and the license plate perhaps also worth 1 million, none of that matters anymore. This was the first young tycoon she had ever met in real life. He's a self-made millionaire. He's also extremely masculine and handsome. According to Gao Lan, he had just broken up with his girlfriend. Isn't this the epitome of a male god? How could a girl not be tempted? If it weren't for her damned reserve, she would have asked Gao Lan for her contact information long ago. As a woman, who do you think bears more responsibility if he forcibly kisses me? Zhao Xintong didn't hesitate at all and went straight for the big shot. What? My brother actually did this. Gao Lan exclaimed in disbelief. Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? You don't even know my brother. I have surveillance video here. If you don't believe me, you can come and see it. Zhao Xintong had already spoken, so she no longer tried to hide her words. She has a straightforward personality and won't beat around the bush. Gao Lan was in a state of utter confusion, regardless of what happened between the two of them. It was definitely wrong for Gao Feng to forcibly kiss the other person. If Zhao Xintong calls the police, it will likely be very detrimental to Gao Feng. Feng. Okay, send me your location and I'll be there right away. Gao Lan stood up and said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll add you as a friend. See you in a bit. After hanging up the phone, Gao Lan looked at her three roommates, her eyes filled with confusion. We'll go with you. Layer spoke up decisively. Okay, but I'll call my brother first. Gao Lan took out her phone, intending to make a call. Hey, wait a minute. Let's go check the situation first. What if it's not your brother? Half an hour later, the four women arrived at a bar. As soon as they entered, they saw Lu Qing and Zhao Xintong. Gao Lan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Qing had met Gao Feng before, and since she was there, it meant that this matter might be true. Zhao Xintong didn't say much and simply played the video. Her home security camera is high definition. In the video, Gao Feng follows her into the alley. When Zhao Xintong launched her attack, Gao Feng retaliated. The whole process was very clear. Even some sounds could be faintly heard. Gao Feng held Zhao Xintong in his arms and kissed her for a full 3 minutes. The girls were all numb. This is Zhao Xintong, the president of the school's martial arts club. She is known as a woman who cannot get close to any man without 3 men. It was like a helpless lamb, being trampled at will by Gao Feng, this fierce tiger. They showed no sign of resistance whatsoever. After the video finished playing, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Gao Lan finally spoke. You attacked my brother first, and my brother was acting in self-defense. Humph. Does self-defense justify kissing girls whenever you want? Zhao Xintong said with dissatisfaction. But you didn't resist, and you even seemed to be enjoying it. Gao Lan instinctively retorted. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air. Zhao Xintong blushed. These words left her speechless. Lu Qing tapped the table and said in a deep voice. She's a girl, so it's normal for her to be a little panicked when something like this happens. If this video were given to the police, how do you think they would view it? No. Gao Lan immediately stopped her. If we call the police, wouldn't things get much bigger? How about this? I'll call my brother and ask him what's going on. After saying that, she got up and wanted to go outside. No, play it right here, on speakerphone. Lu Qing immediately reached out and stopped Gao Lan. Gao Lan glared at Lu Qing, then had no choice but to sit down. She hesitated for a moment, then dialed Gao Feng's number and chose to play it on speakerphone. The phone rang for a few seconds before Gao Feng answered it. Lan, what's wrong? Brother, did you go to the bar street near Workers' Stadium today? Gao Lan asked in a low voice. Yeah, I'm still here. What's up? Brother, you kissed a girl today. That girl is my classmate. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, Gao Feng finally spoke. What a coincidence. She came to you to complain about her. Yes, I'm in that bar right now. I'll be right there. Gao Feng hung up the phone, feeling a bit of a headache. The system rewards are indeed quite good, but the backlash comes very quickly. The girl happened to be Gao Lan's classmate, and she even recognized him. Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? The fat man sitting opposite him asked curiously. What's wrong? Gao Feng glanced at the table. They had almost finished eating, with only 2 bottles of beer left. I have something to take care of. You keep drinking, and I'll contact you later. After saying that, he got up, paid the bill at the bar, and walked towards the bar. Entering the bar and seeing the 6 beautiful women inside, the atmosphere became rather awkward. Gao Feng looked at Zhao Xintong, the female lead in this story. Her eyes held a strange look. It was hard to tell whether it was resentment or anger. Brother, what's going on between you and Zhao Xintong? Gao Lan walked to Gao Feng's side and asked in a low voice. He felt somewhat embarrassed about this in front of his sister. His glorious image seemed to have collapsed. Zhao Xintong, let's go to the back and talk. Gao Feng nodded, gesturing to Zhao Xintong. She didn't object and followed Gao Feng back into the alley. This is actually just a misunderstanding, don't you think? Gao Feng broke the silence and spoke. Zhao Xintong raised her eyes, stared at Gao Feng, and sneered. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Why did you kiss me? Gao Feng touched his nose and said with a wry smile. You're so beautiful, lying in my arms looking at me like that. It's just my instinctive reaction. You can understand, right? May I formally apologize to you? Zhao Xintong blushed slightly and whispered. You kissed me and then ran away. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Gao Feng nodded and smiled. It was just a kiss. Do you expect me to take responsibility? The blushing girl didn't say anything, but just stared at him with her big, wet eyes. Gao Feng was stunned. Does such a thing really exist in modern society? He intended to apologize and offer some compensation, which would be enough. Judging from this girl's expression, it seems like she's clinging to him. He looked the girl up and down, a question forming in his mind. Such a fashionable girl wouldn't be so traditional, would she? In today's society, let alone a kiss. Even if you live together for several years, you might not necessarily end up together. Chapter 45. You bastard. In the past, a girl this beautiful would have been someone's responsibility. Gao Feng did not hesitate at all. But now, after his experience with Zhongli, he no longer believes in that bullshit of love. I can take her in, but I can't take responsibility for her. Gao Feng took a step forward, almost touching Zhao Xintong. She couldn't help but take a step back and lean against the wall. The alley was already narrow. If 2 people stood together, you could hear each other breathing. Zhao Xintong's chest heaved rapidly, and her breathing became rapid. Gao Feng, smelling the fragrance emanating from the girl, couldn't help but move even closer. He was already very strong, and all his physical attributes were doubled by the system. Their physical condition is more than 3 times that of an average person. This caused his desires to be far stronger than those of ordinary people. Although I released it last night, I still feel very hot inside. Zhao Xintong felt that the man in front of her was like a volcano. The roasting made her dizzy and weak all over, and she couldn't say a word. Seeing such a beautiful and delicate girl, Gao Feng couldn't help but lower his head to savor her sweet and pure beauty. Inside the bar, after Gao Feng and Zhao Xintong left, the remaining 5 women looked at each other in bewilderment. Things don't seem to be going as they imagined. I thought it would be a negotiation about whether to call the police and what compensation to seek. But their attitude towards each other is like that of a couple having a little tantrum. Lu Qing understood Zhao Xintong's mindset to some extent and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Don't let Zhao Xintong's carefree and seemingly thoughtless demeanor fool you. She is a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, and her family has very traditional rules. Moreover, she has a tendency to admire the strong. Previously, she had never met a man stronger than herself, so she looked down on men. At school, she was ranked number 1 on the list of the most difficult goddesses to pursue. But she encountered a peak even more powerful than herself. He even made a suggestive gesture towards her. Zhao Xintong has already fallen for him. As her close friend, Lu Qing had already figured it out. She was initially quite curious about Gao Feng, but Zhao Xintong beat her to it. After thinking about it, she was still a little worried about Zhao Xintong. He got up and walked to the back door. She paused for a moment, but heard no sound. He then reached out and opened the glass door. Gao Lan and the other 3 women also gathered around, eager to watch the drama unfold. Lu Qing stood in front of the door and whispered, "Don't let them hear you. Be careful." The women exchanged glances, each seeing a burning desire for gossip in the other's eyes. Gao Lan suddenly felt that Lu Qing wasn't so hateful after all. 5 heads popped out of the doorway and froze simultaneously. What did they see? It's so disgusting. My instinct was to avoid it, but my body was honest, and I didn't want to move at all. Wow, don't they need to breathe? After a long while, Layer couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. She's been through it all. She knows how difficult it is to achieve this. They are all martial artists, so they probably have good physical fitness. Lu Qing couldn't help but analyze as well. Zhao Xintong shoved Gao Feng away abruptly, her back hitting the cold wall. She was, after all, still a girl who had never experienced anything. This behavior was too embarrassing for her. She was breathing heavily, her nostrils flaring as she made angry, huffing sounds, her chest heaving violently, as if it were about to explode. His breath was tinged with a trembling mix of anger and embarrassment, and intermittent gasps squeezed out from between his tightly clenched teeth. You bastard. Damp hair clung to her flushed cheeks, and the skin on her neck was flushed and slightly hot with her rapid breathing. Gao Feng licked his lips with a lingering relish, then thrust his chest forward, pinning the girl against the wall. What do you want to do? Zhao Xintong, somewhat flustered, stretched out her palms and placed them against Gao Feng's chest. Like a bewildered fawn. The scene was exactly the same as last time. It was as if time had turned back to that moment. Unfortunately, this was my sister's classmate. Gao Feng said with some regret in a low voice. I'm not a good person, and I'm not right for you. Zhao Xintong's body suddenly stiffened. This was like a bucket of ice water poured over her, completely soaking her. She looked up, not avoiding Gao Feng's eyes. You have a girlfriend? Gao Feng shook his head and said. No. A hint of confusion appeared in Zhao Xintong's eyes. Gao Feng sighed and said, I have women, more than one. Zhao Xintong's eyes widened, and she instantly understood what Gao Feng meant. The light in her eyes dimmed. I felt completely lost. Gao Feng glanced at the small door a dozen meters away. The commotion there did not escape his notice. I kissed you. You can kiss me back, or make other compensation. I can accept that. Shall we end this here? Zhao Xintong turned her head away, avoiding Gao Feng's eyes, and whispered, Don't even think about it. I haven't made up my mind yet. We'll talk about it later. Let me go first. Gao Feng took a step back, leaned against the other wall, and chuckled. I'll buy you a drink as an apology. Zhao Xintong rolled her eyes at him, then turned and walked towards the bar. Even a beautiful woman rolling her eyes can be charming and adorable. Gao Feng smiled and followed behind her. Bite. Simp value -2. Current simp value is 21 points. The two entered the bar, where the 5 women were all sitting in booths, seemingly unaware of anything. Zhao Xintong blushed slightly and sat down next to Lu Qing. Gao Feng walked over nonchalantly and said to Gao Lan, Aren't you going back to school tonight? Gao Lan looked at him strangely and shook her head, saying, I was originally going to decorate the room, but if there's nothing else, I'll go back. Oh, then you guys should go back. There's nothing fun in bars. Gao Feng frowned, not wanting Gao Lan to stay in a place like this any longer. Gao Lan glanced at her companion and whispered, I've never been here before, and I want to stay a little longer. Layer chimed in from the side. Yes, it's the weekend, and besides, you're here too. At least have dinner before you go back. Girls these days are very curious. If we let them go back, they might sneak back someday. Gao Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, That works too. Gao Lan's birthday is coming up soon, so let's celebrate together today. Okay. Gao Lan immediately jumped up, took Gao Feng's arm, and smiled broadly. Gao Feng reached out and ruffled her hair, his eyes full of doting affection. He glanced at Zhao Xintong and Lu Qing and smiled. We're all classmates, want to join us? Lu Qing glanced at Zhao Xintong and smiled. Sure, but I wonder if Gao Lan will welcome you. Perhaps it was the experience just now that changed Gao Lan's opinion of her. Gao Lan raised her head and hummed in agreement. Celebrating a birthday with a big meal. The girls were very excited, chattering excitedly about where to go. Zhao Xintong, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. There's a seafood buffet nearby with really fresh ingredients. Why don't we go there? Seafood? Delicious and won't make you fat. No girl dislikes it. The resolution passed unanimously. Chapter 46 The Unknown Side of Lu Qing. It's 5 p.m. now, a bit early to go eat. The group decided to stay in the bar for a while. Zhao Xintong's family bar is a music-themed quiet bar. The venue wasn't large, but the atmosphere was nice. Soothing background music and dim lighting. Several beautiful girls looked exceptionally lovely. Gao Feng's phone rang, and he realized that he had forgotten about Fatty. Brother Feng, when are you coming back? I have a bar over there, come over here. After hanging up the phone, seeing Gao Lan's puzzled look, Gao Feng explained. This is my college classmate. I'm here with him at the bar today. Gao Lan chuckled to herself. I don't care about you. No need to explain. Gao Feng touched his nose and whispered. This is my first time in a bar. Girls should avoid places like this. Gao Lan nodded obediently. Although she was curious about bars, it was her first time there. Zhao Xintong, standing to the side, was somewhat displeased and retorted. What's wrong with bars? I grew up in bars. As long as you don't go to those shady bars, the rest of the place is fine. Gao Feng did not refute, but asked curiously, do you own this bar? Yes, it's been open for over 10 years and is quite famous in the folk music scene. Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, looking quite interested. Although he himself sings terribly, he enjoys listening to music. He would be very interested in a bar like this. Zhao Xintong said smugly, I have a resident singer in my bar. You'll be able to hear him in a bit. She nudged Lu Qing beside her with her shoulder and gave her a wink. Lu Qing frowned slightly. She was singing in a bar, and no one at school knew about it yet. She was somewhat reluctant to go on stage. But, after thinking for a moment, she stood up and, under the watchful eyes of the others, walked onto the small stage to the side. On the small stage, there are various musical instruments. Lu Qing took a guitar off the wall and sat down on a high stool. In this situation, it goes without saying what she's going to do. The four women, including Gao Lan, stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Can Lu Qing sing? None of them had heard of it. Moreover, judging from Lu Qing's appearance, he is very familiar with this place, and it is definitely not his first time performing here. Zhao Xintong looked up at Lu Qing on the stage with shining eyes. Lu Qing has been performing here for a year now, and she's my star performer. The rumors you've heard are all deliberate slanders by others. Every penny she has is earned through her own hard work. This is one of the reasons why she made Lu Qing go on stage in front of everyone. His friend was slandered, but he never bothered to defend himself. She was very angry. Now, she declares here that Lu Qing is the most independent woman. Those foul words should not have been directed at her. Even though only a few girls witnessed it, it made her feel much better. As Lu Qing gently tapped the guitar, everyone quieted down. The evening sunlight streamed through the amber glass, meandering into a golden stream on the bar counter. The moment Lu Qing's fingertips touched the guitar strings, the entire space seemed to be muted. She lowered her eyes to tune the strings, her wisps of hair falling across her forehead like a curtain, shrouding her cool and aloof features in shadow. The seemingly worn-out guitar looked surprisingly harmonious in her arms, as if it were born to belong to this embrace. After a few test notes, the first melody suddenly poured out from her fingertips like spring water breaking through the ice. Her finger technique involved no fancy moves, just a simple, light sweep. But the music, like a crystal-clear stream, flowed into everyone's heart. Lu Qing's voice carries the tranquility of time. Each note is like a pebble soaked in a stream, smooth and cool. The moment she opened her mouth, her husky yet silky voice pierced through the dim light, drawing everyone into a certain emotion. The bartender's motion of wiping the glasses froze in midair. The only sound in the entire bar was the singing. Zhao Xintong's eyes welled up with tears. She bit her lower lip tightly as she looked at Lu Qing on the stage, a person completely different from the one on campus. At this moment, she is no longer a fragile girl hurt by rumors, but a queen who conquers everything with music. As the last note faded into the air, the bar fell into a deathly silence. The women were only awakened when the guests on the other side applauded. This really is Lu Qing, Gao Lan murmured to herself, her voice filled with undisguised shock. Lu Qing simply put down her guitar and nodded slightly to the audience. He then turned around, stepped off the stage, and returned to his booth. The moment she stepped off the stage, she transformed from a queen back into a cool and aloof goddess. Whose song are you singing? I've never heard it before. Gao Lan also liked listening to music. She stared intently at Lu Qing and asked curiously. These are all songs she wrote herself. Zhao Xintong proudly puffed out her chest. Seeing that Gao Lan, who had always been at odds with Lu Qing, had changed her attitude, she felt that her long-standing resentment had dissipated somewhat. Gao Lan looked at the aloof Lu Qing and suddenly said solemnly, I'm sorry, Lu Qing. I was unaware of the truth and misled by the rumors, which led me to misunderstand you. I formally apologize to you, and when I return to school, I will clear your name. Lu Qing looked up at Gao Lan, nodded, and said, I don't need to be recognized. What others say is none of my business. Although she said that, she felt a warm current in her heart. She was also a young girl in her prime. How could one not care when constantly being pointed at and talked about? But she knew that proving herself was useless. The more they tried to explain, the more heated it became. It's better to ignore it altogether. Li Wenjing, Layer, and the other two exchanged glances, then stood up at the same time and solemnly apologized to Lu Qing. As girls, we naturally understand how unbearable it is to endure this inexplicable filth. A hint of moisture seemed to appear in Lu Qing's eyes. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became inexplicably melancholic. Gao Feng looked towards the bar entrance, waved, and smiled. "Come in. Are you going to stand there like a doorman?" Li Jia had been standing at the door for several minutes. His face was filled with shock. 6 beautiful girls, each more beautiful than the last. Especially the one who sang just now. She was simply a goddess of the moon. Gao Feng sat with them, and they seemed to know each other very well. Is this the power of money? He would never admit that it was only because of Gao Feng's good looks. Although Gao Feng has become very handsome and charming, that wouldn't be enough to attract so many beautiful women. And they all look like college students. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Unfortunately, he becomes withdrawn when he sees a beautiful woman. He hesitated to go over. If Gao Feng hadn't called him, he probably wouldn't have known how long he would have stood there. Gao Feng pointed to Li Jia and introduced him. "This is Li Jia, my college roommate. This is Gao Lan, my younger sister. She is currently a freshman at the Communication University of China. These are all her classmates." Chapter 47. I haven't given you your birthday present yet. "Hello, brother Li Jia." Gao Lan stood up obediently and called out sweetly. Li Jia was already flushed and too nervous to speak. If it's just Gao Lan, it's a little better. The impact of having 6 beautiful girls sitting together is several times greater than that of the 4 of them drinking together last night. Seeing his nervousness, Gao Feng tugged at him and made him sit next to him. He blushes when he sees a girl, just ignore him. The girls had never seen a boy like this before, and they couldn't help but laugh happily. "Li Jia, it's my sister's birthday later. Let's all get together." "Oh, I haven't prepared a gift yet." The incident happened so suddenly that Li Jia was completely dumbfounded. It's okay, I wasn't prepared either." Gao Feng patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Brother, didn't you already give me your gift? I really like it." Gao Lan thought of her big house and said sweetly, "That doesn't count. Do you prefer bags or jewelry?" Although the house was given to Gao Lan, it was actually intended for her parents to come and live there. Birthday gifts should still be prepared separately. Gao Feng had only ever given Zhongli birthday gifts before. It's usually jewelry and bags. However, he was quite frugal, and his items were not of very high value. "Now that I have money, I certainly won't mistreat my precious little sister." Gao Lan is a girl, so naturally she would also like bags and jewelry. But she prefers things that are more practical. "Brother, I don't want those things. I can't eat or drink them." Gao Feng looked Gao Lan up and down. She wasn't wearing any jewelry. She wore almost no makeup. Her face was bare and plain. The clothes were also purchased from Taobao for a little over 100 yuan. Compared to Zhao Xintong, a wealthy girl adorned with designer clothes and jade bracelets, she looked quite shabby. Gao Feng raised his hand to check his watch. It was still early. "Come on, I'll take you to buy some clothes. You're the birthday girl today, so dress nicely. Shop. This is a girl's favorite." Gao Lan was immediately moved. It's only a few hundred meters from Tycoon Li. Anyone who wants to go can go together. Gao Feng stood up and smiled. "Great. I was just thinking of buying some clothes." Zhao Xintong stood up and said with a smile. Lu Qing was reluctant to go, but Zhao Xintong pulled her up. In the end, everyone, including Fatty Li Jia, was pulled along by Gao Feng. The group of 8 set off for Tycoon Li. Tycoon Li consists of 19 low-density buildings and is divided into north and south sections. The architecture in the southern area is fashionable and vibrant, with bright and bold colors. The architecture in the north district exudes understated luxury, with a simple diamond-shaped exterior that is grand and dignified. Zhao Xintong is very familiar with this place and is a great guide. The group went to the South District first, where the brands were more youthful and fashionable. The price is relatively affordable, but for Gao Lan in the past, it was still something she could only look at. After browsing around, the girls all bought some small items. However, Gao Feng did not buy clothes for Gao Lan. Until we arrived in the North District, Gao Feng saw the LV store and led Gao Lan straight inside. "Brother, this is too expensive." Gao Lan was a little nervous and gripped Gao Feng's clothes tightly. Xiaoyu, Li Wenjing, and the other 2 had never been inside such a luxury brand store before. All 3 of them seemed a little awkward. Zhao Xintong comes from a wealthy family and is quite familiar with this place. As for Lu Qing, it was her first time in such a place, but she was very composed and showed no signs of nervousness. The LV sales assistant still remembers Gao Feng. After all, they often discussed the last incident in private. He was overjoyed to see that Gao Feng had brought in 6 beautiful girls all by himself. This is a big deal. Mr. Gao, welcome. The sales assistant's words drew everyone's attention to Gao Feng. This rarely happens at LV boutiques. Could this be some famous young master? Gao Feng was also somewhat surprised, as he had only been here once before. Unexpectedly, the sales assistants remembered me. Gao Feng looked around and found that the store was full of women, with not a single man in sight. Take a look around first, let them give you some ideas, I'm going to have a smoke. He gave Gao Lan some instructions, then led Li Jia outside the mall. Call. Once outside, Li Jia finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just now in the store, he was so nervous that he didn't dare to say a single word. Even when walking, they moved quietly, afraid of attracting attention. It's much more comfortable outside. The two lit a cigarette and took a leisurely puff. Brother Feng, has your life always been so simple and unpretentious? Li Jia's eyes were filled with envy. Stay in a luxury suite at a 5-star hotel and eat breakfast prepared by a Michelin-starred chef. Driving luxury cars and living a carefree life. And he's surrounded by so many beautiful women. He never even dared to dream of such a life. It's just these few days, due to special circumstances. Gao Feng said calmly, without offering any explanation. He had never experienced such a luxurious life before. But in the future, life is but a short 100 years. Why not be kinder to yourself? What if this is all a dream, and it could disappear at any moment? He wanted to revel wildly before he woke up from his dream. Gao Feng took out his phone and called Lin Jixia. Mr. Gao, okay, please prepare a bigger birthday cake for me and redecorate the room. My sister is turning 21. Okay, what's your sister's name? Gao Lan. Okay, get everything ready before 10 p.m. tonight. Okay, prepare some more food. Okay, I will. Gao Feng hung up the phone and nodded slightly. This Lin Jixia is very comfortable to use. Many things can be handled perfectly without you having to explain them yourself. He is a very good housekeeper. After thinking for a moment, he dialed another number. Hello, Mr. Gao. Can you recommend a watch suitable for a girl? It should be in stock. The person on the other end hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. The classic Calatrava series watch 4899/900G001 is in stock and priced at 747,000 yuan. If I place an order now, can it be delivered to my designated location tonight? Gong Yu hesitated for a moment. If she wants to deliver the package to the designated location on time after get off work in the evening, she'll probably have to do it herself. If it's too late, personal safety becomes an issue. However, this is a business deal worth over 700,000. The commissions alone amount to tens of thousands. Gong Yu bit her lower lip lightly. Okay, send me the payment code, and I'll give you the address in a bit. After saying that, the phone call ended. Gong Yu immediately got up, went to the finance office, got the payment code, and sent it to Gao Feng. The payment arrived in less than a minute. In addition, there is the time and address. Deliver it to Hilton Hotel 2801 before 11 p.m. It's so late, let's go to a hotel. Gong Yu hesitated for a moment. Chapter 48. His identity was revealed. Gong Yu looked at Lu Wen beside her and asked in a low voice. Can you come with me to deliver a watch to a client at 11 p.m.? 11 p.m.? That's too late. Lu Wen looked at Gong Yu and asked in confusion. Who would ask you to deliver goods so late? Won't there be a problem? Gong Yu held Lu Wen's hand and pleaded. Mr. Gao from last time, why don't you come with me? I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Lu Wen's eyes darted around, and she smiled. That Mr. Gao is so cool and rich. I think he's trying to pick you up. If I go, wouldn't I be ruining his plans? Also, my parents don't allow me to come home this late, so I can't help you with that. Gao Feng hung up the phone, checked the time, and guessed that the women had made their choices, so he prepared to return to the store. Brother Feng, your watch is really beautiful. It must be very expensive. Li Jia looked at his wristwatch and said enviously. It's all right. Gao Feng had no intention of showing off in front of the fat man, and since there were no system rewards, why bother pretending? Brother Feng, you go inside, I'll wait for you outside. Gao Feng knew that Li Jia would feel uncomfortable going in, so he didn't insist. He walked into the shop and saw Gao Lan, who had changed into a beautiful dress, gesturing in front of the mirror. Clothes make the man. Gao Lan, whose looks were originally around 80 points, now looks close to 90 points. What a pretty little girl. Gao Feng stepped forward and teased him deliberately. Elder brother, Gao Lan said coquettishly, feeling embarrassed. I think this dress suits you very well, so I'll take it. Gao Feng looked him up and down and nodded. Brother, there are 2 more sets here. Can you help me choose one? Gao Lan pulled Gao Feng along and pointed to 2 other sets of clothes in different styles. Gao Lan, no need to pick anymore, just wrap them all up. Gao Feng is not good at choosing clothes. To him, his sister looks good in any outfit. No, bro, it's too expensive. Although Gao Lan was very happy, she still sensibly declined. Gao Feng patted her head and smiled. Don't try to save me money. You can wear these clothes in rotation. Buy some matching underwear and accessories too. Elder brother. Gao Lan blushed immediately. Gao Feng looked at the other 5 girls and smiled. Thank you for helping Gao Lan choose clothes. Please each pick one item from here. The 5 women looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing this. Gao Feng is so extravagant. This is LV. Even Zhao Xintong, who comes from one of the wealthiest families, doesn't own many of these. That's not a good idea. It's too expensive. Layer spoke up, declining the offer. The other women also shook their heads. Don't refuse. As long as you don't let anyone bully Gao Lan at school, this is your protection money. Gao Feng blinked and teased. Zhao Xintong was the most poised. She casually picked up a hair clip and smiled. Then I'll take this one. I'll protect Gao Lan while she's at school. As the president of the martial arts club, her words carried considerable weight. Seeing that she was the first to take it, the other girls couldn't help but be tempted and also went over to pick out small accessories. They were very sensible. They only took a few small items and didn't take any clothes. Lu Qing never accepted anything from a man without a reason and stood still. Gao Feng did not continue to persuade him. For him, it was just a matter of whim. He could accept it if he wanted, or it didn't matter if he didn't. Zhao Xintong picked out a brooch for Lu Qing, but Lu Qing didn't want it. But Zhao Xintong advised. Everyone else took it, and you're the only one who didn't want it. That's too unconventional. I don't think Gao Feng has that kind of intention, so you don't need to worry. Lu Qing thought for a moment, and then did not continue to refuse. A few minutes later, all the women walked out of the shop with smiles on their faces. Gao Feng thought they were going back, but the girls all said in unison that they wanted to continue shopping and didn't want Gao Feng to come with them. Since that was the case, he took Li Zhe to the restaurant to wait for them. This restaurant is called Liufu Seafood Buffet. Guangdong business owners are quite interesting. They always ask for either 7 blessings or 6 blessings, just for good luck. The restaurant was quite large, and there were quite a few people inside. At 1,688 yuan per person, the price is not low. As soon as Gao Feng entered, he saw a familiar face. Duo, that food vlogger. She was taking selfies with a selfie stick, filming the food inside. Gao Feng did not go up to disturb the other party's work. He bought tickets for 8 people and took Li Zhe to the food section. The first thing you see is the majestic king crab, its huge legs stretched out imposingly, its shell gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. Brother Feng, is there no limit to the amount of king crab? Li Zhe's mouth was practically watering. One of these would probably cost over 1,000. Isn't this store afraid of losing money by doing this? Gao Feng pointed to the majestic and imposing crab and said calmly, just this one, steam it. The next moment, it was picked up by the waiter and placed aside. Snow crabs, Boston lobsters, and baby lobsters were successively pointed out by Gao Feng and placed in the waiting area. This restaurant offers a wide variety of high-end seafood, including king crab, snow crab, Boston lobster, and baby lobster, all in unlimited quantities. No wonder there are still so many people even with such high prices. Just as the king crab was served, the 6 women arrived. Faced with such fresh food, there's no need for further explanation. Just eat. An hour later, Gao Feng had almost finished eating. He leaned back in his chair and looked up to meet Duoduo's surprised gaze. As a well-known food vlogger, Duoduo naturally had to come and try out this kind of high-end buffet. The live stream tonight was also very popular, with more than 10,000 people watching online. Watching those monstrous, high-end ingredients being transformed into food, and then tasting them one by one, the enjoyment is indescribable. Viewers in the live stream were drooling. Duoduo was enjoying her meal, occasionally commenting on the taste of the food to her online friends. At this moment, several fans were flooding the screen, reminding her to look at the table behind her. Duoduo, that mysterious handsome guy from last time, is right behind us. Duoduo, hurry up and interact. I want to see the pretty girls. Mysterious handsome guy? climbing to the top? His previous duel with Lan Zhanfei made him an instant celebrity. He became a new generation of super rich. Duo heard about it later and even went to search for the replay of that PK. She never expected that the man she met by chance would turn out to be a super rich tycoon. She checked several times before confirming that the two names were not the same and that they were the same person. Upon seeing the flood of messages, she immediately turned around and saw Gao Feng. Duo immediately picked up her live streaming equipment, stood up, and went to Gao Feng. Brother Deng Feng, what a coincidence, you're here too. This time, she smiled especially happily. The name, Brother Deng Feng, immediately made Li Wenjing, who was engrossed in dealing with crab legs, look up. Her top male fan is named Climbing to the Peak. That's what she called Brother Deng Feng too. Last night's battle made her famous and earned her an extra million. She didn't sleep a wink last night and is still in a daze. But now, she is more clear-headed than ever. She didn't know Duo, but she knew from the selfie stick that Duo was a colleague. Then, she saw Gao Feng smile and wave at the camera. Peak climber? She was stunned. Is the peak simply the summit? Is it a case of the same name? Or are they the same person? Gao Feng glanced at the stunned Li Wenjing and sighed inwardly. This time, their true colors have been revealed. Who would have thought I'd run into Duo here? She still remembered me, and even came to say hello? Chapter 49. My best friend's older brother is also my top fan. Hello Duo. Hello to all the friends in the live stream. Gao Feng took the initiative to greet the viewers in the live stream. Is this the mysterious handsome guy? Wow, he's surrounded by beautiful women. The life of a handsome man is indeed so simple and unpretentious. They're either eating delicious food or flirting with beautiful women. When he appeared on camera with Duo last time, wasn't there a pretty little girl next to him? There are 6 this time, oh my god. Can his kidneys handle it? Don't you see how much he likes seafood? It's good for your kidneys. Netizens flooded the screen with comments, expressing their opinions. Some sharp-eyed people have already spotted Li Wenjing. Holy crap, this is Jingjing, the little streamer from last night. What a coincidence. Is this handsome guy also a streamer? Are you guys stupid? Didn't you hear what Duo called the handsome guy just now? Brother Deng Feng, are you climbing to the top? Holy crap, and Jingjing too, he's the super rich guy from last night, climbing to the peak. Is this real offline? Oh no, this streamer has definitely been taken advantage of by the top spender. Wake up. If the streamer isn't ranked number 1, are you going to be the one to top the leaderboard? Duo stared at the flood of messages, her gaze lingering on Li Wenjing's face for a few seconds. It is indeed very beautiful. But among these 6 beauties, she wasn't the most beautiful. There are at least 2 others who are on par with her. She possesses a cool and aloof demeanor, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Another hot and stylish girl. The others also have their own unique characteristics. They aren't the kind of generic internet celebrity faces that come off the same production line. Judging from their age and demeanor, they are both innocent college students. Brother Deng Feng, I won't disturb your meal any longer. Please come and support my sister in my live stream another day. Duo was very tactful. She said goodbye and then left. Brother, how do you know the female streamer? Did you know that Jingjing is also a live streamer? As soon as she left, Gaolan couldn't help but ask. Awkward. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Li Wenjing lowered her head, not daring to look Gao Feng in the eye. At that moment, she felt like she was dying. Who can understand this feeling? My best friend's older brother is also my number 1 male idol. I spent 2 million on myself last night. She also sent him many private messages. Especially last night, the content of the conversation made her blush. No wonder Gao Feng looked at her strangely the first time he saw her. He must have recognized me then. Why was he so generous when he was PKing with Lan Zhanfei last night? Could it be that he? Li Wenjing blushed and her heart pounded. She almost broke the crab leg in her hand. Gao Lan looked at the 2 of them, her eyes widening, and said, I met Duo by chance at the restaurant. Gao Feng spoke up, interrupting Gao Lan's speculation. He recounted his previous encounter with Duo, then smiled and said, I only met her once, and I rarely watch live streams. Gao Lan nodded and sighed. If you watch live streams, go check out Jingjing. She's just started doing this, and there aren't many people in her live stream yet. Gao Feng nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll watch it when I have time. Hey bro, what's your Douyin ID? Add Jingjing on WeChat. Without saying a word, Gao Lan told Li Wenjing to open Douyin. Li Wenjing lowered her head and handed her phone to Gao Feng. Gao Feng sighed, took out his phone, scanned the code, and laughed. Okay, I've already followed it. Hurry up and eat. The bar will get crowded soon. I've also arranged a little surprise for you tonight. Is there another surprise? Gao Lan immediately forgot about checking Gao Feng's Douyin account name and began to wonder what surprise awaited her. They had almost finished eating, and 20 minutes later, the 8 of them returned to the bar. It was already 8 p.m., and there were only a few dozen people scattered around the bar. On the small stage, a boy was playing the guitar and singing. The atmosphere in the bar was rather quiet and cold. Seeing this, Gao Feng suggested, "It's Lanlin's birthday today. How about we go to a lively bar?" "Okay, I want to go clubbing." Gao Lan immediately jumped up. Gao Feng looked at Zhao Xintong, who immediately understood and said, "Then let's go to the encounter bar next door. It has a nice atmosphere and is safe." Having grown up here, she is very familiar with these bars. Her recommendation was certainly correct. The group of 8 entered into an encounter the next moment. As soon as she entered, Zhao Xintong called out to a man in a suit, "Brother Wang." This Mr. Wang looks to be about 30 years old, with a buzz cut, and he looks very capable. When he saw Zhao Xintong, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Xiaodong, did you bring your friends over to play?" The two seemed to know each other very well. "Brother Wang, we're all classmates. Could you please arrange a quiet booth for us? Someone's having a birthday party." Brother Wang glanced at it and laughed. "Then we'll arrange a VIP membership for you. No minimum spending required." VIP booths are often located in prime spots in bars, right next to the stage and dance floor. It offers excellent views, allowing you to watch the performances up close and enjoy the lively atmosphere of the bar. These booths usually have a minimum spending requirement, typically starting at several thousand. Brother Wang said there's no minimum spending requirement because he's taking into account the students' spending power. This is to give Zhao Xintong face. Otherwise, they would have only arranged a regular booth. Before Zhao Xintong could speak, Gao Feng laughed. "Are there any better locations?" Upon hearing this, Brother Wang's eyes immediately fell on him. Gao Feng was walking at the very back. He hadn't noticed earlier. Upon seeing the peak, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. It's not because Gao Feng is handsome. Rather, he sensed a powerful threat emanating from Gao Feng. Brother Wang is a retired soldier and a master of martial arts. He has real skills. Having experienced many dangers in the past, I rarely make mistakes in judging a person's abilities. This is a master, a true master. His expression turned serious. Then look at Gao Feng's demeanor and clothing, including the watch on his wrist. With just one glance, he knew what was going on. Of course there is. There is also a VIP suite that no one has booked. Then let's choose this one. Gao Feng said calmly. "Okay, everyone, please follow me." Me. At this moment, Brother Wang understood that Gao Feng was the main character today. He glanced at Zhao Xintong, pondering the relationship between the two. He led everyone to the second floor of the bar. This VIP room faces the stage downstairs. The space is extremely spacious and the decoration is extremely luxurious. Surrounded by one-way glass, the performance on stage is clearly visible. However, the situation inside the private room cannot be seen from the outside. Excellent privacy. Inside the private room, there were also 2 beautiful waitresses serving the guests. With so many girls here, there's no need to hire a separate atmosphere-building team. Gao Feng glanced at the menu, looked at Zhao Xintong, and smiled. "Didn't you want to try their golden night drink? How about a set?" Zhao Xintong blushed slightly. This was the content of her bet with Gao Feng. She deliberately tricked him. However, there is no need for that now. This set meal is too expensive, and we can't finish it. She could tell that Gao Feng had money, but he didn't want to spend it like that. It was too extravagant. Gao Feng smiled and looked at Brother Wang, saying, "It seems she feels it's not up to par. Is there anything better?" Brother Wang glanced at Zhao Xintong and whispered, "There's also the Eternal Night Package, which is the most luxurious option here." He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "However, the price is relatively high, at 288,888 yuan per set. Give me one." Gao Feng nodded without the slightest hesitation. "Bite." The host possesses the qualities of a tycoon. A reward of 1 million yuan will be given. You've become more confident. Simp value -5. Chapter 50. The wine might not be worth the price, but the emotional value is. Oh, there are rewards for this. Gao Feng's heart skipped a beat. He just wanted to give Gao Lan a beautiful memory. Of course, male instincts also play a role. After all, with so many beautiful women here, how could I be stingy? But I never expected the system to be so considerate. It seems he guessed right. Being a super rich person and having others fawn over you can indeed gain the system's approval. Being a simp means not only refraining from being one yourself, but also making others simp in return. Brother Wang originally thought that Zhao Xintong would only spend a few thousand yuan with the group she brought. Surprisingly, there were some wealthy people among them. The Eternal Night package, you can't even sell a few sets of that stuff in a month. Every time a sale is made, it must be presented in the most glamorous way. This isn't about selling alcohol, it's about selling emotional value. He gave Gao Feng a deep look and secretly made a mental note of him. These big spenders are the bar's cash cows. They must be treated with utmost respect and made sure they have a great time. 10 minutes later, the lights in the bar suddenly dimmed and the music stopped. What happened? Is the stereo broken? The people dancing in the bar stopped and looked around. The Eternal Night has arrived. A loud, piercing voice pierced everyone's nerves through the large speakers hanging all around. The crystal chandelier suddenly dimmed, and 3 cold beams of light locked onto the door. The ultimate VIP exclusive Eternal Night package. May the beautiful Miss Lan always be as beautiful as she is today. The waiter's drawn-out announcement reverberated in the air as 12 beautiful women in dark red velvet cheongsams carried ice buckets inlaid with crystals. The 12 bottles of red wine, like sleeping nobles, were gently secured by velvet ribbons. The crisp sound of crushed ice colliding with a wine bottle, mixed with the white mist created by dry ice, is like a luxurious dream. There were also 2 waiters in suits spraying confetti. The band on stage played rousing music, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. The group of drinkers circled the venue once before being escorted to a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Wow, Eternal Night. This is the legendary top-tier red wine set meal. Yes, the last time someone ordered this set meal was last month. That time it was the Shanghai Emperor. I wonder which rich second generation is here this time. 288,888, 12 bottles of wine. Each bottle costs 20,000. That's not expensive. Yeah, if you're so capable, order a bottle instead of just talking big. Few people get to experience such a grand event in person. Everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, regardless of whether the person ordering the drinks is a sucker or not. But they must be rich. Many of the beautiful women focused their attention on the 2nd floor. They frequently cast their gazes at them. 4 bottles of Haut Brion, 4 bottles of Margaux, and 4 bottles of Mouton. The waiter respectfully introduced the wine's origin and vintage. These are all top-tier red wines. Although they are much more expensive than elsewhere, their luxurious effect is truly intoxicating. Even the 6 women felt a surge of excitement. Gao Lan's face flushed with excitement, though she was somewhat shocked by Gao Feng's extravagant spending. But having already experienced even more shocking things, this expenditure of 200,000 yuan doesn't seem like much anymore. Several singers on stage are singing Happy Birthday. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but join in, and they sang along. With so many people sending her blessings, she felt like she was about to take flight. Gao Feng nodded to the waiter, signaling him to open the wine. Young Master Gao, let me open 3 bottles of this wine for you first. You can save the rest for next time. Brother Wang didn't leave and whispered a reminder. Gao Feng nodded. These people had considered things quite thoroughly. Let's open one of each and try them. Even Lu Qing, who doesn't drink, couldn't resist pouring herself a glass of the finest red wine. This wine tastes completely different from the ones that cost tens of yuan in the supermarket. It's sweet and sour with a slightly bitter smoky flavor, and it even has a hint of chocolate. Lija sat next to Gao Feng, drank a glass of Hubbo Wang Estate dry red wine, and couldn't help but sigh. Gao Feng picked up his wine glass and took a sip. He poured a 2015 Chateau Margaux red wine, which is quite smooth. It's like sucking on a rose-flavored gummy candy. It leaves a warm feeling in your throat after swallowing. There's also a faint minty coolness, like you've just finished chewing gum. But that's about it. Nothing particularly amazing. Gao Feng doesn't really like baijiu, Chinese liquor. He prefers beer. Bring up a few more bottles of beer and some food. Brother Wang understood and went to make the arrangements before leaving the private room. Since we've come to a bar, we're not just here to drink. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Lija couldn't resist going down to a club. Zhao Xintong leaned close to Gao Feng and whispered, "Let's go down and jump for a bit too." Gao Feng looked up and saw a glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes. He nodded and followed her out. As Lu Qing watched this scene, a pang of sadness welled up in her heart for some reason. She picked up the red wine and poured herself a glass. This is the 2018 vintage Chateau Mouton Rothschild with its artistic label. It's a bit astringent, like biting into an unripe persimmon. It burned in my throat when I swallowed it. But then I tasted the aroma of coffee. She slowly savored the bitterness and suddenly found the red wine quite delicious. However, spending 20,000 yuan on a single bottle of wine is too extravagant. This is probably her only chance. With Lu Qing's looks, she could have lived such a luxurious life if she wanted to. But she is independent and self-respecting and would not choose to sell her body. After finishing the glass, she put it down and stopped drinking. Restraining one's desires is more in line with one's own wishes than indulging them. If it weren't for needing to stay with Zhao Xintong, she would have already wanted to go back. This kind of place is not suitable for her. Li Wenjing has recovered from the embarrassment of being socially awkward. Gao Feng didn't reveal that the two knew each other, and presumably he won't in the future. She was very grateful to Gao Feng. But Zhao Xintong took the initiative and pulled Gao Feng away. A sense of resentment rose in her heart. On what grounds? She knew Gao Feng first, but could only pretend not to know him. Zhao Xintong acted like that on the first day she met Gao Feng. She saw everything that happened in the back alley. Could it be that Gao Feng prefers this kind of proactive type? Am I being too reserved? She chose to become a live streamer because she knew her strengths, and they are willing to turn their advantages into revenue. Although she looked down on women who slept with greasy middle-aged men for money, but she also wants to find a boyfriend who is both rich and loving. Love alone is not enough without money. Isn't Gao Feng the most ideal candidate? Young, rich, and good-looking. He's Gao Lan's brother, someone she knows well. There are too few good men in today's society. If you don't fight for it, another woman will. A hint of determination flashed in Li Wenjing's eyes. Gao Feng, she wanted it. In terms of circumstances, apart from her family background being somewhat poor, she is no worse than Zhao Xintong. He looked down at his chest. There are people here who are much stronger than her. Gao Feng was unaware that Li Wenjing had already identified him as her target. He felt somewhat awkward being on the dance floor with Zhao Xintong. This was his first time ever visiting a bar in his entire life. Young men and women revel in their youth on the dance floor, where the loud music and dim lighting amplify their desires. In addition, Zhao Xintong intentionally or unintentionally moved close to him while dancing. He was never a restrained person. When Zhao Xintong moved closer to him again, Gao Feng pulled her into his arms. Feeling the firmness of her body against his chest, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her lips. The girl's lips were soft and sweet. It made him linger and never want to leave. At that moment, he wanted to go back to the hotel.